Chapter 1055. When the monk saw the smiling face of Liu Bang, his fair and square face darkened instantly. When Liu Bang, who was beaming with joy, saw the monk in the hall, his face turned extremely unsightly, as if he had just put on a pair of expensive new shoes and stepped on a pile of stinky dog poop. His palms twitched, and Liu Bang's fingers curled into chicken claws. His lips twitched, and he managed to control himself from ordering the 28 celestial lords behind him to chop the monk into pieces. They stared at each other for a full 10 minutes. Then the monk slowly put his palms together, bowed, and said, "His Majesty, the King of Han." "No, he is now the King of Han. I never thought that after the death of Zhang Tingyun, your Majesty would be the one who gained the greatest benefit." Liu Bang grinned at the monk, tilted his head, and said with a cold grin, "Master Fragrant Zen, you Buddhist League are very well informed. It hasn't been a long time since Daozu appointed me as the new emperor of the human race, and you've already found out about it? It looks like there are still remnants of Buddhist League in the Tao League." Xianxia gave a hollow laugh and said, "You too." They stared at each other again, like two fighting cocks. Finally, Liu Bang strode to the center of the hall and nodded at Wu Tianming, who was sitting on the throne at the head of the hall. Wu Tianming, whose eyes were bloodshot and swollen like a goldfish's, yawned and waved his hand lazily. "Forget it. You're a guest from afar. Don't stand on ceremony." "Oh, I'm tired. Grand Celestial Master, Imperial Advisors, I'll leave the decision to the three of you first, and then I'll make the final decision." Bowing slightly to Liu Bang, Wu Tianming moved his buttocks and smilingly grabbed the arm of a pretty little palace maid standing next to him. Then, he walked into the back hall, surrounded by a large group of palace maids and eunuchs. He left without any hesitation, but both Liu Bang and Xianxia were dumbfounded. The master had left, leaving behind Guru Shozhua, Gigazi, and Mod. What was going on? Liu Bang glanced at esteemed Shozhua. There was a picture of esteemed Shozhua's true image in the intelligence of Taoism, so he recognized him. Gigazi and Mod, on the other hand, had their appearances and auras altered by Wuxia with a mystic art in the Scroll of Stealing. So, Liu Bang did not recognize these two imperial advisors as the two grandmasters he knew. He gave Gigazi and Mod a disapproving look and cleared his throat lightly. Gigazi and Mod sat cross-legged on a cushion and closed their eyes, then began to snore. Mod yawned, lazily pulled out a lump of alloy from his sleeve, and began carving with a small carving knife. He wielded his saber like the wind, and bits of metal fragments fell down continuously. Soon, the metal lump revealed the embryonic form of a complicated gear set. Wu Tianming walked to the back of the hall with the little palace maid in his arms. A purple light curtain enveloped Wu Tianming and the others. Wu Tianming, who had been dispirited and behaving like a fatuous ruler, immediately perked up. He smilingly picked up the little palace maid beside him and said proudly, "Let the imperial preceptor and the others take a piece of the fat meat that has been delivered to our doorstep. Beauty, accompany His Majesty to practice the 108 styles of Xinyuan. TSK, this is a supreme secret method of the immortal path that can be mastered quickly." In the great hall, Reverend Shou was slowly open his eyes. He shook his head and asked in a deep voice, "Has His Majesty left?" Gue Guzi was still snoring, and Mod was still carving the gears. Liu Bang and Fragrant Zen nodded at the same time, with an awful look on their faces. Shozhua slowly put his hands in his sleeves. His body floated up like a feather and slowly landed in front of Wu Tianming's throne. Looking down at Liu Bang and Fragrant Zen, Reverend Shou suddenly grinned and said, "Honorable guests are here. This is great news." Liu Bang and Fragrant Zen's hearts trembled. It would have been better if Reverend Shozhua had not smiled, but when he did, he looked like a hungry wolf who had seen a lamb, or a pervert who had seen a beautiful girl. His eyes were glowing with a green light, and his white teeth gleamed with a dazzling light. It was a look of desire and impatience. Looking at the weird smile on Lord Shoshua's face, Liu Bang and Fragrant Zen had a bad feeling at the same time. But when they thought about the current situation on Pangda Continent and some of the future plans and strategies that Dao League and Buddhist League had made, they gritted their teeth and took a few steps forward. Before Liu Bang could speak, Fragrant Zen smiled at Reverend Xianxia and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianxia, if you can make the decision to merge Great Wu with the Shizo dynasty, the future of the Great Tao will be bright." Liu Bang did not even look at Fragrant Zen. Instead, he smiled at Reverend Xianxia and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianxia, if I'm not mistaken, you are cultivating the immortal magic of the Tao League. If you were to change your appearance and join the Buddhist sect, wouldn't your countless years of hard work and cultivation go to waste? Even if that Buddha is willing to cultivate you, how many years will it take for you to achieve your current cultivation base?" Fragrant Zen turned immediately and snapped at Liu Bang. "If your majesty does not understand the subtlety of the Buddhist League, please don't talk nonsense. With your cultivation base, as long as you merge Great Wu with the Shizo dynasty, you will surely win the favor of Buddha. With Buddha's supreme divine ability and the infinite mysteries of the Seven Treasures Golden Lotus, you will surely be able to transform all your cultivation base into the power of the Buddhist League, and you can easily claim the title of Revered One." Liu Bang sneered. He raised a finger and said to Reverend Xianxia, "If Great Wu listens to Liu Bang's orders, you will have a chance to become a celestial emperor in the future." Reverend Xianxia laughed. He pointed at Gigazi and Mod and said, "I'm not the only one who could decide Great Wu's future." Liu Bang immediately puffed out his chest and promised, "That's great. When Liu Bang becomes the human emperor, the celestial emperor of the celestial court will be replaced. Senior Xianxia can be the celestial emperor of the middle extremity of the celestial court, ruling over the stars in the universe. The two imperial advisors can choose at will from the four celestial emperors of the north, south, east, and west. If you have any disciples or disciples close to you, they will surely hold a high position in the celestial court." Incense Chan grew anxious. "You must not believe what Liu Bang said, fellow Taoists. You don't know that Liu Bang has the most notorious reputation in the mortal world, and he has done all kinds of things to burn bridges after crossing the river. He even did something like sharing a piece of the pie with the father of his reincarnated body in the mortal world. Cooperating with him is no different from asking a tiger for its skin." Not allowing Liu Bang to argue, Incense Chan swore to tell them the glorious deeds of sharing a piece of the pie. Liu Bang's face turned blue as he listened, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Incense Chan to the death. When Liu Bang's scars were exposed, Han Xian, Fan Kuai, and the others were about to rush forward and beat Incense Chan. But the monk was not to be outdone. He whistled, and suddenly dozens of golden specks flew out of his sleeve. When they landed on the ground, they transformed into dozens of Buddhas, each covered in jewels and wreathed in lotus flowers. Apparently, they were the almighty experts of the Buddhist League, and they had been hiding in Incense Chan's sleeve all this time. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and just as a fight was about to break out, Reverend Xianxia suddenly coughed again. As soon as he did, both Liu Bang and Incense Chan burst out laughing. They put away the murderous intent in their hearts and looked at Reverend Xianxia with a smile. The two of them made promises one after another, promising esteemed Xianxia numerous benefits. Clearing his throat, Reverend Xianxia licked his lips and said coolly, "There's no need for you to fight. What you said about the great Tao and the position of Celestial Emperor are all lies. When things are done in the future, if you really want to burn the bridge after crossing the river, what can the three of us do to you?" Shaking his head gently, Reverend Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Be straightforward and bring out real money. Innate spirit artifacts are not bad. Chaotic spirit treasures are the best, and I won't turn my back on supreme treasures of primordial. Just bring out some real benefits." Stamping his foot, he said with a smile, "Great Wu is a whore, and you too are the patrons. As the saying goes, the highest bidder wins. Do you understand?" Reverend Xianxia's smile was very strange, and he did not conceal it at all. Incense Chan and Liu Bang looked at him in astonishment. Suddenly, both of them smiled with wild joy, nodded at the same time, and said, "We understand. We understand." Reverend Shou Zhuan nodded with satisfaction. Shaking his head, he said, "Then His Majesty, King of Han, will make an offer first." Laughing complacently, Reverend Shou Zhuan said, "The Jin dynasty is very powerful now. Even if Great Wu merges with it, it will only be the icing on the cake. I'm afraid it won't fetch a good price. But His Majesty, King of Han, is different. The Ling dynasty is gone, and now the Dao League has no power to compete for the throne of the human emperor. So, Great Wu is worth a lot of money." Suddenly, Gigazi perked up. He opened his eyes and stopped snoring. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior Shou Zhuo is right. It's true that the Dao League is very powerful, but you can't use the power of the Dao League's immortals to compete for the throne, can you? You have to rely on manpower to compete for the throne, so that the world can be convinced. Your Majesty, there is no better choice than Great Wu under the heavens." Mod waved the carving knife in his hand and said in a low voice, "Real money, real money, real money. Don't try to fool us with empty words. Do you think we are those greenhorns who have never seen the world?" Liu Bang quickly glanced at monk Xianxia, whose eyes were darting back and forth. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sky for a while a subtle divine sense quickly came into contact with Liu Bang. With his keen eyes, Reverend Shou Zhuo saw a faint flash of rainbow light in the void, and then an exquisite ring of 7 treasures appeared on Liu Bang's finger. He knew that the almighty experts behind Liu Bang had agreed to his request. The highest bidder wins. Reverend Shou Zhuo smiled happily. Liu Bang took a deep breath and wiped his finger with his palm. A strange light burst out of it. It was a green calabash about the size of a fist, with a faint rumble of wind and thunder coming out of it. Violent waves of energy whistled out of it, nearly collapsing the great hall into the sky. "It's a chaotic spirit treasure, Tempest Gourd," Liu Bang said in a deep voice. "It contains the innate wind and thunder energy, which can unleash an infinite amount of wind, fire, and thunder. It can also suck people into it and turn them into dust in a short time. Even a primordial immortal would not be spared." As soon as the Tempest Gourd appeared, Monk Xianxia burst out laughing. Amidst his laughter, Monk Xianxia casually took out 3 dazzling spiritual items. "Your Majesty, King of Han, you're so stingy. You want to trade Great Wu with just 1 chaotic spirit treasure? Please take a look, fellow Taoists. These 3 secret treasures are the treasures of the Buddhist League's secret vault." Reverend Shou Zhuo's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 1056. It's you. It's you. Taoist Ming Ying and the world venerables cried out in unison. Chu Ping waved his hand. Thousands of gusts of chilly wind and dark mist sprayed out from his sleeve, in which countless ghosts and deities rushed out whistling and plunging straight into Mianhu City. Along the way, none of the countless Buddhists and immortals from Dao League tried to stop them. They just watched helplessly as the gusts of chilly wind and dark mist rushed into the city. Before long, a pitch-black whirlwind rolled out of the city, bringing out Gao, who was covered in wounds, and nearly 10,000 imperial captains of Yuxiong army, all of them dizzy and disoriented as they were brought before Chu Ping. The world venerables, who had their golden bodies wounded, cried out in anger, "Damn you! Are you really provoked by someone? Are you trying to start a war between Buddhists and Taoists for the sake of Yuxiong army?" About 100 miles west of Mianhu City, Wuxia, riding on the back of Nine-Tailed, suddenly laughed. When the army of the human race had gone far away, Wuxia shouted at the Buddhists and Taoists at the top of his voice, "What are you waiting for? Do you think you can decide the ownership of Yuxiong army with your tongues? You have to talk with your fists and knives. Yuxiong army, which accounts for more than 40% of the total combat strength of all the armies into you. Whoever gets Yuxiong army will have the chance to annex to you. What are you waiting for?" Both men were enraged. Without saying a word, they unleashed their prime magical treasures and charged at each other. With the overall strength of the almighty experts from Buddhism and Taoism, although they saw Wuxia stirring up trouble, they did not have the time to argue with Wuxia. Wuxia did not believe that they could coexist peacefully and share the enormous military strength of Yu Xiong army. Ing Zheng and the others exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Yin Dan laughed and said, "What you said is very kind. We, the human race, hate fighting and killing the most. It is the best if we can solve the problem of Yu Xiong army in such a peaceful way. The strongest will win. Whoever is more powerful will take Yu Xiong army and leave." Along with a series of tinkling noise, the cloak, which was condensed from Buddha light, cracked. The 3 flying swords drilled into the cloak through those cracks like a tangible mist, hacking fiercely on the golden body for 13 times and cutting off 1 head and 9 arms from the 3-headed, 24-armed Buddha. We are in a weaker position, so we can't be greedy. Let's limit to treasures equal to the value of the 3 supreme treasures of Primal. And Tao League. Now that the Tao League has no men in their hands, they can only rely on the power of Great Wu to do things. This is a great opportunity to plant a nail in them. After shouting for a while, Wuxia slapped Nine-Tailed's head and flew backward. Spreading his hands, Wuxia cut off the spiritual connection with Reverend Shozhua, then smiled at Taoist Ming Ying and the world venerables and said, "Since Holy Mother Empress Hua has spoken, it's settled. What do you think, 6 sacred emperors? Tao League and Buddhism League will fight each other here, today, right now. So what if we give Yu Xiong army to whoever survives in the end?" While fighting desperately with Taoist Ming Ying, the world venerables ordered the celestial fiend from outer domains to attack the Tao League's immortals. Countless celestial fiend from outer domains and armies poured out of the Buddhist kingdom to form battle formations, attacking the Tao League's immortals with no regard for their own lives. He narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely. His smile made Taoist Ming Ying and Yin Shi's faces twitch a few times. But the Tao League's immortals were not to be outdone. The Buddhist League had the armies of the Buddhist kingdom at their disposal, while the Tao League's immortals scattered beings into soldiers or threw out countless spirit talismans to transform into Yellow Scarf strongmen, as well as various divine beings of the Tao League, to fight the armies of the Buddhist kingdom. This was especially true for those at the sect master level. The magic they cast was bean soldiers. The golden and silver beans were made of innate materials, and each of them had the power of a gold immortal or above. A blinding light flashed across the battlefield as an ancient Buddha and a primordial immortal fought fiercely, detonating their natal magical artifacts to perish together with each other. They were also the first pair of primordial immortals to fall today. It was a pity that countless eons of cultivation had gone down the drain. Heads flew in all directions as more than 3,000 Yuan Lings soared into the sky and were swept away by the power of the investiture of the gods to the Daluotian kingdom beyond the 33 heavens. Wuxia and his company were smiling happily as they watched the battlefield gradually move towards the territory of the Shizhou dynasty. Apart from Gao, all the captains of the Imperial clan and Yu Xiong army must be returned to me. "To you," said Chu Ping coolly. "You could do whatever you want with the rest of the soldiers." Another loud boom rang out. The scalps on all 3 heads of the world venerables exploded, and their heads were nearly blown to pieces. Taoist Ming Ying howled miserably as well. Dozens of tiny slits appeared in his eyes, and his pair of purple divine eyes of heaven, which he had cultivated painstakingly for countless eons, was almost completely shattered. Although he was lucky enough to preserve a tiny bit of his energy, he knew that without a long period of hard work, he would never be able to restore his eyes. As he spoke, a ring of Buddhist light emerged from the back of the world venerable's head and transformed into a bright beam of light, shooting towards Taoist Ming Ying. Not to be outdone, Taoist Ming Ying glared at Taoist Ming Ying, and his eyes abruptly turned into a dense purple mist, emitting a large sheet of purple light and a sharp aura. Wuxia glared back and cried out rudely, "So what if it's me?" I'm the one who sent the Yuan Ling of those almighty experts you killed into the transmigration. What do you want? Since Tao, fusing saints are not allowed to do it, do you think you can buy my bird? Neither side was willing to give up, and neither was willing to be outdone. Both sides began to fight each other with all the means they had. Wuxia and the 6 Saint Emperors, as well as Gao and the others, stood on a distant mountain peak, smiling as they watched the almighty experts of Tao League and Buddhist League kill each other. Since things had come to this, Wuxia did not bother to hide his strength any longer. Raising the Book of Life and Death and the Soul Hooking Brush, he began to draw a few strokes at the over 3,000 Yuan Ling. Miserable howls and cries filled the air as a very powerful force of the 6 paths of reincarnation rushed out from the void, dragging Yuan Ling, who had more than 70% of the traders of the Yu, into the transmigration. The world paragon gave a muffled snort. With a sway of his body, he had regrown his 1 head and 9 arms in just a blink of an eye. Lotus flowers sprayed out of his mouth, which swayed in the wind and transformed into clumps of golden flame that shot towards Taoist Ming-Ying. Cracking noises kept ringing out. Taoist Ming-Ying did not have enough time to retract his 3 flying swords, and as soon as they touched the golden flame, they exploded into countless golden fireflies that scattered in all directions. The world venerable was slightly stunned. 6 of his arms pinched the Vajra seal at the same time, and a ball of golden Buddha light wrapped around his body. The Buddha light that was almost tangible formed a golden Buddha robe that looked like armor on his huge golden body. Right after the robe was formed, a crisp ringing rang out, as 3 flying swords that drifted erratically like mist darted out of the void and pierced the vital parts of the world paragon's body several thousand times in just a blink of an eye. Both the world paragon and Taoist Ming-Ying burst out laughing at the same time. What a joke! Do you really think we can be fooled by such a crude trick of sowing discord? Yingzheng said slowly, "You have a good idea, kid. It's just a mere Yuxiong army. So what if we get it to them? If we give you 3 to 5 years, we can build an army that is a few times larger than Yuxiong army, and risk everything to consume the Pangu's sacred energy in the spirit cave under Yuxiong Plain. But these immortals, even a heaven immortal has to cultivate for several thousand years, right? If a few gold immortals are killed or wounded, that would be equivalent to a few periods of hard work." As soon as Taoist Ming-Ying and the world paragon struck, all the immortals from Tao League and Buddhist League had found their opponents who were about as strong as them, and had exercised all kinds of divine abilities and magical spells to fight each other. The members of Tao League and Buddhist League who could appear in such an occasion were not some rookies in the world of cultivation. They were all old monsters and experienced almighty experts. Every time they struck, they would strike with a deadly strike, and they would not stop until one of them was dead. The eyes of the 6 Saint Emperors gleamed with an eerie purple gleam as they glanced at the generals of the imperial clan, who had a strange expression on their faces. Suddenly, Yingzheng gave a cold laugh, pulled out the sword of Emperor Qin, and thrust it at the generals. A piercingly cold sword energy whistled out. Over 3,000 generals of the imperial clan, who had faint ripples of Buddhist and immortal energy emanating from their bodies, were powerless to resist and were killed by Yingzheng with just 1 strike. In just a short exchange, both Taoist Ming-Ying and the world paragon had struck a deadly blow at each other. That's it. We'll slowly squeeze them dry. But don't go too far, lest they get angry and fight each other out of humiliation. Now, both sides are holding back for fear of hurting each other. Both want Great Wu's national power and military power, and are afraid that the other will strike. That's why they are bidding to buy Great Wu over. The world paragon and Taoist Ming-Ying, who had the highest status on the scene, were rocking back and forth with laughter. But their laughter only lasted for less than the time of breath. Suddenly, the world paragon's body swayed, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an 80 feet tall, golden-colored avatar. Wielding the Vajra pestle, the lotus sword, the flaming sword, the Muni pearl, the lotus, the alms bowl, the bell, the conch, and many other magical artifacts of the Buddhist League, he threw them at Taoist Ming Ying without saying a word. A muffled boom rang out as Taoist Ming Ying's body exploded into a clump of white mist. When he was laughing out loud, Taoist Ming Ying had exercised the art of Qimeng Dunjia and fled. What he left behind was just a fake shadow which he created with an immortal spell. Since Wuxia's proposal had been approved by the Huahuang clan just now, the matter was settled. Apart from not hurting Gao, the Yuxiong army was the bait thrown out by the Huahuang clan, while the Dao League and the Buddhist League were two greedy sharks. For this bait, they were bound to fight to the death. Tianwen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Gold immortals are one thing, but look at those Buddhas and primordial immortals who perish together. TSK, what a waste of effort." Not allowing Taoist Ming Ying and the world paragon to speak, Wuxia whistled sharply. The 6 saint emperors laughed in unison, and the army of the human race began to march back the way they came. Sitting on Ninetail's back, Wuxia was at the rear of the army, putting on a posture of bringing up the rear to stop the pursuers. In just a few breaths of time, thousands of Dao League and Buddhist League immortals have fallen. One after another, their Yuan Ling soared into the sky and flew back to the Daoyuotian army. But in the distance, Wuxia raised the soul hooking brush and drew a few strokes, throwing over 60% of Yuan Ling into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Taoist Ming Ying, whose 3 flying swords were destroyed, and a trickle of purple-golden blood was seen trickling down the corner of his mouth, said with a cold grin, "Same to you, bald donkey. Aren't you the same as me? Whoever can get the Yuxiong army will be able to attack the Yu and control the destiny of the human race." Dao League and Buddhist League have long fallen out with each other. So what if we have a real war? Chapter 1057. Above the sky, outside Mianhu City, the Buddhists and the Taoists were locked in a fierce battle. The army of Buddhists with weaker cultivation bases fought fiercely with the soldiers summoned by the immortals. From time to time, some Buddhists would have their limbs chopped off, transforming into beams of light and returning to their respective Buddhist lands. Once the soldiers summoned by the immortals were wounded, they would turn into crystalline beings of different materials and fall to the ground. There were also a large number of yellow scarf warriors mixed among the Dao League soldiers. Once these tall and strong spirit creatures were killed, they would explode like a bomb, with a power strong enough to flatten everything within a radius of a few miles. The Dao League soldiers were made of beings, and they had no concept of life and death. When the yellow scarf warriors exploded, they would even pull the nearby Buddhist soldiers and rush toward the exploding yellow scarf warriors. Because of this, the Buddhist soldiers suffered a great number of casualties, and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who were fighting had to pay attention to them. After all, these soldiers were fanatics in their Buddhist kingdoms, who provided them with an enormous power of faith, which was the source of their power. It was especially so for these armed fanatics. Their souls were very strong, and the power of faith they provided was 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times greater than that of other believers. Losing even one of them was a heartache. But in a battle between experts, any distraction could be fatal. These Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could not bear to see so many of their Buddhist kingdom soldiers die. So, when they were slightly distracted, the Dao League immortals who were fighting with them would immediately unleash their best magical treasures and give them a fatal blow. In just a few breaths of time, hundreds of Bodhisattvas had fallen, and tens of Buddhas had their golden bodies broken, crying out in pain. The world paragon, who was fighting desperately with Taoist Ming Ying, let out a furious roar and shouted, reminding those Buddhists to keep their spirits up. The army of celestial fiends from outer domains, who had lined up in battle formations, surged forward and fought together with the Buddhist soldiers. The battle cries shook the sky, and billowing clouds blotted out the sun. Within tens of thousands of miles around Mianhu City, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen, only various auspicious lights and strange lights. At the lowest level were the Buddhist soldiers, Dao soldiers, and yellow scarf warriors, while at the top were the Buddhist Bodhisattvas and Dao League's gold immortals. Today, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality. Be it bodhisattvas or golden immortals, they had unleashed their strongest magical treasures and most powerful spells. From time to time, shattered figures would fall down from the void. Bodhisattvas or golden immortals had spent several eons to cultivate, but today, all their efforts were in vain. Above these bodhisattvas and gold immortals, Yin revered and Taoist Mingying were engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, dozens of ancient Buddhas were fighting a similar number of primordial immortals. The Tao League's primordial immortals had a definite advantage in terms of numbers. At the moment, there were 4 to 5 primordial immortals who had no opponents, wandering around the perimeter of the battlefield. From time to time, they would launch a sword beam or strike out a magical treasure to launch a sneak attack on their enemies. Because of the existence of these few idle primordial immortals, the Buddhas of the Buddhist League had suffered some losses. Some of their golden bodies were badly damaged, their heads were chopped off, and a few of their arms were chopped off. There were huge cracks on their golden bodies, from which golden blood gushed out like a fountain. Because of these few idle primordial immortals, the Buddhas bodhisattvas suffered some losses. Some of their golden bodies were badly damaged, their heads were chopped off, and a few of their arms were chopped off. There were huge cracks on their golden bodies, from which golden blood gushed out like a fountain. As he watched, Taoist Mingying moved his golden body rapidly and kept attacking Taoist Mingying. But Taoist Mingying gradually retreated westward along with the momentum of his attack. As the battle moved further away from Yinhu City, the immortals from Tao League and Buddhism League flew westward, leaving behind a few bodhisattvas and gold immortals to keep an eye on Yuxiong army. When the battle was far away from Yinhu City, the attacks of those immortals suddenly became heavier. Wherever they passed, mountains crumbled, lakes dried up, forests and grasslands burst into flames, and fertile lands suddenly turned into deserts. On the border between the Yu dynasty and the Shizo dynasty, 3 military towns of the Shizo dynasty stood in a triangular formation. They were the military towns used by the Shizo dynasty to fight against Yinhu City. Millions of soldiers were stationed in the towns, as well as the laborers who provided the supplies for these soldiers. As the battle between the Buddhas and Taoists passed by the 3 military towns, a gap suddenly appeared in Taoist Mingying's impenetrable defensive circle. Ignoring the flaming sword that Paragon's bodhisattvas were hacking at his face, he spun and produced a 5-colored stone, smashing it down towards the head of a Buddha. The Buddha was locked in a stalemate with a primordial immortal using a mystic art. He had sealed off the void with both hands and was about to draw the primordial immortal into his Buddhist kingdom to trap and kill him. All of a sudden, Taoist Mingying smashed the stone down. The Buddha howled miserably as the upper half of his golden body was smashed into pieces. Then, a Yuan Ling shot up into the sky with 3 fist-sized golden relics, fleeing in a sorry state towards Mount Gurdrakata. The Paragon's bodhisattvas flew into a rage and increased the strength of their flaming swords. A ripping noise rang out as Taoist Mingying's sleeve was sliced open by the sword, and a palm-sized purple talisman drifted down gently. As soon as the talisman flew out, it transformed into a hair-thin lightning bolt and plunged down to the ground. By the time the tiny lightning bolt touched the ground, it had already expanded to 3,000 miles in circumference, enveloping the 3 military towns down below. A loud rumble rang out. Wuxia and the 6 Saint Emperors, who were watching the battle from afar, felt the mountains under their feet shake violently. When the blinding lightning bolt faded away, the 3 military towns, as well as the nearby cities and villages, had disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a huge pit with a diameter of 3,000 miles and a depth of several tens of thousands of miles. It was because Panga continent was extremely tough that it could withstand such an attack. If it were any other planet in the outer heavenly realms, it would have long been shattered by the lightning bolt. Millions of elite soldiers of Shizo dynasty were turned into ashes in an instant, and the Paragon's bodhisattvas were so angry that they coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he cursed aloud, "Meng Ying, you filthy Taoist! You have committed a sin. How could you use an immortal art to deal with these ordinary soldiers? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heaven?" Taoist Meng Ying smiled faintly and said, "Baldy, don't get it wrong. The talisman is in my sleeve. It is a treasure given to me by Daozu to save my life. You cut my sleeve, and that's why this disaster happened. In the final analysis, you're the one who caused all this. If we're talking about the wrath of the heaven, it should be you. What does it have to do with me?" The Paragon's bodhisattvas were driven mad with rage. Like a mad tiger, he spat out a golden lotus flower from his mouth, sending countless balls of Buddhist flame towards Taoist Meng Ying. Taoist Meng Ying had just seen 3 immortal swords destroyed, so he naturally knew the power of the golden lotus flame. Carefully, he dealt with the Paragon's bodhisattva's attack, while retreating westward step by step. At the same time to time, Taoist Meng Ying would give out a few shouts, and those Tao League immortals who were fighting with the holy saints of the Buddhist League would step into beams of light and fly away in all directions. The holy saints of the Buddhist League who were fighting with them had no choice but to follow them. The Paragon's bodhisattva's expression changed abruptly. He roared furiously and slapped the back of his head. A beam of white light flew out from the top of his head, within which 42 white relics, each the size of a rice bucket, rose into the sky while emitting a vast and bright light. The relics swayed in the wind and abruptly transformed into 42 golden bodies of Buddhas, each standing 60 feet tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, charging towards the Tao League immortals who were flying away in all directions. Wuxia glanced at the 42 Buddhas with his divine will. Surprisingly, all of them possessed the overall strength of Tao-breaking realm. Wuxia could not help but throw his head back and sigh. This was the foundation of Buddhist League. The strength of Buddhist League did not lie in the number of Buddhas or revered bodhisattvas they had, but in the fact that these Buddhas and revered bodhisattvas lived in seclusion in Vulture Mountain and were not affected by the apocalypses of heaven and earth. They had been cultivating in seclusion for countless years, and had an enormous and nearly endless magic power for them to squander. A Paragon's bodhisattvas had formed 42 natal relics, and the magic power contained in each of them was equal to that of an almighty expert of Tao-breaking realm. There is no justice in this world. Wuxia murmured to himself. Yingzheng nodded slowly and said, "Therefore we must let them understand what is the real reason of heaven." Wuxia did not say a word. He just stared at the holy saints of Buddhist League and Tao League, who were gradually dispersing in the distance. The holy saints of Buddhist League were flying in all directions in a disorderly manner. They had purposely chosen to fight with the holy saints of Buddhist League in the air above the densely populated cities of the Shizo dynasty. The army of the Shizo dynasty was either stationed at the border of the Yu or in the former territory of the Shizo dynasty, were just guarding some important checkpoints and military towns. The cities in their territory were really defenseless. With the overall strength of these gold immortals, and even primordial immortals, a casual shockwave from their battle could easily wipe out a city with a population of millions. As the saying goes, when the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. Wuxia and the others spread their divine will and enveloped the entire territory of the Shizo dynasty. They saw smoke and dust billowing in the Shizo dynasty, and a vast amount of resentment towering into the sky. In just 2 hours, thousands of cities had been destroyed. Countless people in the cities died tragically, and countless souls flew up into the sky and were sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The poor people of the Shizo dynasty were still chanting Buddhist scriptures and praying for the protection of the Buddha before they died. How could they know that the ones who brought disaster to them were the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, whom they revered as deities? The battle between the two sides grew fiercer. Some Buddhas and primordial immortals fought with all their might, and they even began to use some terrible means to destroy the laws of the heavenly Tao. Wherever these almighty experts passed, the void turned into chaos, and everything on the ground was razed to the ground. With just a casual strike, not even a bacterium was left within a radius of 10,000 miles. Mountains crumbled, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Wuxia watched attentively. He saw a primordial immortal of Tao League unleash his killing intent, and a golden sword beam suddenly shot out of his eyes and swept across the void. The laws of 5 elements in the sword beam disintegrated. The flame was cold, the earth energy was light, the water vapor was heavy, the golden light was blunt, and the wood energy was dry. The disintegrated 5 elements fused into one, transforming into an invincible power of destruction. The sword beam swept across 100,000 miles, wiping out more than 30 major cities of the Xianxia dynasty along the way, and destroying the foundations of dozens of mountains that stood tens of thousands of miles tall. The mountains were pushed up into the sky by the sword beam, showing signs of breaking away from Pangda continent and flying into outer heavenly realms. Wuxia could not help but nod with emotion. He finally understood how Pangda continent was broken into countless outer heavenly realms. Chapter 10:58. As soon as the dozens of mountains, tens of thousands of miles tall and stretching for tens of thousands of miles, flew up into the sky, the furious Buddha unleashed a divine ability that could reverse heaven and earth. The world in that part of the void changed, and the divisions of north, south, east, and west could no longer be distinguished. The dozens of mountains were burned into one by the golden flame of the Buddha, transforming into a palm-shaped mountain that came whistling down, glowing brightly as it smashed down toward the primordial immortal. With a sway of his body, the gold immortal abruptly turned into a cloud of green smoke and dissipated. The mountain, which contained the mighty power of the Buddhist League's 6-syllable mantra, brushed past the cloud of green smoke and smashed down. Ahead of it was a basin with a diameter of 10,000 miles. It was a land of abundance within the territory of the Xianxia dynasty, a land rich in climate, natural products, and various resources. The huge mountain smashed onto the basin, turning thousands of cities, villages, and towns into nothingness amidst the towering flames. Billions of people turned into drifting souls and flew up into the sky before they could figure out what had happened. The sinful Buddha and primordial immortal could not care less about the lives and deaths of these people. Ignoring the great destruction caused by the mountain, they focused on attacking each other. They flew through the smoke and dust of the basin's destruction, fighting all the way as they flew into the distance. Wherever they passed, everything was razed to the ground, and countless people were torn to pieces amidst their wails, and their families were destroyed. Sitting on the back of 9 tails, Wuxia watched coldly as the people of the Xianxia dynasty struggled and wailed amidst the raging flames. After a long time, when about 10 billion people of the Xianxia dynasty had been killed by the battle between the immortals, Wuxia turned to the 6 sacred emperors and asked, "They are all people of the human race. Aren't you going to do anything about their death?" Yingzheng and Wei Wuji just grinned grimly, crossed their arms over their chests, and exuded an indescribably mighty aura that no one could look directly at. Xu Ping, who had the best temper, sighed and said, "Although they are people of the human race, they come from outer realms. They have forgotten the foundation of the human race. What they believe in are the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist League, and what they dream of is the longevity and divine abilities of the Tao League. I don't want such human beings." Yin Dan clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The Xianxia dynasty is destined to fall. Rather than letting these people stir up trouble within to you after the Xianxia dynasty is destroyed, it's better to let them die today. It's best if they all die so that we don't have to waste our energy." He narrowed his eyes and sneered, then said cruelly, "If they don't die today, when the Xianxia dynasty is completely wiped out, they will be killed by us. Let them personally experience the true nature of the holy immortals and Buddhas that they believe in. After they reincarnate, they will also be good humans. Chu Ping laughed lightly, then turned to Wu Qi and said, "Let them die. After they are reincarnated, they will still be humans on Panga continent, and they will naturally learn the traditions of the human race. Even if their bones and flesh are turned into ashes, they will still be returned to Panga continent, and it will not cause any loss to the human race. As long as their souls are intact, it doesn't matter if they die." Wu Qi nodded slowly. This was the attitude of the real higher-ups of the human race towards those who came from outer heavenly realms. As long as their souls were intact and they were reincarnated into you, they would be taught all kinds of traditions by the indigenous humans of the you. When the 6 paths of reincarnation had washed away their memories of this life, they would truly be recognized as humans by the higher-ups of the human race. With a sigh, Wu Qi took out a bottle of life-saving spirit pills and threw it to Gao. After nodding to Gao, Wu Qi patted Nine Tails on the head, cupped his fist at the 6 Saint Emperors, and then transformed into a beam of flame and shot into the sky together with Nine Tails, plunging into the battle between the Buddhist League and the Tao League in a flash. Tian, when asked in surprise, "What is this boy doing?" Ingzheng twitched his mouth and sneered. "What else can he do? He's just looting a burning house." TSK. After a moment of pondering, Ingzheng shook his head and said, "It's a pity that Her Majesty has spoken. Otherwise, we could have taken this opportunity to reorganize Yuxiong army in Mianhu City. It's a pity that we can't refute Her Majesty's decree." The 6 Saint Emperors fell silent, while Gao, who was standing off to the side, stared blankly at the bottle of pills Wu Qi had thrown to him. Suddenly, he walked up to the 6 Saint Emperors, dropped to his knees, and kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead banged against the ground as he howled hoarsely, "Saint Emperors, please redress my grievances. My children, 4 biological children and 1 adopted son, have all been killed by them." After howling for a while, Gao's vocal cords were torn, and drops of blood were oozing out of the corners of his mouth. The corners of his eyes were torn, and 2 streams of bloody tears rolled down his cheeks, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. Yandan's face twitched as he said in a hoarse voice, "This matter. Tao League and Buddhist League have treated the human race like nothing by doing this. They have completely destroyed the tradition of having children. From now on, the father will not be the father, the son will not be the son, and the moral code will always be broken. They are destroying the foundation of the human race. They are destroying the foundation of the human race," said Chu Ping coolly. "Otherwise, when a human emperor they have cultivated replaces the you, how are they going to control the vast human race? Haven't they been practicing in the mortal world for countless years just for this?" With a flip of his palm, a submerged thunder appeared in his palm. "If they are heartless, we will be unjust," he said coolly. "Although the relationship between Tao League and Buddhist League is broken now, and we're no longer allies, we're still a little bit away from falling out." Wei Wuji grinned hideously and said, "Then let's be heartless and unjust." The 6 Saint Emperors clasped their palms together, and the submerged thunder flashed a faint gleam in their palms before vanishing without a trace. Their movements were so obscure, and the mystic arts they used were so mysterious that even Wu Qi, who was hovering in midair, could only sense something as if some ominous wind was blowing past him, but he could not figure out what was going on. Thousands of miles away from Taoist Ming Ying, a gold immortal from Tao League, who was fighting a Buddhist bodhisattva with a flying sword, was taken aback. His sleeve sank down, and an object about the size of a fist appeared out of thin air. The gold immortal's taut face became extremely relaxed, and a strange smile emerged on his face. "Finally, I can get rid of the identity of a gold immortal. I don't seek immortality, I just want to be free and happy in the mortal world. I really miss the few acres of mountainous land in Yuxiong Plain. It's a pity that the big yellow dog is no longer here now." A speck of golden light shot out from between his brows. Abruptly, the aura emanating from the peak-level gold immortal changed, and plumes of purple mist emerged from the golden light that wrapped around him. Gradually, the purple mist towered up into the sky, while thunderclouds began to gather in the sky. In just a blink of an eye, 36 thunderbolts struck down in a row, but they were all caught firmly by the immortal with a single hand. The Bodhisattva, who was fighting with the immortal, was so frightened that he screamed and turned to flee. Then, he stepped into the realm of primordial smoothly from the peak of gold immortal. But before he could run far, the primordial immortal opened his mouth and breathed out a plume of purple mist, which transformed into a huge hand and grabbed the Bodhisattva. He chuckled and murmured in a low voice, "Remember my name, the man who killed you, the woodcutter of Yuxiong Plain, Mao Duan. I am the woodcutter Mao Duan, not the gold immortal Mao Yunxian." After crushing the Bodhisattva into a pile of meat paste, Mao Duan laughed aloud and said, "Don't panic, fellow Taoists. I, Mao Yun, am here to help you." With one flying sword, Mao Duan swung it around like a windmill and easily killed over 100 bodhisattvas. The difference between a peak-level gold immortal and a primordial immortal was like the difference between an ant on the ground and a divine dragon in the sky. Now that Mao Duan had broken through to the realm of primordial immortal, he now had the overall strength to dominate the battlefield. After a round of killing, Mao Duan killed all the Buddhists within an area of several thousand miles circumference. After that, he brought several hundred gold immortals and flew towards the place where Taoist Ming Ying and the world paragons were fighting. Taoist Ming Ying was bringing the world paragons closer to Calmheart City, the capital city of the Shizo dynasty, while the world paragons were desperately trying to stop him. What joke! When two almighty experts of Tao-breaking realm fought in the sky above Calmheart City, the city would be left with nothing. The immortals and Buddhists from both sects were having a great time fighting each other, while Wuxia, who was taking advantage of the situation, was laughing out loud. Unlike those beggar immortals in outer heavenly realms who did not even have a single heaven immortal item in their sect, those who were sent to Mianhu City were all the core disciples of Tao League and Buddhist League, and were all rich men whom Daozu and Buddha had spent a great deal of effort to arm and equip. As a result, they were very wealthy, so much so that any one of them had enough to support Patriarch Jiang Yun's White Cloud Immortal sect for hundreds of thousands of years. Just now, Wuxia had ordered Nine Tails to sneak attack them from behind, knocking out 2 gold immortals and 2 bodhisattvas. From them, he found 2 innate spirit items, over 30 supreme-grade gold immortal items, and countless spirit pills and life-saving talismans. And these are just 4 gold immortals. How many good things could those Buddhists and primordial immortals have? With a sneaky look in his eyes, Wuxia turned to look at the Buddhists and primordial immortals who were fighting fiercely in the sky, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Then, he crooked his finger and summoned a gust of wind. Using an escape art to conceal himself and Nine Tails, Wuxia transformed into a gust of wind and shot toward one of the Buddhists. Even Buddha Daozu could not discover Wuxia, who was using a mystic art from Scroll of Stealing, let alone these Buddhists and immortals present. Sneaking up behind the Buddha, Wuxia was about to give him a good smack on the back of his head when a violent shockwave suddenly came from the west. The shockwave shook Wuxia's body violently. Despite his strong, fleshly body, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In shock, Jihao looked to the west and saw a crimson pillar of fire with a diameter of 300,000 miles rising into the sky from the direction of Clearheart City. The hundreds of millions of miles tall pillar of fire rose into the sky, slowly expanding in the sky like an enormous mushroom. Streams of red shock waves visible to the naked eyes spread out in all directions, and wherever they went, all gold immortals, bodhisattvas, primordial immortals, and Buddhists were turned to dust. A heart-wrenching howl rushed out of the core of the pillar of fire. "You filthy bastard! How dare you use such a despicable trick? The Buddhist League will never forgive you." Streams of panic-stricken divine sense spread out rapidly in the void, and Wuxia easily intercepted the information in them. Calmheart City had been destroyed, and all members of the Shizo dynasty, including Emperor Wugo, had perished. Chapter 10:59. When the thunder exploded, the laws of the heavenly Tao in the void were annihilated. It was a great force that could destroy everything. The world venerables even thought that even Taoist Mingying was not qualified to use such a thunder magic. Perhaps it was an extraordinary treasure given to him by Daozu. That was the only explanation. Dai had even sent someone to spread the word that the culprit who had brought disaster to Great Wu was the current Great Celestial Master, Reverend Xianxia. But the harvest only made Wu Qi secretly happy. He dared not show his joy. The representatives of the Buddhist League and the Tao League who were bidding for Great Wu's national power in the capital city had offered a sky-high price. The Buddhist League was wild with joy, while the Tao League sect masters wished they could join hands and tear this bald donkey to pieces. But if it was only his clone who had broken through to the realm of Tao fusing, he could just abandon it when the time came. It would not cause any harm to his true form. With a method of collecting foreign objects to nourish one's soul in the scroll of stealing, even if one of his clones was destroyed, it would not cause too much harm to Wu Qi's true form. Not to mention those worldly possessions, the 7 Buddha patriarchs were willing to let esteemed Shou Zhuo choose one of them at will and let him impart all his understanding of the great way of heaven and all kinds of secret methods to esteemed Shou Zhuo through the art of enlightenment. When Reverend Xianxia received the legacy of this Buddhist patriarch, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs would work together to transform the immortal energy in his body into Buddhist energy, and then help him form the golden body of a Buddha with a heaven-defying method. If the thunder had not been nourished by the Huahuang clan with a myriad spirit cauldron for countless years and possessed a very strong sentience, how could a one-time use thunder flame like this be freely controlled? If a thunder was allowed to explode in the sky above Panga continent, its power would only be compressed to a range of 10,000 miles. But the void within that range would completely collapse and turn into something like a black hole, and the subsequent energy tide would be enough to destroy half of Panga continent. The 6 sacred emperors smiled and shook their heads, then left Mianhu City with the Yu's army and returned to Liangzhu. The Yu Xiong army in Mianhu City remained motionless, and the low-ranking officers loyal to Da, you were doing a good job of controlling the entire army. Those officers and soldiers of Yu Xiong army who had surrendered to the Buddhist League and Tao League, or were originally members of the Buddhist League and Tao League, had all fled. There were also a large number of Buddhist and Taoist holy immortals wandering around on the battlefield. They contacted these holy immortals and were led out of the controlled area of Mianhu City. The turmoil lasted for a few days. The remaining forces of the Shizo dynasty and the Ling dynasty were almost wiped out by their enemies, and the forces that invaded Panga continent from outer heavenly realms were wiped out in the war of attrition. Under the mutual calculation and attack of Buddhism and Taoism, whether it was the Shizo dynasty or the Ling dynasty, the tools that they had painstakingly fostered for countless years to compete with the Yu for the throne of the human emperor had now all become yesterday's flowers. They no longer had the power and influence that had caused the Yu to be in a precarious situation when the great army had arrived. It was a good thing that his doppelganger had become the great celestial emperor. It was definitely a good thing. The great celestial emperors with real power had more than billions of immortals and celestial soldiers under their command. The number of immortals who had ascended to the celestial court since the last apocalypse of heaven and earth was enough to know. According to monk Xianxia, the joint effort of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs was enough to help Reverend Xianxia step into the realm of Tao, fusing and attain an immortal body. The power has been compressed 100,000 times, and it is a spreading thunder. Apart from the elated Huahuang clan and the complacent Saint Emperors, Wu Qi was the one who had gained the most. Wu Qi had an indescribable worry about leaving Yuan Ling in the law of heavenly Tao of Panga world. The ancient sacred world was so powerful, yet was completely destroyed by the world breaker. Panga World did not have the same foundation as the Sacred World. Once the World Breaker arrived and Panga World collapsed, wouldn't he be in trouble as well? As soon as he did that, Chi-Chi of the Buddhist League and Dao League was stirred. Moreover, Liu Bang had promised on behalf of Daozu that as long as Reverend Shozhua could persuade Wu Tianming, the 9 Daozu would guarantee that Reverend Shozhua would have the real power in the Celestial Court, and no one would be able to restrict his power. Most importantly, Reverend Shozhua would no longer be affected by the apocalypse of heaven and earth, and he would be able to sit firmly on the throne of the great Celestial Emperor forever, enjoying endless immortal blessings. After pondering for a long time, Wu Qi, who was sitting on the back of 9 Tails and hovering over the ruins of Calm Heart City, closed his eyes. That was why the 6 Saint Emperors had deliberately compressed the power of the thunder to the limit. Looking at the huge pillar of fire that towered into the sky, the 6 Saint Emperors murmured to themselves. When the real thunder exploded, its power would be compressed within a radius of 10,000 miles. It would never spread like this, wasting its lethality. The power was reduced by 100,000 times, and the range of the explosion was increased by more than 1,000,000 times. In this way, the destructive power of the thunder would not cause too much damage to Panga Continent. I can have both the fish and the bear's paw. The throne of the great celestial emperor is mine. As for the quota of Dao fusing experts, just now, all the saints of Buddhist League and immortals of Dao League around him and the world paragons were turned into ashes, and now, only the 2 of them were lucky enough to escape. The world paragons saw with their own eyes that the ball of destructive red light was shot out from right next to Taoist Ming Ying. Although he was surrounded by hundreds of immortals of Dao League who had come to help him, they did not believe that a thunder magic like this could be possessed by those weak immortals of Dao League. Taoist Ming Ying coughed out mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to control the sword beam to fly up into the sky. His mind was completely blank, as the Oblivion Thunder had exploded right next to him and the World Paragon. Although the power of the Oblivion Thunder had been compressed to the extreme, it still shattered all his internal organs and nearly killed his soul. Dozens of protective treasures shattered into pieces. Fortunately, he had these treasures to protect him, so he could barely escape with his life. Originally, the Buddhist League and Dao League had exerted great efforts and manpower to fight for Yuxiong army. But with a deafening rumble of thunder, all the core higher-ups of the Shizo dynasty were killed, and the essence of the Shizo dynasty was completely destroyed in the war. The immortals of Dao League were extremely ruthless. The Shizo dynasty was like a grass snake whose backbone had been broken into tens of thousands of pieces, no longer having the strength to move. Along the way, Dei's supremacy emitted a boundless Buddhist light, chanted the name of Buddha in a loud voice, and headed straight for Great Wu. In the Great Dragon Mountains, a dragon cry towered into the sky from the Chan Monastery of Great Dragon. Grand Venerable Xiong Jujio led Beiji and a group of monks in high spirits, followed by countless immortals and itinerant cultivators from the minor immortal sects and sects of Buddhism and Taoism who were under his protection. Liu Bang, the representative of the Dao League, had promised that as long as esteemed Shozhua persuaded Wu Tianming to abdicate the throne willingly according to the ancient ritual when the human race had not yet established a Yu and was still in the form of a primitive alliance of human tribes, Dao League, esteemed Shozhua would immediately be appointed as the 5 extreme celestial emperors except Ziwei Lingying. He could choose any of the 5 celestial emperors, and the Daozu himself would reward him with 9 supreme treasures of primal, 1 for each Daozu, a total of 9. As soon as the crimson pillar of flame moved, a dim purple sword beam rushed out of it in a sorry state, swaying as it sped into the outer realm. Then, a furious roar rang out as the world paragon, who only had half a head and 3 arms left, rushed out of the pillar of flame, his body shrouded in crimson flames. Gnashing his teeth, he chased after the purple sword beam. The world paragon, who was chasing after Taoist Ming Ying menacingly, suddenly froze as the word Daozu suddenly popped up in his empty mind. He stopped on the cloud and looked coldly at Taoist Mingying, who was fleeing in a panic. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a huge celestial fiend who was hiding in a distance. Then he stood on the head of the celestial fiend, who had 3 pairs of wings on his back. Spreading his wings, the celestial fiend transformed into a beam of black light and flew towards Mount Gradrakuta at an incredible speed. He was so focused on the origin of the submerged thunder that he completely ignored the world paragon, who was roaring furiously and chasing after him from behind. Taoist Ming Ying's ears were still ringing with the same frightening loud boom, and his eyes were still filled with dazzling red light. There was only one thought in his empty mind. Who could trigger such a frightening thunder technique? Who could it be? What was the origin of this thunder technique? Why was its power so frightening? Emperor Wugo was dead, and the few successors of his imperial clan were killed or wounded in the explosion of the submerged thunder. The Shizhou dynasty had followed in the footsteps of the Ling dynasty. Nearly all the cities were destroyed, and the imperial clan was completely wiped out. The Shizhou dynasty had become an empty shell. Diyu had retracted his army, curled up in his own territory, and waited to watch the show. Meanwhile, the territories of the Shizhou dynasty and the Ling dynasty were plunged into chaos. With the support of the Tao League, the remaining forces of the Shizhou dynasty rioted everywhere, adding a lot of trouble to the Buddhist League. The armies of the Shizhou dynasty stationed abroad were also wantonly suppressing the riots. The so-called mercy was now a joke. When the eminent monks of the Buddhist League wielded their sabers and staffs, they were more like butchers than professional soldiers when they killed. The immortals and monks who had sought refuge under him had long spread the news that he was going to Great Wu. The Great Yi was a merciful man, and his divine abilities were unfathomable. He had divined that Great Wu would face a calamity, so he was willing to stay in Great Wu and eliminate this calamity at the cost of his life. The price paid by the Tao League was heavy. A carefree position as the Great Celestial Emperor, and 9 supreme treasures of primal rewarded by the 9 Daozu. This was a treatment that even the great sect masters of the 33 heavens did not have. In order to smoothly obtain Great Wu, a tool to compete with the Yu, the Tao League had spared no expense. When esteemed Shozhua informed Wuxia of the price offered by the Buddhist League and the Tao League, Wuxia could not help but feel conflicted. If it were not for the fact that the apotheosis of the gods was related to the future control of Panga World, and if the last card in the Buddhist League's hand had not been destroyed by the Tao League, how could the 7 Buddhist patriarchs pay such a price? Even though esteemed Shozhua was already a half-step Tao fusing expert, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had to bear the great responsibility for forcibly creating a Tao fusing expert with heaven-defying means. In the face of such a situation, the Huahuang clan was the happiest. She immediately sent down dozens of powerful treasures she had collected over the years from the Empress Hua Palace to Emperor Haozuan, Diyu, and the other saint emperors for protection. Each of these treasures was of the finest quality and possessed great power. With these treasures, the strength of the upper echelons of Yu would be more than 10 times stronger. But wouldn't it be great if his clone could reach the realm of Tao fusing? In the face of the sky-high price offered by Liu Bang, Wu Qi was even more speechless by the price offered by monk Xianxia. Chapter 1060. The mighty army of immortals and Buddhist cultivators followed closely behind. Clad in a moon-white monk robe and bearing his pale golden arms, Supremacy strode toward Great Wu's northern frontier. Ba Jie followed behind Supremacy with a dragon-head spatula in his hands. Supremacy looked no different from an ordinary old monk in a wild temple. He did not emit the Buddha's light, nor did he show any auspicious signs. He just walked step by step toward the city. But Beiji was different. Under Supremacy's careful instruction, he had successfully attained the realm of Bodhisattva, and his cultivation base had almost reached the peak of the Bodhisattva's overall strength. A pale golden cloud stretched for 1,000 miles over his head, hovering over it. 36 golden pagodas stood on top of each with a pale golden relic the size of a rice bucket floating on top of it, emitting rings of Buddha's light that illuminated the surroundings. Sitting cross-legged around the pagoda were Wuxia, the monk. Among them, there were 80,000 demons who had transformed into human forms. All of them were practicing the divine abilities of the Buddhist League. Although each of them had the heads of some strange beasts or birds, each of them was clad in a full set of armors, and behind each of their heads was a circle of faint Buddhist light. Although they were cultivated by unusual creatures, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, these 80,000 demons looked solemn and dignified, which made them look no different from the Buddhas in the temples. Above the city walls, many great Wu soldiers nervously drew their bows and aimed at Supremacy Dei and Beiji. But Supremacy waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, "Where I stand, there should be no weapons." As Supremacy cried out, the weapons in the hands of the soldiers were shrouded in a pale golden light at the same time. The soldiers felt their hands become lighter, and the sharp weapons they used to kill and set fires in their hands turned into brilliant and fragrant flowers. Judging by the drops of water on the petals, they were obviously fresh flowers that had just been plucked from the branches. A loud boom rang out as Lang Qingfeng, Great Wu's general who guarded the city, leaped down from the top of the city wall with a furious roar, ready to dig out Supremacy's heart with his claw. However, the Supremacy casually pointed a finger at Lang Qingfeng, and with a snap, the heavy armor on his body turned into a fresh flower armor weaved from fine wildflowers. It was completely defenseless. A few extremely thin ribbons made from lotus roots wrapped around Lang Qingfeng's body. These ribbons sank deep into his joints, tightly restraining his demon power. Lang Qingfeng roared angrily, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He fell heavily to the ground like a rock. The sturdy walls of indisputable city collapsed with a loud rumble, turning into a gentle hillside densely covered with flowers. Heavenly Lord he led Jia up the slope without looking sideways. Not long after, they walked out of Wuchun City and continued their journey to the next military town. Behind Supremacy Dei, countless immortals and Buddhist cultivators marched forward in silence. They advanced according to their cultivation base, and there was no lack of golden immortals among them. In the Great Dragon Mountains, Supremacy Dei had recruited some itinerant cultivators and immortals and Buddhist cultivators from small and medium-sized immortal sects who were forced into a dead end by the fiend gods from the outer heavenly realms. Individually, these people had limited strength, but when they came together, they became a very strong force. They might still be lacking in high-end forces, but in terms of numbers alone, the great sect masters of the 33 heavens of the Tao League did not even have a tenth of the number of people here. The army of immortals and Buddhist cultivators stretched for thousands of miles. Step by step, they followed Supremacy Dei and broke through Great Wu's military towns, heading straight for Great Wu's capital city. Reverend Xianxia, who was hesitating between the generous offers offered by the Tao League and the Buddhist League, flew into a rage when he heard this. He left Liu Bang and monk Xianxia in Great Wu's capital city, and angrily led a large number of immortals who had submitted to Great Wu to the north. The two sides met on a plain tens of thousands of miles away from Great Wu's capital city. Supremacy Dei and Reverend Xianxia ordered their disciples behind them to line up on the plain, while the two of them stepped forward alone and met on a hill in the middle of the plain. In the void, countless divine senses were scanning the place, and all the almighty experts with similar strength in Panga World were paying close attention to what was happening here. It was clear that the replacement of the human emperor was related to the ownership of Panga World. The human race was the protagonist of Panga World, and this was a law of the heavenly Tao. Even the Buddha and Daozu could not violate this iron law. In the replacement of the human emperor, those powerful immortals and Buddhas could only help from behind, and they could not openly fight for the throne. The Ling dynasty, supported by the Tao League, was completely destroyed by the army of fiend gods, and the Shizo dynasty, supported by the Buddhist League, was wiped out by the Tao League with some dirty means. Now that both the Buddhist League and the Tao League had lost their candidate for the human emperor, they could only turn their attention to Great Wu. Although Great Wu's current power was slightly smaller than the Shizo dynasty and the Ling dynasty, it was still a great country with a large population, and the Emperor aura in Wu Tianming's body was very strong. The Tao League's idea was to let Wu Tianming abdicate the throne and give the Emperor aura in his body to Liu Bang with the means approved by the heavenly Tao. Liu Bang was also a man who had fought countless battles in the mortal world, and he also had the experience of being an emperor. If he managed it well, and the Tao League carefully protected him, he still had a chance to fight Yu. The Buddhist League had the same idea. Although Emperor Wugo, whom they had carefully trained, was killed and they did not have a ready-made candidate for the human emperor, as long as Great Wu fell into the hands of the Buddhist League, they could train a few imperial disciples who were loyal to the Buddhist League and Great Wu, and they could ask Wu Tianming to give up the throne to them. This was the wishful thinking of the Buddhist League and the Tao League. The ownership of the human emperor was the most important part of the Buddhist League and Tao League's grand plan to confer gods. Whoever could control the final power and the throne of the human emperor would be able to completely master the laws of heaven, earth, and mortal realms in Panga world and gather the power of the heavenly Tao to do something. The Huahuang clan was paying attention to what was happening here. She did not want Great Wu to fall into the hands of the Buddhist League and the Tao League, nor did she want to use position to be challenged. The Tao fusing experts of the Holy Alliance were also paying attention to what was happening here. They only hoped to maintain the current situation and not let Panga world fall into the hands of any power. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a great threat to Tao fusing experts like them, who were free and unfettered. Naturally, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were also paying attention to what was happening here with their many disciples. The grand plan they had been working on for so long had been thrown into a mess because of their own selfishness. At the moment, Great Wu was their last hope to succeed in the near future. Naturally, they all wanted to control it. Otherwise, why would they offer such a sky-high price to Reverend Shoujua? Many divine senses were carefully peeping at Reverend Dei and Reverend Shoujua. At this moment, they had attracted the attention of all the almighty experts in Panga world. The monk and the Taoist stood 1,000 feet apart. Their eyes flickered, and only they knew what the look in their eyes meant. After staring at each other for a long time, Reverend Shoujua said in a deep voice, "Monk, Great Wu is where my Taoist temple is. You have crossed the boundary." Reverend Dei smiled, put his palms together, and said in a deep voice, "That is absurd, fellow Taoist. Panga continent is transformed from Saint Panga's body, and every mountain and river is his legacy. Great Wu is only occupying this place. May I ask which mountain or river in Great Wu's territory has your name carved on it?" The two men stared at each other for a long time, like fighting cocks. Suddenly, Reverend Shoujua sneered. "Where did you hear that?" After a moment of silence, he beckoned to the countless immortals behind Reverend Shoujua and said, "Come out." Dozens of sword beams shot out like waterfalls and sped toward the back of Reverend Shoujua. Reverend Shoujua's face flickered. With a wave of his hand, a large sheet of clouds in the sky transformed into a cloud curtain and came crashing down toward the fleeing sword beams. But Reverend Shoujua burst into laughter. The 18 prayer beads in his hand flew up one after another, and 18 balls of intense golden light whistled up and smashed into the cloud curtain, shattering it into countless colorful clouds that drifted away in all directions. Taking the opportunity when Reverend Shoujua had come to the rescue, the flying sword beams had plunged into the ranks of the immortals and Buddhist cultivators behind him. A heaven immortal clad in a green robe, who looked to be over 100 years old, cried out triumphantly, "Lord Dei, I pretended to join Great Wu at your Majesty's decree, and was accepted by that evil Taoist Shoujua as his disciple. I've successfully found out their secrets." Reverend Zhua's face turned blue with rage, and he snapped, "You despicable scoundrel! I've treated you with sincerity, but you—" Reverend Zhua burst into laughter. A golden lotus rushed out from under his feet and carried him back. "Cut the crap, Reverend Zhua. Let's use our own means to solve Great Wu's problem. Wu Dihao, have you thought through the things I've sent my men to discuss with you?" Wu Dihao, Great Wu's imperial uncle, walked out from the ranks behind Reverend Zhua, and he was among the dozens of sword beams just now. Clad in a heavy armor, Wu Dihao bowed to Supremacy Dei and cried out in a loud voice, "As long as your excellency guarantees me immortality and eternal wealth, I'll definitely obey all your orders. 60% of the people in Great Wu cities are under my control, and with just an order from your majesty, half of Great Wu will be in my hands." Reverend Zhua's face fell. He flicked his sleeve and swung it toward Wu Dihao's head. Dei Venerable had already come in front of Wu Dihao and caught a steam Zhua's sleeve with both palms. A thunderclap rang out as golden and green lotuses flashed all over the sky. Reverend Zhua and Reverend Zhua's bodies shook violently like they were struck by lightning, coughing up blood at the same time as they stumbled backward. Just now, two black holes, identical to their silhouettes, appeared in the air where they stood just now, and they did not dissipate for a long time. The blow just now seemed to be an understatement, but in fact, it had annihilated the void around them. Then, a loud laughter rang out. Monk Xianxia, along with dozens of holy Buddhists, rode on a fragrant cloud and galloped toward them. "Senior brother Reverend Zhua, you've made a great contribution to the Buddhist League." Following closely behind Monk Xianxia were Liu Bang and his companions, whose faces were livid and eyes were spewing fire. Chapter 1061. Great Wu was officially divided, and Wu Tianming and Wu Dihao became the emperors of Great Wu and New Wu respectively. As Wuxia had expected, when Wu Dihao officially proclaimed his ascension as the empress in Xian Tripod City, the capital of New Wu, a great deal of imperial aura quickly grew in his body. Wu Dihao's power in Great Wu was higher than Wu Tianming's, and if it had not been for the help of Wuxia, VZ, and MOD, Wu Tianming would have long been turned into his puppet. So, in fact, Wu Dihao was the real master of Great Wu. In Great Wu, 90% of the generals were his disciples, and more than half of the civil officials were his disciples or retainers. With such monstrous power, after Wu Dihao ascended the throne in Xian Tripod City, all the people in half of Great Wu's territory under his control submitted to him, and it was only natural for the imperial aura to grow. In Wuqi's opinion, the total amount of imperial aura in Wu Dihao's body had quickly surpassed Wu Tianming's. Dao League supported Great Wu, and Buddhism League supported New Wu. The two kingdoms, who shared the same origin, fought fiercely on the 2 days of Wu Dihao's ascension ceremony. After losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers, they had no choice but to retreat. Great East Supremacy and Reverend Zhua had the same cultivation base, and the number of immortals and Buddhist cultivators under them was equal. Therefore, they were evenly matched. Therefore, when New Wu and Great Wu fought, both of them kept a close eye on their disciples and did not let them join the battle. The war between the two kingdoms was a very orthodox ground war, and there were no immortals or demons in it. At Wuqi's behest, 2 months after the establishment of New Wu, shocking news came from Great Wu. Great Wu's emperor, Wu Tianming, was ashamed that he had wronged the heaven, the people, and the earth. As the emperor of Great Wu, he had accomplished nothing. Instead of letting the people live and work in peace, he had caused Great Wu and New Wu to go to war, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Wu Tianming issued an edict to the world, and then, according to the rules of the primitive tribal alliance of the human race and the abdication system of the ancient sacred emperors, he abdicated the throne of Great Wu to Liu Bang, the king of Han, the favored son of heaven. As soon as this self-incrimination edict appeared, saliva immediately gushed out. Wu Dihao jumped out and angrily accused Wu Tianming of being the sinner of the Wu family. How could he give up the Wu family's property to an outsider? Wu Dihao told all the officers and soldiers of New Wu and Great Wu that even though he had a political dispute with Wu Tianming, New Wu and Great Wu were, after all, a family, and this was the story of a quarrel between brothers. By giving Great Wu's foundation to an outsider, Wu Tianming's act was tantamount to betraying his ancestors. Wu Dihao asked the world, is a man like Wu Tianming, who can even sell the foundation of his ancestors, still qualified to be the emperor of Great Wu? New Wu opened its warm and broad chest and welcomed the civil and military officials and common people who were dissatisfied with Wu Tianming to come and join it. Wu Dihao even questioned Liu Bang. It was no longer the era of the primitive tribal alliances of the human race. Great Wu's foundation had been passed down from generation to generation, and it was built by its ancestors with painstaking efforts. Even if Wu Tianming was unscrupulous and could not carry Great Wu forward and make it prosperous, it still had a wise, mighty, and heroic successor, Wu Dihao. Whether in principle or in law, Wu Dihao should be the most suitable successor for Great Wu. If Wu Tianming did not want to be the emperor, let Wu Dihao be the emperor. After all, the most orthodox blood of the Wu family flowed in his veins. If he, Wu Dihao, became the emperor of Great Wu, wouldn't Great Wu and New Wu become one family again? That way, there would be no more disputes, no more wars. But what about you, Liu Bang? You're so unsightly. Wu Tianming said he would abdicate the throne to you, and you're ready to accept it without hesitation? How could you do that? What kind of man are you, Liu Bang? What do you mean by the chosen one? Why have the people of Great Wu never heard of you, the chosen one of the heaven? Why do you accept Wu Tianming's throne? Then, on behalf of Wu Dihao, Great E Supremacy used his mighty divine ability to spread Wu Dihao's doubts across the entire Panga continent, so that all the people on the continent could hear his doubts. Emperor Wu Tianming is doing a good job. Why would he suddenly want to pass the throne to you, an outsider who has no reputation? Could it be that you, Liu Bang, have kidnapped Great Wu's emperor and forced him to pass the throne to you? As Wu Dihao cursed, Liu Bang immediately jumped out and started a war of words with him. In any case, Liu Bang was surrounded by Zhang Liang, Xiao He, and a group of eloquent civil officials. They wrote a flowery article to announce to the world that Liu Bang was the chosen one, and that his succession to the throne was in accordance with the will of heaven and the will of the people. After he took over the throne, he would surely seek benefits for the people of Great Wu and let them live and work in peace and contentment. At the same time, Liu Bang's civil officials fervently pointed out that Liu Bang was the best candidate for the human emperor, and that as long as Liu Bang became the human emperor, all the humans in the world would be blessed. As long as Liu Bang became the human emperor, the lifespan of all mortals would be doubled. All the old would be as strong as the young. All the young would be as strong as the mountains. All the women would be as beautiful as flowers, and all the children would be as smart as immortals. All in all, as long as Liu Bang became the human emperor, the benefits of the human race would be great. There would be countless small benefits, such as the invincible spear. As long as Liu Bang became the human emperor, the human race would fall into a land of peace and contentment, where everyone would live a long and happy life, have enough to eat, drink, and wear whatever they wanted. That would be the legendary Elysium. So, for the sake of that Elysium, Emperor Haozun of the Yu, you should stop resisting. You should quickly follow Wu Tianming's example and abdicate the throne of the Yu to Liu Bang. Wouldn't that mean that all the dark clouds in the sky would be dispersed? In the document Liu Bang sent to the world, he solemnly mentioned that as long as Emperor Haozun abdicated the throne to Liu Bang, when Liu Bang succeeded, he would confer Emperor Haozun the title of the Supreme Great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court, so that he could enjoy immortal happiness forever. Of course, Liu Bang also pointed out righteously that a fiend like Wu Dihao, who did not understand the heavenly Tao and did things against the will of the people for the sake of glory, splendor, and wealth, would surely be punished by the heavenly Tao and his accomplices who assisted the wicked. Liu Bang even announced the future fate of the great Venerable in the document. His cultivation base would be destroyed, and he would be thrown into the mortal world to be reincarnated for billions of lives without being able to reincarnate. He would either be a beast or a eunuch for the rest of his life. In short, he would not have a good end. Amidst the tumultuous war of words, the auspicious day of Wu Tianming's abdication of the throne to Liu Bang had arrived. Yu was indifferent. In the eyes of Emperor Haozuan and the others, the abdication ceremony had a unique sacred status, and it was something that only the ancient sacred emperors of the human race were qualified to perform. How sacred and noble was it to choose a great virtue, to abdicate the throne of the human emperor and rule the world with great virtue for the benefit of the human race. Compared to the ancient sacred emperors, Liu Bang was nothing. And who the hell was Wu Tianming? How dare he hold the abdication ceremony? The conservative and traditional upper echelons of the Yu treated Great Wu's abdication ceremony as a joke, which did not conform to the etiquette at all. Moreover, in the eyes of the mighty Yu, what was a tiny Great Wu? Moreover, such a small Great Wu was divided into two dynasties. Yu would not care if you played with each other, but if you wanted to get involved in the God conferment plan and make things difficult for Yu, then sorry, Yu would wipe you out with the force of a thunderbolt. Even the behemoths like the Shizhou dynasty and the Ling dynasty had been destroyed, so what was a tiny Great Wu? While New Wu and Great Wu were quarreling, Yu had fallen into a strange silence. In this strange atmosphere, Wu Tianming's abdication ceremony was unveiled outside the new capital, Chang'an, which Liu Bang had chosen and named himself, with the idea that where there was a liveliness, there was always a chance to take advantage of it. Wu Qi stealthily brought Ao, Buzan, and Xianxia to the city of Chang, which was located in the northernmost part of Great Wu's territory. They found a hill to hide on, and Wu Qi concealed their aura and traces with a restrictive formation. As they looked out of the city, Ao, Buzan suddenly laughed strangely. "Tsk, what a grand occasion! What a grand occasion indeed!" Outside the south gate of Chang, an altar 3 miles high, 10 miles wide, and 3 miles high was built with 5-colored soil. The altar was built entirely by the manual labor of the common people, without any immortal magic or Taoist magic. God knew how much manpower and material resources Liu Bang had invested in building such an altar in just 2 months. Above and below the altar, and on the ground near it, there were all kinds of flags, countless of which were embroidered with stars in the sky with gold and silver threads. These flags were rippling with faint fluctuations of star power, and their quality was at least that of a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact. A formation composed of countless flags of supreme-grade gold immortal artifact could almost trap and kill a primordial immortal if it was guarded by an extraordinary treasure and presided over by a powerful immortal. Standing on top of the altar were 3,600 carefully selected elders, each wearing a suit of armor. The so-called elders were human men who stood at least 12 feet tall, but did not have the blood of Longbow Kingdom. Holding the banners in their hands, these men stood motionlessly on the altar with their heads held high. It was a wonder where Liu Bang had found these big men. A steamed Shouzhua was stationed north of the altar with the immortals he had recruited. Gigu Zi was stationed east of the altar with a group of itinerant immortals and itinerant cultivators. Mod was stationed west of the altar with a group of his disciples and itinerant immortals and itinerant cultivators. To the south of the altar were stationed countless Great Wu soldiers, including all kinds of mountain spirits, water monsters, and other strange creatures. These were the disciples of Wu Qi's underhand sect. They had disguised themselves and used all kinds of excuses to seek refuge in Great Wu, and now all held high positions in Great Wu. In addition to these immortals and itinerant cultivators, there were tens of millions of common people watching the ceremony. Liu Bang loved extravagance. These tens of millions of common people were brought here by his celestial lords with divine abilities, and he had ordered them to stand guard on the surrounding hillsides overnight to watch the show. With tens of millions of people gathered together, those at the back could not see what was happening in front. But this was what Liu Bang wanted. As for whether the common people could see anything or not, it had nothing to do with him. A Taoist dressed in a complicated Taoist robe embroidered with star patterns and 8 trigrams stood in the middle of the altar, carefully observing the movement of the sun in the sky. When the sun shifted to a unique angle in the void, the Taoist cried out in a loud voice, "The auspicious hour is coming. Your Majesties, please come to the altar." Before the Taoist's voice could fade away, esteemed Xianxia's laughter rang out. "Wait!" Chapter 1062. In the palace of Dao Origin on the Daoyuotian continent, the 9 Daozu were all paying attention to what was happening outside Chang'an. When Liu Bang and Wu Tianming walked up the altar side by side, the faces of the Daozu all lit up with a smile. The smile was complicated. There was not much joy in it, but a hint of ferocious, killing intent. Great Wu was no longer a tool used by the Dao League to seize control of Panga continent. It would become a millstone that would grind away the power of the Buddhist League inch by inch, until only the 7 old bald thieves were left. Since those 7 greedy fellows had betrayed the secret agreement between the two sides, what was the need for the Buddhist League to exist? Since the Buddhist League wanted to take control of all the laws of heaven, earth, and man in Panga world, they might as well let them get nothing. The Daozu had promised the Buddhist League that they would control the future underworld and the power of transmigration. But since they were so greedy, he wouldn't leave any benefits for them. Suddenly, purple-browed Daozu chuckled and said, "The breakers are indeed the breakers. I don't think their injuries can be healed so easily. Can they?" The other 8 Daozu laughed. They were laughing complacently, although most of their energy was occupied by the list of investiture of the gods, and they could not use all their strength to deal with the Buddhist League. But now, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were suffering under the mighty power of the 1,000-headed demon, and the Buddhist League was at their weakest now. It was the perfect time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Liu Bang walked up the altar step by step, but as soon as he and the haggard Wu Tianming stepped onto the altar, the shout of Reverend Xianxia made him freeze on the spot. Frowning, Liu Bang turned and looked down at esteemed Xianxia, who stood at the front of the crowd of immortals. Forcing a smile on his face, Liu Bang asked, "May I ask why you stopped me, Grand Heaven Master?" Esteemed Xianxia sneered and said coolly, "I'm afraid your Majesty is too happy and has forgotten many things." "Oh, cut the crap. Where are the benefits that His Majesty promised me? 9 primordial supreme treasures, a position with real power as the great celestial emperor, and a promise from the 9 Daozu himself. No matter what happens, no one will plot against my position as the great celestial emperor, right?" Liu Bang blinked his eyes and looked at Reverend Xianxia hesitantly. He was already planning to burn the bridge after crossing it. The 28 celestial lords of constellations flashed and stood between esteemed Xianxia and the altar. A faint beam of starlight rose from the top of their heads, ready to inject their natal star forces into their bodies at any time. All the 28 celestial lords of the 28 constellations knew that Xianxia's cultivation was profound and his supernatural power was boundless. If Xianxia suddenly attacked and killed Liu Bang, Taoism would really be in a difficult position. How could they find another suitable candidate? Laughing out loud, Priest Xianxia shook his head, sighed, and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to do that treacherous thing? If that's the case, don't blame me for following suit. Believe it or not, Your Majesty, I can kill Your Majesty and all the celestial lords here with just a thought. The naked threat of death, the naked threat of the future human emperor on the sacred and solemn abdication ceremony. The naked threat of the future human emperor and the naked demand for benefits in front of tens of millions of people watching the ceremony." The words of Superior Xianxia made the atmosphere of the ceremony extremely strange. The people whispered to each other at the same time, and their voices turned into a loud, buzzing sound as if countless bees were flying in the air. Liu Bang's face flickered slightly. He pondered for a moment, then looked up into the sky and whispered a few words. He knew that the 9 Daozu and the almighty experts of the Dao League were paying attention to what was happening here. Although the 9 supreme treasures of Primordial was the price Liu Bang had offered to Reverend Xianxia, it was a little painful to ask the Dao League to come up with 9 supreme treasures of Primordial just to exchange for Great Wu. In the Primordial Dao Palace, the 9 Daozu were silent. 9 primordial supreme treasures. Although the 9 Dao ancestors were rich, over the countless years, the chaos fiend gods of the past had fallen one after another. Nearly half of their intrinsic dermic artifacts had fallen into the hands of the 9 Dao ancestors. However, among so many chaos fiend celestial gods' personal treasures, there were very few Grand Mist supreme treasures. It was a little hard to accept that they had a hand over 9 treasures at once just for Great Wu. Back then, Monk Xianxia and Liu Bang were bidding for it, which was why the Dao sect offered such a sky-high price. But now that Great Wu had been divided, the Buddhist League had taken over New Wu, and the Dao League had only gotten half of its territory and people. As for the price, green-browed Daozu cleared his throat, his lips moving slightly as he quietly said a few words to the air. Standing on the altar, Liu Bang cocked his head and listened for a while, then hurried down the altar. Too lazy to care about the auspicious day, he walked quickly up to Reverend Xianxia, reached out his right hand, and shook the latter's right hand. The wide sleeve of his robe blocked their palms, making them look like brokers negotiating prices in the cattle and horses market. Putting out a finger and pressing it on Reverend Xianxia's palm, Liu Bang smiled and said, "Great Heaven Master, the price I offered that day was for a complete Great Wu. But now I've only got half of Great Wu, and all the elite soldiers have been taken away by that bastard Wu Dihao. What I've got is an empty shell." Pressing the finger hard on Reverend Xianxia's palm a few times, Liu Bang said with a smile, "What do you think? An empty Great Wu for this price? You got a great bargain." Well, as for the throne of the great celestial emperor, Liu Bang glanced left and right, then sighed hypocritically and said, "That's going to be troublesome. After all, you know that the few great celestial emperors are my seniors, and the South Emperor is my father. If they don't want to give up the throne, why don't we do this? You can choose a blessed land on Panga continent and give you a territory equivalent to 800 provinces of Great Yu. This land will belong to you forever, and no one from the Dao League will ever step into it. How about you close your door and call yourself the sect of Daozu?" As soon as Liu Bang finished speaking, Reverend Xianxia kicked Liu Bang away. It was a vicious kick, as the tip of his foot brushed past the vital part of Liu Bang's lower body. Liu Bang let out a miserable howl as he was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the kick and fell on his face in a sorry state. The 28 celestial lords roared at the same time. But, as soon as they did, a beam of starlight rushed out of the top of Reverend Xianxia's head. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, the celestial tower, which was refined with the white lotus of great purity and the 108,000 great Tao of ancient stars, poured out of the starlight. The vast star power in the void was frozen by the tower's tremendous power. The 28 celestial lords roared in horror, for they had lost contact with their natal stars. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Who do you think you are without the power of your natal stars? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Reverend Xianxia pointed a finger out, and 56 beams of golden light shot out. The beams of golden light took the shape of hooks and shot toward the shoulders of the 28 celestial lords. Blood splattered everywhere as their shoulder blades were torn apart by the hooks. They howled miserably as they were hooked up by the golden beams, hanging in midair like pigs and dogs waiting to be slaughtered, struggling and twisting. These hooks were the soul separation hooks, an extraordinary magical artifact that Reverend Xianxia had personally refined over the past few years. When the 28 celestial lords' shoulder blades were pierced by the hooks, they felt their blood, energy, and spirit constantly spurting out from their wounds. Their bodies gradually became weak, and their cultivation base, which was originally at the peak of gold immortal realm, plummeted. In just a few breaths of time, their cultivation base had dropped by 3 to 5 tiers. For immortals, one's cultivation base was more precious than one's life. When the cultivation base of the 28 celestial lords suddenly dropped by 3 to 5 tiers, they screamed and screamed in fear. They frantically tried to pull the golden beams off their shoulders, but their hands were bleeding and their bones were broken. How could they move the golden beams? With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Liu Bang struggled to lift his head from the ground. He stared blankly at the 28 celestial lords, who were hung in midair as a warning. Stars flashed before his eyes, and he nearly fainted from anger. They were 28 celestial lords. As long as any one of them channeled their natal star power into their body, they would immediately possess the cultivation base of the first tier of Tao-breaking realm. When they joined hands and laid out the four-element star formation, even a great sect leader like Daozu's first disciple could not escape. But before they could channel their natal star power, they were hung up just like that. Liu Bang's biggest reliance on this trip had disappeared, and his courage had suddenly weakened by more than 10 times. Staring blankly at the 28 celestial lords, Liu Bang pursed his lips and looked up helplessly at the sky. Reverend Xianxia snorted coldly and snapped. It's true that men die for wealth, and birds die for food. Wu Tianming, you don't have to play any tricks anymore. The Tao League is heartless, and I'm unjust. Issue the edict now, and give Great Wu's foundation to Wu Dihao, and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Laughing strangely, Reverend Xianxia looked in the direction of the territory of New Wu and cried out sternly, I know you can hear me, bald donkey day. Be straightforward. What benefits can the Buddhist League give me? The whole of Great Wu belongs to the Buddhist League. As for the Emperor Aura in Wu Tianming's body, I'll transfer it to Wu Dihao. An earth-shattering Buddhist chant rang through the clouds, and Reverend Dei's wild laughter came from afar. You're making a wise move, Oxnose. The people of the Tao League are so treacherous. Why are you working with them? You'll have boundless blessings if you join the Buddhist League. Hey, bald donkey Xianxia, what benefits can the Buddha give a Xianxia? It was a blatant deal. Both the Buddhas and Daozu, who witnessed it with their divine sense, could not help but curse in their hearts. Where did these two supreme-grade wild fox Dianas come from? They are worse than the butchers in the marketplace. But in the blink of an eye, the few Buddhas were overjoyed. If Wu Tianming joined the Buddhist League, Great Wu would be in their pocket, and the Tao League would have no more tricks. How could they find a suitable candidate for the human emperor in such a short time? Where could they find a power that could fight against you? The 7 Buddhas immediately began to calculate how many benefits they should give Reverend Xianxia. The price cannot be low, but it cannot be too high, or they would suffer a loss. Just as the 7 Daozu were racking their brains, a faint rumble of thunder rang out of the void, and 9 dazzling balls of light suddenly tore through the void and appeared in front of Reverend Xianxia. Xianxia, Daozu's majestic voice rang through the universe. The 9 of us have jointly conferred you the title of the 7th Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court, the Great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. When the apotheosis of gods is successful, you will be in charge of the God of mountains, the God of earth, the God of rivers, and the God of water, ruling over all living beings and maintaining the peace of the universe. Then, Daozu's voice rang out one after another. The 9 of us have conferred you the title of the Great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court forever. Even if there are billions of apocalypses, we will protect you and keep you safe. No one in the universe can kill you, and we, the 9 Daozu, will never hurt you. Reverend Xianxia smiled contentedly. He cupped his fist and bowed to Liu Bang, who was lying on the ground, and said, Your Majesty, the auspicious time has come. Chapter 1063. Outside Chong, and Wu Tianming, with a long face, abdicated the throne of Great Wu to Liu Bang in front of tens of millions of people, immortals and demons. When Liu Bang took the scepter that represented Great Wu's imperial power from Wu Tianming, a shrill and sonorous dragon roar rang out of Wu Tianming's body. 9 golden dragons, each about 10 feet long and wrapped in purple mist, flew out of Wu Tianming's forehead, circled 3 times in the air, and then plunged into Liu Bang's body. For a moment, Liu Bang's body shone with a golden light, and his slightly cunning and oily face suddenly became resolute. A vast and domineering aura poured out of him. Purple mist flickered in Liu Bang's eyes, and his every move was naturally imbued with boundless majesty. It was true that Liu Bang was once the founding emperor in the mortal world, but how many people did the Han dynasty have when it was founded? Great Wu had trillions of people, and even though Wu Dihao had taken away half of them, the emperor aura in Wu Tianming was still thousands of times stronger than that of Liu Bang. Now that the emperor aura had entered Liu Bang's body, all kinds of magical effects naturally came with it. Liu Bang, whose cultivation base had reached the realm of Gold Immortal, immediately controlled the emperor aura with Daozu's secret technique. Accompanied by a dragon roar, Liu Bang's cultivation base soared, and in just a quarter of an hour, he had broken through the realm of primordial. Seeing that Liu Bang had absorbed the emperor aura gushing out of Wu Tianming's body, Lord Xianxia could not help but burst out laughing. He was so happy that he had obtained 9 supreme treasures of primordial and the title of Great Celestial Emperor. The harvest this time was simply wonderful. In the capital of New Wu, One Heart City, Lord Xianxia sat high in the main hall of the imperial palace, and his seat was even higher than that of Wu Dihao, the emperor of New Wu. Monk Xianxia and the other Buddhist supreme figures stood in the main hall and ignored the obvious overstepping of the boundary. Even the fastidious emperor, Wu Dihao himself, stood obediently beside Great Venerable and spoke humbly as if he was his servant. Feeling the majestic imperial aura coming from Chong and City, the Dei Venerable said angrily, "None of these ox-noses are reliable. Well, little monk Xianxia, I have handed New Wu over to the Buddhist League. As for the benefits promised by Buddha, Before monk Xianxia could speak, a fragrant wind drifted in the hall, and a tall and thin figure appeared out of thin air. Buddha Guardian will silently walked out of the void, clad in a thin robe and standing atop a white lotus. He looked at Venerable De and said lightly, "De, this old monk will keep his will." Taken aback, Great rose to his feet, put his palms together, and bowed to Buddha Guardian Will. "Greetings, Buddha Guardian Will, and I wish you a long and boundless life." The Great Venerable, who had always given others the impression of being blunt, violent, and even barbaric, walked down from his throne and respectfully followed the Buddhist etiquette and bowed to the Buddha 3 times, completing the entire set of etiquette meticulously and respectfully. Gautama Sentinel gladly accepted Great Yi's greeting. Without even looking at Wu Dihao, he stepped on a white lotus and climbed onto the throne, then sat down where Great Yi had been sitting just now. Wu Dihao took a few steps back in panic and bowed his head respectfully, not daring to look Buddha Guardian Will in the eye. He knew very well that in front of these almighty experts, he was the most humble chess piece. If he was not respectful, he would not even know how he died. What the Buddhist League wanted was only the identity of the Emperor of New Wu and the imperial aura in his body. If he dared to disobey the Buddha, these merciful monks of the Buddhist League would definitely have 10,000 ways to kill him, take away the imperial aura in his body, and give it to the heir chosen by the Buddhist League, who might be Wu Dihao's son or grandson. For the sake of the throne, his son or grandson would never mind killing him with their own hands. Buddha Will stared down at the Great Unity Paragon from high above, while the Great Unity Paragon raised his head and stared back at Buddha Will in high spirits. Buddha Guardian Will nodded and smiled appreciatively. Compared with the Buddhist League's revered ones and Buddhas, Great Yi had a strong wildness about him, a wildness full of vitality. This wildness was exactly what the almighty experts of the Buddhist League lacked nowadays. After enjoying the worship of believers in incense for countless years, the almighty experts of the Buddhist League were like real wooden statues, always giving off a sense of lifelessness. On the other hand, the E-Supremacy was completely different. He was full of vitality, and his methods were brutal and direct. This brutal and direct method was extremely effective. At least from the few times the E-Supremacy attacked, he always had the upper hand. Those who went against him did not have a good ending. While monk Xianxia was still trying to persuade Wu Tianming to join the Buddhist League, he had already sent someone to hook up with Wu Dihao and let him join the Buddhist League. Such scheming, such means, and such strength. He was truly a first-class talent. The most amazing thing was that Great E was a disciple of the Buddhist League, which innately made Buddha Guardian will feel close to him. After pondering for a moment, Buddha Guardian will said in a deep voice, "Great E, I can fulfill all the conditions that my senior brother promised Reverend Shojua." Great E grinned and said, "So Lord Buddha, I can fuse with the Tao too." Buddha Guardian will just shook his head and smiled. After a long while, he said slowly, "I will teach you all that I have learned in my life through the wisdom imbuement technique. However, this old monk's Tao is not necessarily your Tao. I can use it to fuse with the Tao, but you may not be able to walk through this Tao. So, it is hard to say whether you can succeed or not." Looking appreciatively at Great E, Buddha Guardian will smiled and said, "The 7 of us have discussed it. If you can fuse with the Tao, you will be the Lord of Mount Gradrakuta. In the Buddhist League, your position is only below the 7 of us, and you will be the leader of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and boundless saints." Great! He stared at Buddha Guardian with wide eyes. TSK, the Lord of Mount Gradrakuta? Why does he sound like the Lord of the Mountain? Buddha Guardian Will's face froze, and he almost coughed up blood at Great Yi's words. The Lord of Mount Gradrakuta? The Lord of Mount Gradrakuta. His position was even higher than the Buddhist Lord of the Buddhist League, and yet he called him the Lord of the Mountain? This was a boorish man, a straightforward man. Buddha Guardian will kept telling himself that there was no need to quibble with a boorish man like him. He took a deep breath and smiled, then nodded. "You are a disciple of the Buddhist League, the junior of us 7. If you can fuse with the Tao, you will not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. That is why, if you can, you will be the Lord of Mount Gradrakuta, ranking above the many saints of the Buddhist League." Great E smiled brilliantly and said bluntly, "Buddha, please grant this humble monk the wisdom imbuement technique." If this humble monk is one of the many saints of the Buddhist League, it would be ridiculous if I didn't have at least 1 or 2 trump cards. Buddha Shui chuckled at Master Yi's words and pointed a finger at him. "You're not holding back at all, you baldy." He cursed. Monk Incense Zen and the other Buddhist powerhouses all had a strange look on their faces. Anyone else would have been ganged up on by Monk Incense Zen and the others, but this was Buddha Guardian Will. But the one cursing was Buddha Shui. What would they do? Besides, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were dressed like Taoists, so Buddha Guardian was right to call them baldy. There was nothing they could do about it. Fading away his smile, Buddha Guardian glared at Supremacy Great E and said coldly, "When I perform the wisdom imbuement technique, I will transfer the power I have cultivated for 100 eons to you. This is a great fortune. However, there have been many traitors in the Buddhist League recently. I will use the wisdom imbuement technique to teach you the profound truths of the great Tao, and at the same time, search for the secrets of your millions of reincarnations. Are you willing?" Great E glared at him and laughed. "There is nothing shameful about this humble monk. Just do as you wish, Buddha." Delighted, Buddha Guardian will beckon for Great E to sit cross-legged in front of him. He placed one hand on Great Yi's head, causing motes of golden light to seep out of his palm and slowly flow into Great Yi's body. Soon, both Supremacy De E and Buddha Sho Will were enveloped in layers of Buddhist light. Buddha Sho Will's 6-headed, 18-armed, 4-legged golden body was vaguely visible within the light. Behind the golden body was the illusory image of an exotic beast with a pair of wings on its back, its entire body covered in dazzling golden light, its body shaped like a lion, and its body was pitch black. This strange beast was the true form of Buddha Guardian, that was born in the chaos, the nightmare soul. It was born with the ability to peer into the souls of others and absorb the power emanated by their souls for its own use. Such talents were most suited to the cultivation of the Buddhist League, which was why Buddha Guardian founded the Buddhist League with the other 6 like-minded chaos demon gods. The nightmare soul beast's thousands of eyes shot out pitch-black divine light at the same time, locking onto Great Yi's vital acupoints, especially his 7 orifices, the crown of his head, the center of his brow, and the other passageways through which his soul entered and exited his body. The inconceivably huge Gautama Buddha's soul tore through the defense of the Great Unity Supremacy's sea of consciousness. The Great Unity Supremacy's shining golden soul was exposed to the Gautama Guardian Buddha, shrouded in a strange black divine light. The will-guarding Buddha's soul rushed to the Great E-Supremacy's soul and began to search it inch by inch. In the past, the 7 Buddhas would never treat their disciples like this, for fear that they would incur unease and fear. But now was a time of crisis, and the Buddhist League was fraught with internal troubles, so they could not afford any more disturbances. Even if the search of the soul would displease Great E, Buddha Guardian couldn't care less. As long as he wasn't a spy planted by the Tao sect or someone else, the 7 Buddhist ancestors would wholeheartedly nurture him and put him in an important position. Great Yi's divine soul was empty, and there were not many things in it. He was born a bandit in this life, occupying a small kingdom on a planet in outer heavenly realm, killing people, arson, and raping women. One day, he robbed and killed a wandering monk and learned a mantra from monk. Suddenly, he was enlightened, laid down his butcher's knife, and became a monk. After spending 100 years as an Arhat, Great E worked hard to accumulate a sum of energy stones, then left the small planet for Panga continent. He cultivated in seclusion in the Great Dragon Mountain Range, meditating for countless years, going through countless hardships and dangers, and finally achieving the cultivation base he had today. Buddha Shui nodded in satisfaction. From the looks of it, the Grand E-Supremacy wasn't a problem. After that, he exercised a mystic art of the Buddhist League and examined the scenes of Great Yi's previous life with the transmigration technique. All sorts of miraculous scenes appeared before Guarding Will's eyes, which made him chuckle in both surprise and delight, his scrawny face filled with a smile. Chapter 1064. However, no one knew who had taken away Zhang Tingyun's protective primordial treasure, killed Zhang Tingyun, and caused the collapse of the Ling dynasty. The 9 Daozu were in a hurry to find a replacement, so Liu Bang got the great benefit. In the newly renovated Hall of Translucence in the 33 Heavens, 6 great celestial emperors sat facing each other. Moreover, the candidates for the 6 great celestial emperors of the Celestial Court were in accordance with the law of the heavenly Tao, and the Celestial Court only needed 6 great celestial emperors. Now, Daozu had promised that esteemed Shouzhua would be the 7th great celestial emperor. Did that not mean that one of them was going to die? When they thought of the benefits that esteemed Shouzhua had received, and then looked at themselves, there was no need to mention their mixed feelings. They had started cultivating as a mortal, gone through countless life and death tribulations, became a gold immortal in 100,000 years, became a primordial immortal after 3 eons, and finally reached the peak of primordial immortal after 3 eons, and was only one step away from stepping into the realm of Tao breaking. In the position of Celestial Emperor, they would enjoy all the wealth and glory that mortals could not imagine, including rare treasures of heaven and earth, spirit pills, divine abilities, mystic techniques, and beautiful fairies. The South Emperor sneered and said, "The great celestial emperor of Ziwei Lingying is only 2 words different from the title of the great celestial emperor of Ziwei Lingying." The others are the celestial emperors who have been promised by Daozu. They are much luckier than us. Whenever a few of them died, Daozu would issue a decree and appoint a few more. That was how the great celestial emperors of the celestial court were passed down from generation to generation. Generations of celestial emperors were destroyed, and generations of celestial emperors were reappointed. The Tao League did not lack a few primordial immortals of the realm of Tao reasoning. It was enough for them to have complete control over the celestial court, the authority that ruled the three realms, in fact and in name. The fact that Liu Bang was chosen as the human emperor was something that the South Emperor had never dreamed of. If he had known that something like this would happen, he would have treated Liu Bang better. But then again, if he had not disliked Liu Bang and used him as a tool to suppress the world of mortals, how could Liu Bang have accumulated the aura of a human sovereign when he was reincarnated in the human world? If he didn't have the Renhuang Qi with him, he wouldn't have been able to become the Renhuang. Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying's face turned even more unsightly. Today, the 6 great celestial emperors had secretly gathered for the sake of preserving the title of Great Celestial Emperor that esteemed Zhua had obtained. Since ancient times, there had only been 6 celestial emperors. The central one was the Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying, followed by the 5 direction celestial emperors. Celestial Long Emperor had said. Celestial Wu Palace's Yi Ming would say. Celestial Spirit, Celestial Tian, Celestial. But now, the apocalypse of heaven and earth had come, and everything was about to be destroyed. The other 5 celestial emperors sighed at the same time, and for a moment, the Hall of Luminosity was filled with sighs of bitterness. The 6 celestial emperors who held the power of the celestial court sighed faintly, frowned, and stared blankly at the ground 3 feet in front of them, their eyes staring blankly. Heaven had pity on them. Despite their high status, they were only rewarded with a supreme artifact of primal when they ascended the throne. The North Star Celestial Emperor, in particular, had lent his sky-veiling flag of chaos to Liu Bang, but Liu Bang had lost it. If Liu Bang had not been chosen by Daozu to be the human emperor, the North Star Celestial Emperor would have wanted to strangle him to death. If Liu Bang had been a filial son and became the human emperor, the South Star Celestial Emperor would have been overjoyed. According to the calculation of the 9 Daozu, Liu Bang had become the human emperor, and Liu Bang had become a saint by virtue of virtue. In the future, he would be the lord of the heaven realm and the mortal realm. With Liu Bang's power, the South Star Celestial Emperor did not have to worry about anything happening to himself. I can't accept this. Zhui Lingying Great Celestial Emperor sneered. The other celestial emperors did not say a word. They frowned and sighed deeply again. Zhui Lingying was the 1000th celestial emperor of the celestial court. All the celestial emperors before him had fallen in the apocalypse of heaven and earth. As the lord of the celestial court, they were mighty and lofty, but in fact, how many people could they control? In particular, Daozu had appointed the 7th celestial emperor, promised him such great power, and even rewarded him with 9 supreme treasures of primal. Sighing faintly, Zhui Lingying said coldly, "Violet Spirit, Great Celestial Emperor, you are only 2 characters away from my title. Could it be that Reverend Shouzhua is the candidate to take over my throne?" Liu Bang was different from Zhang Tingyun. Zhang Tingyun was a lucky man who was doted on by millions of Tao League members, and was personally selected by the 9 Daozu to be the candidate for the seal of the human emperor. In order to cultivate Zhang Tingyun's aura, the 9 Daozu had personally escorted him through tens of thousands of reincarnations, allowing Zhang Tingyun to build a mighty Ling dynasty in outer heavenly realms that was strong enough to rival the Yu. Burning in the incense burner was the purple-striped fragrant silk leaf plucked from the chaos, an extremely useful yet useless natural treasure. The smoke produced by the burning of these leaves was the most fragile thing in the world. Any external force, or even the mere thought of the purple smoke produced by the burning of these purple fragrant silk leaves, would cause the smoke to shatter and emit strange sounds. The heaven immortals who ascended from the lower realms were under their control, the unknown celestial lords were under their jurisdiction, and the ordinary soldiers and generals were under their command. Apart from that, all the power was in the hands of the 99 great sect masters of the Tao League in the 33 heavens. The 6 great celestial emperors exchanged glances and rose to their feet at the same time. The other side of the mirror showed the scene within Capital Wu. The supremacy was sitting cross-legged on his throne, and behind him there was an intense golden light shining in all directions. The supremacy was shrouded in the golden light and didn't move an inch. With the cultivation base of the South Dipper Great Emperor and a mirror in front of him, which was also a rare treasure, he could not see who the figure in the golden light was. The other great celestial emperors twitched their mouths. Daozu promised esteemed Xianxia that he would not fall, but he did not give them such a promise. But today, the 6 great celestial emperors sat facing each other, without a single maid or guard around them. They burned the purple-striped fragrant silk leaf that they had painstakingly collected. Faint purple smoke filled the air, and no one in Panga World could eavesdrop on their conversation. They were not satisfied, even if it was a mighty figure of the Tao fusing realm. If their divine senses tried to approach the Hall of Translucence, their divine senses would shatter the purple smoke and attract the attention of the 6 great celestial emperors. The greatest effect of the purple-striped fragrant silk leaf was to prevent the peeping of Tao fusing realm sages. This was an extremely useful attribute, but also an extremely useless one. This Supremacy Day has a good fortune. Buddha personally enlightened him. The South Dipper Emperor said darkly. The South Emperor said darkly, "I don't know which Buddha did it. This wild monk is really lucky." The great celestial emperor, Ziwei Lingying, sat in the middle. He stroked his long beard and suddenly sighed softly. The 9 supreme treasures of Primal were in charge of all the gods of mountain and water on Panga continent. Not only that, but the 9 Daozu had also promised him that he would not fall. That was to say, no matter what esteemed Xianxia did, the 9 Daozu had promised him that he would never fall. If a heaven immortal who transcended his heavenly tribulation became a gold immortal, he would usually be taken in as a disciple by the sect masters. Among the 84,000 celestial lords in the universe, the strongest group of celestial lords were nominally under the jurisdiction of the great celestial emperors, but in fact they took orders directly from the sect masters. Ordinary gold immortals and heaven immortals obeyed the orders of the great celestial emperors, but the divine monarchs, and immortal kings were the disciples of their respective sect masters. How could the 6 great celestial emperors control them? Indeed, these runes would shatter as soon as they were touched by the slightest external force. Back to what the great celestial emperor had said when he teased the South Dipper Emperor just now. If Liu Bang was a filial son, the South Dipper Emperor could rely on Liu Bang's influence to avoid taking too much risk. After all, the Daozu had to take the human emperor's face into consideration. Self-deprecation, pity, sorrow, and even a deep sense of ridicule. The lives of the lofty great celestial emperors were not under their control. Just like the thousands of great celestial emperors in the past, when the apocalypse of heaven and earth came, they would be the first to die. For the Tao League, the death of a few great celestial emperors was nothing. The 99 sect masters were all almighty experts in the realm of Tao breaking, and some of their disciples were primordial immortals in the realm of Tao reasoning. With a long sigh, the South Dipper Emperor cast aside these troubled emotions. Since he could not rely on this son of his, he had to find a way himself. How many people in the world were worth the divine sense of a Tao fusing saint? When they thought of the thousands of great celestial emperors of the celestial court who had fallen, and then thought of their own treatment, the 6 great celestial emperors felt sour in their hearts. 36 purple gold incense burners, each several feet tall, surrounded the entire translucent hall. Plumes of purple smoke rose from them, interweaving into a thin layer of fragrant mist over the hall. Looking at it with his Dharma eyes, He could see that the thin layer of mist was composed of countless tiny runes, wriggling in the air like tadpoles, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. It was one thing to be constrained in power, but the problem was that the lives of the few great celestial emperors were not under his control. It was a ridiculous feeling. With a cold snort, the South Dipper Emperor flicked his sleeve and produced a mirror of light. The mirror was divided into two parts. One was the scene of Liu Bang receiving the abdication ceremony outside the city of Chang, and as the 9 streams of dragon-shaped aura of the human emperor entered his body, Liu Bang's spirit, energy, and soul had obviously undergone a great change. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was now strong enough to compete with the 6 great celestial emperors. But even if Liu Bang found his conscience and took good care of the South Dipper Emperor, what about the other 5 great celestial emperors? The problem was that Liu Bang was definitely not a filial son. He was cruel and merciless, with a glib tongue and a cunning heart, and he often turned his back on others. He often burned bridges after crossing the river. Only the South Dipper Emperor himself knew how he treated Liu Bang. He clearly realized that if Liu Bang had enough power, he would kill him with his own hands. It's not easy for me to sit in this position after hundreds of eons of hard work. The great celestial emperor sneered. Tao-fusing saints are not allowed to interfere in the investiture of the gods. Now the Tao League has schemed against the Yu and put the Yu in a miserable state. With the temperament of the Huahuang clan, how could she not retaliate? If one day the Yu's army invades the celestial court, will Daozu promise to protect us? The South Dipper Emperor's face darkened. He bit his lower lip with his white teeth and did not say a word for a long time. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Why are you sighing, South Dipper? Your son is expected to become the human emperor. No matter what, for the sake of Liu Bang, at least you can take care of yourself. As for us..." Chapter 1065. On a hillside outside Chang, Wuxia sat on the ground with a smile on his face. His divine sense was connected with Reverend Shoujua's, and he was proudly counting the huge harvest of the 9 supreme treasures of Primordial. Sure enough, murder and arson were the golden belts, and only by stealing and deceiving could one become rich enough to rival a kingdom. As the saying went, the thief would kill the thief who stole the kingdom. He had sold Great Wu with his incarnation and obtained 9 supreme treasures. The 3 offensive supreme treasures were the double tiger seals, the Yin and Yang talisman, and the Daluo umbrella. The 3 defensive supreme treasures were the purple robe, the clear robe, and the soap silk armor. The 3 auxiliary supreme treasures were the spatial pearl, the spirit breeding ring, and the soul cleansing jade. Each of the 9 supreme treasures had its own magical functions, especially the 3 auxiliary supreme treasures. The spatial pearl could form a world of its own, nurturing endless life force. The spirit breeding ring could provide endless natural energy. The soul-cleansing jade could resist the invasion of all fiends and destroy all spirit creatures, turning them into divine sense and energy to strengthen one's divine soul. It could be said that as long as one had these 3 auxiliary supreme treasures of Primordial, even a pig could cultivate to the realm of Tao breaking in a short time. The 3 defensive supreme treasures could protect at least hundreds of people, but as long as a strong person was in charge of them, they could protect at least hundreds of people. The power of the supreme treasures of Primordial could not be used on just one person. For example, if Wuxia tried the soap silk armor himself, with his overall strength, he could protect 100 provinces in Great Yu from any natural calamity. The 3 offensive supreme treasures delighted Wuxia even more. The double tiger seals had the power to shatter the stars. The Yin and Yang talisman had the power to distort time and space, and the Daluo umbrella had the power to turn everything into chaos. Any one of them was a supreme treasure with great power. Wuxia happened to lack a powerful offensive magical artifact, and the heaven-pacifying sword's lethality was far less than the supreme treasures of Primordial. Daozu is indeed the Daozu, so generous, Wuxia nodded with a smile and said, "But Buddha is not at a disadvantage either. He is very generous." In the great hall of the imperial palace of New Wu, Buddha Garden was searching for Supremacy's divine soul. However, when the divine soul of guarding Buddha entered great revered's divine soul, all the memories of his true self were sucked away by Wuxia. What was left were the divine soul memories that Wuxia retrieved with a mystic technique from Scroll of Stealing. This secret technique was called the soul transference spell. It was similar to the shadow transference technique, or the technique of substituting one person for another. In the nether realm of Wuxia in Yuanling, there was an ancient divine wood called the Vajra dragon taming wood. It was strong and sturdy, and was one of the toughest pre-world divine woods. Ordinary pre-world metals were not as tough as the Vajra dragon taming wood. In his previous life, Lord Yuanling, who was wandering in the chaos space, had seen this Vajra dragon subduing tree in the midst of transforming. However, it was attacked by the endless thunderbolts in the chaos space, which severely damaged its vitality, and even its divine soul, which had just taken shape, was destroyed. Yuanling was a good collector of all kinds of spirit trees and spirit herbs. So he immediately put the Vajra dragon taming wood into his Yuanling's nether realm and carefully cultivated it. After so many years, the Vajra dragon taming wood had lost too much of its energy, and its divine soul had just recovered a little. Then, Wuxia moved the trace of its divine soul into Supremacy's divine soul with the soul transference spell and fused it with the latter's divine soul. Buddha Garden searched through Supremacy's previous life and found that the memories of Supremacy's current life were all simulated by Wuxia, which was also simulated by the mystic arts in Scroll of Stealing. Even so, Buddha Garden could not find any clues. He searched through the memories of Supremacy's previous life, and the result was that he saw a Vajra dragon taming wood that stood tens of thousands of miles tall amidst the chaos like a huge mountain. It was being bombarded by countless thunderbolts, and after struggling for 36,000 years, its true form was broken by the thunderbolts, and its divine soul was destroyed. So this is the divine soul of an innate divine wood, the Vajra dragon taming wood. Buddha Garden was so excited that he almost danced with joy. The origin of an innate divine wood, the Vajra dragon taming wood, was extraordinary. There were all kinds of strange creatures in the chaos fiend gods, including birds, beasts, and spirit trees and spirit herbs. The Vajra dragon taming wood was known as the strongest innate divine wood, and its innate talent was simply too strong. It was a pity that it did not succeed in transforming, or else the Chaos Fiend gods would have one more extraordinarily strong existence. This is the blessing of the Buddhism League. Buddha Garden clenched his jaws tightly to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Like the lotus, Bodhi tree, and mandala flower, the Vajra dragon taming would had an aura similar to that of the Buddhism League, and was a precious spirit item of the Buddhism League. Now, there were Vajra dragon taming wood planted on the Great Vulture Mountain as well, but they were all acquired, and no one knew how many generations of descendants of this Vajra dragon taming wood. It turned out that Supremacy was the reincarnation of the Vajra dragon taming wood. This was fate. This was fate. No wonder he could cultivate to his current level with the simplest sutra, even though he was just a mortal. This was the fate between him and the Buddhism League. Buddha Garden was beaming with joy. If monk Incense Chan and the other Buddhist disciples weren't waiting on him, he would have laughed out loud without a care for his status. His spiritual power kept surging into Supremacy's mind, carefully searching every nook and cranny of his soul, afraid that he would have missed out on any clues. At the same time, Buddha Garden Buddhist energy, which he had cultivated for 100 eons, was also being channeled into Supremacy's body. A strange fragrance wafted out of Supremacy's body, and a golden fluid that was as sticky as honey actually oozed out of his pores. The fluid emitted a rich plant fragrance and contained an immense life force. Under the augmentation of Buddha guarding will's immense energy, Supremacy's body grew taller, and his muscles became more defined. An incomparably domineering and violent aura spread out from his body. Inside Wuxia's Yuan Ling's nether realm, the dragon-taming Vajra wood was withering away. Using a secret art, Wuxia injected all of its life essence into Supremacy's body. Using Buddha guarding will's immense energy, Supremacy slowly fused himself with the dragon-taming Vajra wood. His body grew stronger and stronger, and the power it contained grew greater as well. However, in Buddha guarding will's perspective, the Buddhist energy he injected had activated Supremacy's innate abilities from his past life, and was now bringing out some of the wonders of the dragon-taming Vajra wood. Buddha guarding will nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed Vajra dragon-taming wood, and the liquid flowing out was the special resin of the wood. Quite a few spirit pills and medicines of the Buddhist League were made from the resin of the wood, which had the magical effect of strengthening the muscles and bones and increasing one's energy. Some of the golden body divine abilities of the Buddhist League could only be successfully cultivated with the help of this resin. Of course, the resin secreted by the dragon-taming Vajra wood was nowhere near as fragrant as the resin flowing out of Supremacy's body. In terms of quality, they were worlds apart. It really is dragon-taming Vajra wood, the reincarnation of a primordial heavenly wood. He is indeed fated with Buddhism. Although this kid is a little hot-tempered, he has a pure heart. Compared to those ignorant disciples, this kid can be of great use. Buddha guarding will quickly used his divine sense to communicate with the other 6 Buddhist patriarchs, relaying everything he saw and heard to them. Buddha guarding heart and the other Buddhist patriarchs were overjoyed. Now that Buddhism and Taoism had both suffered heavy losses, they knew that the Buddhist supremacies and ancient Buddhas could at most fight the Taoism's sect masters to a draw. In order to defeat Taoism and gain the upper hand, Buddhism needed a powerful figure. Supremacy be it his background, his temperament, or his methods, was perfect for the Buddhist ancestors' needs. In a situation where Tao-fusing sages couldn't make a move, Supremacy might be the Buddhist patriarch's trump card. He was the key to the Buddhist patriarchs and Taoism's godly investiture plan. The Buddhist patriarchs knew very well how tough the primordial divine Vajra wood was. It was a divine item with absolute toughness. They knew very well how powerful the boundless lightning slaughtering in the chaos was. Even the Buddhist patriarchs didn't dare to move recklessly in the boundless lightning slaughtering. The fact that the main body of the Vajra wood could last 36,000 years in the boundless lightning slaughtering before its main body was split in half showed how strong it was. The Buddhist patriarchs' divine senses quickly exchanged their opinions. Massive amounts of Buddhism power were infused into Buddha guarding will's body, and through the Buddha guarding will's enlightenment technique, the power was bestowed onto Supremacy. Originally, Buddha guarding will was prepared to give Supremacy 100 eons worth of Buddhism power. But after a discussion, they each donated 200 eons worth of Buddhism power. This was enough to push Supremacy's cultivation base to the level of the strongest below Tao fusing realm. Even Wuxia's main body wouldn't be a match for Supremacy. As he sensed the Buddhist energy surging violently in the Supremacy's body, a shameless thing happened with a thought in Wuxia's mind. The Vajra dragon taming wood in Yuan Ling's nether realm, which had its energy essence devoured by Supremacy, snapped with a boom. 2 broken tree trunks suddenly shot out from the top of Supremacy's head, smashing the imperial palace of New Wu and almost flattening the capital city. Had it not been for Buddha guarding will's quick action, the 2 huge tree trunks, tens of thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles thick, would have been enough to destroy all the villages and towns around the capital city. Buddha guarding will's eyes went wide. Beams of golden light shot out, transforming into a golden lotus that lifted up the indescribably heavy Vajra, dragon-taming wood. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs, whose divine senses were connected as one, exclaimed in unison, "The main body of the Vajra, dragon-taming wood? Wonderful, wonderful! His divine soul has reincarnated, and his main body has also entered the transmigration. This is his great fortune." If these 2 tree trunks can be refined into a magical artifact of the Buddhist League, it will be the most convenient weapon for supremacy. Using the Vajra dragon taming wood to forge a divine weapon, and having a telepathic connection with supremacy, it was the prime divine weapon of supremacy. Moreover, the Vajra dragon taming wood was so strong that any supreme treasure of primal would be smashed in half when it was forged into a weapon. That was where the problem lay. How much effort and time would it take to forge such a strong Vajra dragon taming wood? With a wry smile, Buddha Guarding heaved a long sigh and said, "This is a great opportunity for the Buddhist League to prosper. It's just a matter of time and energy, which we have the least shortage of now." The other 6 Buddhas smiled wryly as well. Buddha Guarding Heart shouted, "If that's the case, let's work together to forge a weapon the likes of which Buddhism has never seen before." Those 9 cow noses have spent so many years of hard work just to forge an investiture of the gods, yet they're still so proud of themselves, thinking that it is the best magical artifact in the world. Let's show them the treasure we've forged for supremacy. Supremacy, who had been digesting the Buddhist energy in his body with all his strength, opened his eyes and cried out in a low voice, "Buddhist patriarchs, please listen to me. This Vajra dragon taming wood is my body from my previous life. If it was forged by someone else, it would naturally be too strong and hard to refine. But as long as you can provide me with the Buddhist energy and transform it into the divine flame of Buddhism, I will be able to forge it into a divine weapon within a short period of time." Buddha Guarding slapped his forehead as if he was enlightened. "I've made a mistake. You, the master, are right here. The Vajra dragon taming wood is indeed strong, but you are the reincarnation of its divine soul. Naturally, you can make it hard and soft as you want it to be. In 3 to 5 years, the treasure will be completed. It's just a little more Buddhist energy, but what's the point? They have been cultivating for countless years since the creation of Pangu World. To the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, magic energy was nothing. They had an inexhaustible supply of Buddhist energy to spend. As long as they could forge a powerful guardian Vajra for the Buddhist League, a little bit of Buddhist energy was nothing. It was as if the 7 Buddhist patriarchs could already see the scene of the great East Supremacy wielding the divine weapon forged from the Vajra dragon-taming wood, sending the bulls' noses scurrying in all directions. They burst out laughing in unison. Buddha Guarding waved his hand and cast a time restriction that covered an area of 10 miles in circumference. Inside the restriction, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs worked together and sped up the flow of time by tens of millions of times. 2 hours in the outside world was 2,000 years inside the restriction. Inside the time restriction, the Buddhas took out some of their most precious materials. Together with 2 Vajra dragon-taming wood trunks, they forged a Vajra scepter and a protective 7 treasures Xianxia for supremacy to eat. The Vajra scepter was densely packed with innumerable Buddhist Dharma seals, and the 7 treasures Xianxia was stacked with countless treasures. Not to mention the other treasures, just the materials used to craft these 2 treasures were at least equivalent to the price of several dozen Grand Mist artifacts. Apart from using the divine flame of Buddhism to refine the scepter and the Xianxia, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs also taught supremacy all their abilities and secret arts. This was the first time they taught someone together. 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the outside world, but tens of thousands of years had passed inside the restriction. Wuxia had been sitting cross-legged on top of the mountain, quietly comprehending the enlightenment the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had given him. Generous, too generous, too generous, murmured Wuxia as he comprehended the benefits he had received. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs were so generous that Wuxia felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps Supremacy was really going to cooperate with the Buddhist League and teach the Tao League a good lesson? Just as Supremacy Dei put on his 7 treasures Kasaya and walked out of the restrictive spell with the Vajra scepter in his hand, Wuxia suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. 6 great celestial emperors. Where are you going? Chapter 1066. Amidst the boundless white clouds, countless huge cloud vortexes were spinning silently and rapidly. The 6 great celestial emperors were moving carefully at the edge of these vortexes. Wagging his tail excitedly, Ninetails kept asking Wuxia with his divine sense if he could catch 2 great celestial emperors and eat them. After following the trail for 2 days and 2 nights along the edge of the vortexes, there was finally a bright light ahead. Oblivious to the fact that one of these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals whom he wanted to train had revealed his whereabouts, Ziwei Lingying stepped on a breeze and flew into the depths of the white clouds with the other 5 great celestial emperors. It was such a wonderful place that allowed Meng Xiaobai and the other heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to avoid the calamity of the fiend gods, and allowed the 6 great celestial emperors to hide some things that they could not reveal to the public. Back when they were on Myriad Immortals' planet, Nie Yaonu was full of resentment towards Great Yan's imperial family. Therefore, when the 6 dynasties left Myriad Immortals' planet, she immediately took her son and went into secluded cultivation, no longer bothering herself with the affairs of Great Yan. Later on, when Wuxia lifted the restrictive spell in the bloodline of Great Yan's imperial family, allowing the descendants of the 6 dynasties to regain their freedom, Nieyanu immediately went into secluded cultivation with Nyebayon. With Wuxia's help, both mother and son successfully transcended their heavenly tribulation and ascended. Clad in a bright silver armor, the tall and muscular Meng Xiaobai was also among the group of heavenly generals. Under the command of the heavenly lords and immortal officials from the Pill Department of the Celestial Court, groups of female immortals were harvesting spirit herbs produced from various spirit trees in Yew Garden. Nefinu, who had white hair and a beautiful face, was among these immortals, carefully harvesting the tiny flowers of a purple leaf Ganoderma Duda. The Ganoderma Duda looked like a monk sitting cross-legged on a lotus throne with a fist-sized Ganoderma Duda, emanating an intoxicating fragrance. It was an ingredient added to the cure wound medicine concocted by the Celestial Court. Out of 10,000 pills of cure wound medicine, a small petal of this Ganoderma Duda could increase its efficacy by 60%. Ninetails was a predator among the Chaos Fiend Gods. If the world of Chaos Fiend Gods was compared to a huge ecological chain, it was equivalent to a wolf or a tiger in the food chain. It was born with all kinds of divine abilities to hunt and devour other living beings. Even from a great distance, it could smell the sweet, plump aroma of the 6 great celestial emperors. Panting and spitting saliva all the way, it happily carried the 3 of them to a place less than 100 miles behind the 6 great celestial emperors. When Nieyanu saw the 6 great celestial emperors coming out together in Yew Garden today, she felt nervous and panicked, but she also recalled what Wuxia had told her before he sent her and her son away. Wuxia had single-handedly helped them transcend the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. At the same time, he had taught them 3 extremely profound cultivation techniques. As long as they cultivated according to them, they would be able to become primordial immortals in the future. They were the supreme cultivation techniques that could lead them straight to the realm of Tao reasoning. The closer they got to the core of the ocean of clouds, the denser the cloud vortexes became. In the end, as long as they practiced according to the laws, they would be able to step into the realm of primordial immortal in the future. The closer they got to the core of the ocean of clouds, the denser the cloud vortexes became. In the end, the cloud vortexes were one after another, and the 6 great celestial emperors had no choice but to carefully sneak past them from the edge. At this point, their flying speed had also slowed down. They could only move forward cautiously with small steps. They could no longer fly as fast as they did before. It had only been a few years since Meng Xiaobai and his clan members ascended to the celestial court. But, relying on the vast immortal energy in the celestial court, the magical cultivation technique taught by Wuxia, and his excellent aptitude, his fleshly body cultivation base had reached the realm of 18th tier heaven immortal in just a few years. In the celestial court, such a frightening cultivation speed could only be possessed by those with excellent aptitudes. In just a short while, Meng Xiaobai had become a hot steam bun in the eyes of some high-ranking officials of the celestial court. Without batting an eyelid, Nianu gently pressed her finger on an inconspicuous pearl hanging on her waist. Everything she saw was imprinted in the pearl, and Wu Qi, who was far away on Panga continent, saw everything she saw immediately. On top of that, it was a very safe place. Even when the celestial fiends from the outer domains attacked the 33 heavens not long ago, they could not find their way here. Meng Xiaobai and the group of Meng clan members under his command watched the terrible scene of the celestial fiends wreaking havoc. After that, the sect masters of the 33 heavens personally drove the celestial fiends out of the 33 heavens, restoring the peace and quiet of the celestial court. This mystic realm was in the middle of nowhere. Meng Xiaobai had been stationed here for a few years, but no one knew what he was guarding. But the salary for being stationed here was generous, and the immortal energy in this void was thousands of times stronger than that in other places in the celestial court. Meng Xiaobai's cultivation base had improved greatly after being stationed here for a few years. The 6 great celestial emperors did not know that someone had revealed their whereabouts. They walked silently through Yu Garden, then strolled into a seemingly inconspicuous tunnel among the dozens of tunnels behind the garden. After strolling a few rounds in the tunnel, the place in front of them suddenly opened up. The sky was filled with white clouds, and standing on top of each cloud were hundreds of heavenly soldiers and generals. The place was filled with thin layers of newborn white clouds, each of which contained an enormous amount of natural energy, which was almost equal to the total magic power and cultivation base of a top-tier heaven immortal. Wu Qi fell in love with this place as soon as he saw it. What he lacked now was magic power and cultivation base. He did not have the time to devour the cultivation bases of the few revered ones, the ancient Buddhas and the Buddhas, and he could not devour all the Buddhist saints in the temple, for he was short of magic power at the moment. Ziwei Lingying snorted softly. He glanced around and saw that all the heavenly soldiers and generals were as respectful as ever. He could not help but sigh inwardly. In the celestial court, only these low-ranked heavenly soldiers and generals with low cultivation bases could be trusted. As for the other gold immortals and primordial immortals, which one of them could he really order around? In the future, he would have to select more talents from these low-ranked heavenly soldiers and generals and train them well. It was not until he arrived at the celestial court that he realized that the celestial court was not as peaceful and blessed as those immortals claimed. All the male immortals who had just ascended to the celestial court were either assigned to be ordinary immortal soldiers or sent to serve as servants in the mansions of various immortal officials. As for the female immortals who were beautiful and virgins, they were either sent to the great celestial emperor's palace as palace maids, or taken away by those lofty celestial lords and immortal kings. They flew on for several hours, carefully avoiding some turbulent vortexes in the white clouds. Ziwei Lingying and the others were very careful, because these turbulent vortexes did not have much damage to the immortal bodies and avatars of the immortals, but they were extremely destructive to their divine souls and nascent divinities. Even primordial immortals had to turn into gold immortals and escape when they were sucked into them. Bright white light shone from all directions, illuminating a cloud cave that measured hundreds of millions of miles in diameter. Nianu and her son had ascended at the same time, and she had a strange appearance, such as white-haired and red-faced, which allowed her to avoid some unpleasant encounters. She was assigned to the group of female immortals who worked for the pill department of the Celestial Court, and became the lowest-ranking immortal on duty. When Wuxia saw that both Lord Zhua and Supremacy had obtained the expected benefits, and when he noticed the strange movements of the 6 great celestial emperors from Yianu and Meng Xiaobai's reports, he immediately brought Ao, Buzan, and Xianxia, mounted the 9-tailed scorpion, and flew straight into the 33 heavens. They flew forward for millions of miles, and everywhere they passed was a vast expanse of white clouds. These clouds were magical creatures produced by the heaven and earth, capable of absorbing divine sense and shielding divine will. They could be considered as an extremely mysterious natural realm of the Celestial Court. This vast expanse of white clouds measured tens of billions of miles in circumference. Even if an almighty expert of Tao fusing realm entered this place, his divine sense could only cover an area of millions of miles. Therefore, no one in Panga World could really see what was hiding in this place with just one glance. Before they knew it, they had been followed by someone. Just like Nianu and Nye Baihong, Meng Xiaobai, and many other people from Meng Village have been helped by Wuxia to ascend to the immortal realm. For the sake of Meng Xiaobai and his people, Wuxia had even spent a great deal of effort to alter the true body of heaven and earth scripture, turning it into a cultivation technique that cultivated both the nascent divinity and the fleshly body at the same time. Although it was not as fast as the true body of heaven and earth scripture, it was 100 times more convenient than ordinary body tempering techniques. Suddenly, the white clouds in front of them parted, and 6 great celestial emperors walked in together. Meng Xiaobai and his people dared not to be negligent, and hastily dropped to their knees and bowed deeply to the 6 great celestial emperors. Subconsciously, Meng Xiaobai pressed his finger on a pearl inlaid on his belt. Immediately, every movement of the 6 great celestial emperors was reflected in the pearl, and Wuxia could see their movements at the same time. The 6 great celestial emperors walked out of the translucent palace like thieves. Without looking sideways, they walked along a path paved with green jade behind the palace, all the way into the yew garden of the 33 heavens of the Celestial Court behind the translucent palace, which was famous for its abundance of spirit trees. At the same time, because this was the back garden of the Celestial Court, there was nothing here except for the vast expanse of white clouds. Apart from those who purposely wanted to make things difficult for the 6 great celestial emperors, who would come here for no reason. Even the 9 Daozu celestial emperors would not pay attention to the movements here at all times. Nie Yaonu was collecting flower petals when she suddenly saw the 6 great celestial emperors walking out together. Her heart trembled, and she hurriedly dropped to her knees like the other female immortals around her, not daring to raise her head to look at the 6 great celestial emperors. With Wuxia's current cultivation base and the various escape arts he learned in the Scroll of Stealing, which were the ultimate means for him to hide and protect himself, how could anyone discover his tracks along the way? Even the Daozu, Celestial Patriarch Buddha, could not easily discover Wuxia's tracks, let alone these civil and military officials of the Celestial Court. Therefore, Meng Xiaobai brought a guard of 8,000 heavenly soldiers, and together with the other 17 heavenly generals and over 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they were stationed here. Catch 2 great celestial emperors and eat them for fun? Why did this sentence sound so strange? Twitching his mouth, Wuxia ignored Nine-Tailed's request. Instead, he carefully controlled Nine-Tailed to approach the 6 great celestial emperors. At present, Tao League and Buddhist League were fighting fiercely against each other, and the Celestial Court was facing the threat of celestial fiends from outer heavenly realms. Yet, the 6 great celestial emperors had left the Celestial Court at the same time and sneaked into this unknown white cloud. Just as Wuxia was happily studying the cloud cave, a violent roar suddenly came from the front. Nie Yaonu was a woman who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. She knew that she and her son owed Wuxia too much. Chapter 1067. Wuxia was shocked when he sensed the countless white clouds in the cloud cave, which contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. What kind of place was this? Every thin and inconspicuous cloud contained an energy equivalent to the cultivation base of a top-notch heaven immortal, and there were trillions of clouds here. Not only that, but there was also an invisible breeze swirling back and forth. If the breeze blew on a person's body, it would feel as if countless soft hands were kneading his body, giving him an indescribably comfortable feeling. A subtle, cool breeze seeped into his body through his skin and circulated in his meridians, faintly helping to suppress his inner demons and improve his mental cultivation base. The cool breeze contained a very strong aura of life, and there were invisible gusts of wind rolling around his body. Although he had been standing here for a while, he could feel that the strength of his fleshly body, which was already extremely strong, had been improved to a certain extent. Wuxia could not help but be aghast. What was this place? How could it have such a miraculous effect? Wuxia reckoned that this was a miraculous place that was absolutely no weaker than his Yuanling's nether realm. If he could make good use of all the strange things here, he might be able to produce an existence at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm in just a few periods. But judging from the appearance of the 6 great celestial emperors, they did not seem to be able to sense the enormous amount of spiritual energy contained in these white clouds, nor could they sense the gentle breeze around them. What was the reason for this? The sudden roar startled Wuxia, who was immersed in some indescribable state, and at the same time, he felt annoyed. Just now, when he spread out his divine sense, he vaguely sensed some extremely secret information contained in this cloud cave. Just when Wuxia was about to get to the bottom of this information, the roar, which contained boundless hatred and ruthlessness, suddenly came rushing over and forcibly knocked Wuxia out of that mysterious state. Damn it! Wuxia could not help but feel a little flustered and exasperated. Xianxia looked excitedly at Wuxia, her eyes flashing with a halo of destruction that looked like 2 black holes. "Are you angry, Demon Monarch?" she cried in a low voice. "It must be the 6 of them who made you unhappy. Why don't you capture them and slowly cut them up? As for the great celestial emperor, just the thought of being able to kill the great celestial emperor was enough to make one happy. I really want to see what color their blood is." QB also shook his body excitedly, opening his complicated mouth and spitting out a lot of saliva. He had been eyeing the 6 great celestial emperors for a long time. As great celestial emperors, they did not have the aura of Ren Huang in their bodies, but they had the imperial aura of the heavenly emperor, which was in line with the law of the Great Path. This kind of breath was extremely tempting to a different type of predator like Nine-Tailed. It was equivalent to putting a big rib in front of the nose of a vicious dog. If it wasn't for Wuxia's control, Nine-Tailed would have rushed out to hunt. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "Don't worry. They came here to court death, and they asked for it." Once he squeezed out all the valuables from them, he would have them make a trip to the divine sealed decree. Let's see if the Daozu will confer them the title of Celestial Emperor again. With a few strange laughs, Wuxia deliberately threw this problem to the Daozu. In the past, when the Celestial Emperors fell in the apocalypse of heaven and earth, their souls were destroyed, and a new Celestial Emperor would be set up. But this time, Wuxia killed 6 Celestial Emperors and sent Yuanling to the Divine Seal Decree. Would the Daozu confer them the title of Celestial Emperor again? Or would they choose someone else? It would be fine if they were conferred the title of Celestial Emperor, but there would certainly be people in the Dao sect who would question in their hearts, 6 dead people, do you still want to occupy the position of Celestial Emperor? If they were not conferred the title of Celestial Emperor, then there would certainly be people in the Dao sect who would sympathize with the death of the rabbit. They were the 6 great Celestial Emperors. Could you confer them the title of Earth God of the new Celestial Court? In any case, this would make the 9 Daozu look bad and bring them great trouble. Only by constantly making trouble for the Daozu and the Buddhas could Wuxia have enough time to strengthen himself and develop himself. Only in this way could he set up more chess pieces and obtain the greatest benefit in this great calamity. With a cold gleam, as sharp as a knife shooting out his eyes, Wuxia stared at the backs of the 6 great celestial emperors, then patted Nine-Tailed on the head and motioned for him to keep flying forward. Following the footsteps of the great celestial emperor, they went deeper and deeper into the cloud cave and finally came to a pair of peaks in the center. The peaks were jade white in color and strangely shaped, looking like 2 human lungs. A dark purple ridge connected them at the top, which was also shaped like a human trachea. The white peaks measured hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference and were densely covered with countless pores of various sizes, just like the alveoli of a human being. Countless runes were flashing in each of these pores, and at first glance, the dense runes gathered into a vast ocean, which made one's heart palpitate with fear. With so many runes gathered together, the power gathered was enough to instantly destroy an almighty expert at the peak of Tao-breaking realm. Even a Tao-fusing expert would be wounded if his Dharma body was crushed by this pair of peaks. The power possessed by this pair of peaks was no weaker than that of a Tao-fusing expert. At the sight of this pair of peaks, Wuxia instinctively thought of the boundless spirit cave beneath Yuxiong Plain, which covered hundreds of billions of miles in circumference. Legend had it that the spirit cave in Yuxiong Plain was transformed from the heart of the great Saint Pangu. So this must be Panga's lungs? No wonder there was such a wonderful breeze here, which could help Wuxia continue to improve the strength of his fleshly body. Every wisp of cloud and every breeze here contained the heavenly Tao comprehended by the great Saint Pangu, and the great Saint Pangu's heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao of this world, and his will was the will of this world. Therefore, even though Wuxia's fleshly body had been improved to a level 100 times stronger than it was in his previous life, he could still benefit from this inconspicuous breeze. Of course, only someone at Wuxia's level, or even a fiend god from chaos like him, could benefit from it. At least, it seemed that the 6 great celestial emperors did not notice anything mysterious about this place. They just thought it was an ordinary arcane realm formed by heaven and earth. Judging from their expressions, they did not even notice the mystery of the pair of peaks in front of them. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia asked in a low voice, "What do you think these 2 mountains look like?" Nine-Tails did not answer. He did not take these 2 mountains seriously at all. But Ao, Buzin, and Xia's answers made Wuxia realize something. To them, these 2 mountains were just 2 ordinary white peaks, and it did not seem like Wuxia could see their true appearance at all. Wuxia immediately understood that his primal Dharma eyes possessed an unfathomable magical power, and it was he who had seen through the true nature of these 2 mountains. Even Ao, Buzin, Xia, and Nine-Tails, who were in the realm of Tao breaking, could not see through the true appearance of these mountains, let alone the 6 great celestial emperors, whose cultivation base had only reached the realm of Tao reasoning. Wuxia nodded to himself as he saw the 6 great celestial emperors walk up to the top of the mountain. After performing a spell, countless white lightning bolts came whistling down from the void, and dozens of thick iron chains emerged out of thin air. At the center of the purple gold chains, which shaped like a spider web, was a giant figure, hundreds of feet tall, whose bones were pierced by the chains, and whose grayish-black blood kept gushing out of his broken body. The giant was roughly humanoid, but with 3 heads and 6 arms, he did not look like a normal person at all. In particular, in addition to the faces on each of his 3 heads, there was a huge, ferocious, and terrifying face on his chest. The big face on his chest occasionally opened its mouth and roared, which was the roar that Wuxia and the others had heard, full of murderous intent and tyrannical aura. The giant seemed to have no skin, only exposed crimson muscles wrapped in a layer of viscous black and red fluid. Thick blood vessels wriggled over the exposed muscles, and blood flowed wildly in them, making loud splashing noises from time to time. His 3 heads looked like those of a bull, a bear, and a tiger, and had nothing to do with a human being. The pair of sharp black horns on the middle head was very eye-catching, with wisps of blood-red lightning flashing back and forth between them. As soon as he saw the 6 great celestial emperors, the giant immediately threw his head back and roared. Suddenly, the 2 black horns shone with a blinding light, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts, each as thick as a finger, shot wildly toward the 6 great celestial emperors. "Do you really want to die, Wuchang?" Great celestial emperor Ziwei, Lingying sneered. A beam of white light shot out from between his brows, transforming into a mirror that matched the positions of the 12 zodiac signs in front of him, blocking the incoming red lightning bolts. Behind him, the Northern Emperor snorted coldly and raised his hand. A black scimitar flew out, transforming into countless black butterflies that fell on Wu Chang's body. Wherever the butterflies passed, Wu Chang's muscles and bones were cut open by the extremely sharp aura. For a moment, his blood was boiling, and the sound of his bones and muscles being torn was nauseating. But, although Wu Chang's body was not very strong, he had an extraordinary ability of recovery. No matter how the butterflies damaged his body, in just a few breaths of time, he was as good as new. The crimson lightning bolts were still shooting toward him. Wu Chang took a deep breath. Then the big face on his chest opened its mouth and let out a venomous roar. "If I can get out of here, I will slaughter the entire celestial court, kill all living beings, and achieve my supreme Tao." Great celestial Emperor Zui, Lingying smiled faintly, clasped his hands behind his back, and said in a cold voice, "We are here to free you, Wuchang." Wuchang was stunned. He tilted his head and looked at the 6 great celestial emperors, and the lightning bolts that were shooting out came to an abrupt stop. After a long time, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Why do you want to free me? Didn't you, the celestial court, go through so much trouble to capture me and force me to tell you?" "Hee, I won't tell you." Northern Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly and pointed a finger at Wuchang. A black butterfly swept across his neck, and his 3 heads rolled and fell to the ground. Before long, they turned into black juice and flowed all over the ground. But the flesh on his neck squirmed, and 3 new heads grew out in a very short time. Great Celestial Emperor Zui, Lingying snorted coldly and said, "So what if you have an immortal body? If you can't free yourself, you are just a good-for-nothing here. Wuchang, listen to us. As long as you agree to our conditions, why can't we work together?" Wuchang was silent for a long time, and then he cried out in a low voice, "Unless you give up that thing." Great Celestial Emperor Zui Lingying laughed, then sighed and said, "We already have the cultivation base of an immortal body, so why should we covet your immortality herb? Your enemy is Wu Xian, who is also a leader of the Forbidden Clans, and not us." The South Emperor laughed as well. "Wuchang, it was not us who imprisoned you here back then. If you want to settle the score with someone, you can't blame it on us. 99% of those who cooperated with Wu Xian to imprison you are now dead, and it makes no sense for you to still hold a grudge against the Celestial Court." Wuchang gave a strange laugh and murmured, "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Wuqi furrowed his brows. "Elixir of immortality? Is Wuchang really indestructible?" Chapter 1068. The sky was overcast, the ground was overcast, and the mountains and rivers were overcast. Even the air and the clouds were overcast. This was the place where the forbidden kind lived, a place specially created by the celestial court for these non-humankind beings, who were not accepted by the humankind. Originally, this place was a beautiful place with abundant spiritual energy. However, ever since the Forbidden Clan moved in, it had become this strange in just a few years. The flowers in this damned place were not fragrant, and the birds were silent. Even the birds and beasts were like dead creatures that rarely moved for several months. There were flowers and trees that had pulled out their roots and ran around everywhere. There were huge rocks and rocks that opened their mouths and swallowed the soil and stones around them. Sometimes, the river here would surge with blood-red waves, and swallow the creatures by the river. Sometimes, when the creatures were resting on the mountain peaks, a huge crack would suddenly appear and swallow them. This was a place where all living beings devoured each other. It was a giant basin, a dark hell that ordinary gods, saints, immortals, human beings, and even spirit creatures could not imagine. It was a place where all the ugly things in the world were gathered. Treacherous, cruel, tyrannical, obscene, all the unkind and evil things lived freely in this place. Evildoers who were expelled by all living beings in Pangu world could find absolute freedom in this place. As long as one had enough power, as long as one could obey the supreme order of Wuxia, one could live as he or she wished in this place. In the center of this dusky world, on a mountain that looked like a huge human spine, a group of temples built with gray stones stood impressively. This mountain had a radius of 1,000 miles and was tens of thousands of miles tall. Gray thunderstorms coiled around this mountain, striking at it like raging dragons and stirring up dazzling thunderbolts on its surface. The mountain was densely covered in well-proportioned caves. Before the doors of these caves hung eye-catching plaques, with some words written on them. Occasionally, all kinds of oddly shaped creatures would sneakily come to a cave abode and offer some of the rare items written on the plaque, such as spirit medicines and spirit herbs, in exchange for some, even stranger items. Every strange creature that successfully completed the exchange left the mountain in great joy. Clearly, they had obtained quite a lot of benefits. The gray temple on the top of the mountain was so large that it almost occupied the entire mountaintop. Every hall in the temple was thousands of feet tall. Judging from the scale of the halls, it was clear that they were not built for ordinary people. Clearly, they were built for some gigantic creatures. In the center of the temple, in a hall that measured 100 miles in both width and length, Wuxia, who looked like a pile of mud and had countless twitching faces, was lying lazily on the floor. In the middle of his body was a strong and handsome man. His feet had fused with Wuxian's body, and he was attacking a beautiful fairy who was screaming and crying like a storm. The female immortal was probably a peak-level heaven immortal, only one step away from becoming a gold immortal. Her fair and slender body was tightly gripped by the strong man, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from his strong body. Laughing strangely, the man kept sprinting madly, blood spraying out of the joint between their bodies. Suddenly, the man's body twitched violently, and a great amount of sticky, grayish-black liquid sprayed out of his mouth. The female immortal let out a hoarse howl of despair as her body began to melt rapidly from her lower abdomen, turning into a pool of pus and blood in the blink of an eye. The man gave a smug, hideous laugh. He twisted his neck and made a cracking sound as his joints rubbed against each other. Then his body melted like mud and slowly merged with the huge body of Wuxia down below. The man was just a clone of Wuxia formed with evil magic, a little trick he used to amuse himself in his spare time. In front of Wuxia was a large chair carved with dragons and phoenixes, with a tea table and a long table on both sides, on which were placed fragrant tea, fresh fruits, and snacks. Clad in a green Taoist robe and shrouded in an immortal aura, Liu Bang sat upright on the chair, looking at the pool of pus and blood on Wuxian's body with a playful look. Wuxia gently wriggled his huge body, which measured 100 miles in circumference, then said in a hoarse, deep voice, "Occasionally getting close to a woman can help me relax. It's just that there are many things going on in the celestial court recently, and it's rare to find a beautiful female immortal who is a virgin. Otherwise, it would not have been just a woman just now. With my divine power, it's nothing unusual for me to have sex with 3,000 female immortals." Liu Bang applauded softly and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Wuxia is still as awe-inspiring as ever. TSK, but where in the Celestial Court are there so many beautiful virgin immortals for Your Excellency Wuxia to enjoy? When it comes to the number of beautiful women, we have to mention the human race. How many beautiful women are there into you? The number of beautiful women among them is many times more than the number of stars in the sky. Wuxian wriggled his body, and a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened on the part of his body that was facing Liu Bang. Staring at Liu Bang with those gray, cold, and merciless eyes, Wuxian said in a cold voice, "That clone of yours has just abdicated the throne, and he might even be able to ascend to the throne in the future. You are not a virtuous son of heaven with a pure heart and few desires, but 100 times more lecherous than me. Are you really willing to let me kill those beautiful women of the human race?" Liu Bang crossed his legs and snorted. "Of course not, but it's not a problem for me to send you a few beautiful women every once in a while." Waving his hand, Liu Bang said with a smile, "Why are you talking about this? They're just some playthings. What's there to fuss about? Let's get down to business." Wuxian wriggled his body and yawned slowly. "What business can I have? In any case, let me make it clear first. I don't do things that bring me no benefits. I don't do things that are too dangerous, and I don't do things that will provoke some powerful people." Liu Bang sneered and said mockingly, "That's why you were born to hide in this turtle cave and never come out. Wuxian, you might as well change your name to Wu Gui. Didn't you leave behind a clan of descendants when you were still a human? There are a few beautiful women among them. Let me enjoy them." Wuxian's cold, merciless eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he snapped, "Are you courting death?" A deafening rumble rang out as plumes of poisonous gas kept spewing out of his body, while thousands of black tentacles shot out of his body and stabbed at Liu Bang. But a glistening green lotus-shaped halo spread out from between Liu Bang's brows, firmly blocking the poisonous gas and the tentacles, turning them all into nothingness. When the green light shone on Wuxian's body, he looked like dew under the scorching sun, constantly spewing out thick black mist. Large patches of abscesses and blisters kept growing on his body, and a pungent stench filled the entire hall. Liu Bang gently clapped his hands. Countless fist-sized green lotus-shaped halos drifted out of his body and lightly imprinted on Wuxian's body. Wuxian howled at the top of his lungs. His body squirmed violently, and each of the lotus-shaped halos burned a huge wound 1,000 feet in diameter on his skin. As the light bloomed, Wuxian's flesh and blood were completely annihilated. "I've kept a low profile for so many years, cultivating the innate divine light of separation and reunion with the help of this green lotus of purification. Today, I've finally succeeded, and I've come here to thank you, Your Excellency. Don't let me kill you so easily, or I'll be very dissatisfied." Liu Bang murmured in a low voice, "Once I'm dissatisfied, your entire clan will be executed. There are many beautiful women among your juniors, but I don't care about their status as seniors or juniors. I'll take them all into my room. Wuxian, you can't die." A gust of green gas blew out of his mouth. Wherever it passed, a small part of Wuxian's body suddenly turned into ashes and drifted away. All his life force was wiped out by the green gas. Wuxian let out a terrified roar and howled hoarsely. The innate divine light of separation and reunion. "What the hell is that? You Liu Bang? No, King of Han. No, Your Majesty, for the sake that it was Wuxian who split your nascent divinity into 9 incarnations for you." Liu Bang chuckled and retracted his divine power. Crossing his legs, Liu Bang picked up a teacup and took a sip of fragrant tea. "In fact, we're old friends," he said coolly, "and we share the same interests, so I shouldn't have mistreated you like this. But in the future, I'll be the master and you'll be the slave. We need to figure out the difference between us. So, you must be clear about one thing. I can kill you at any time." The sound of heavy footsteps rang out as dozens of burly men clad in heavy armors slowly walked into the temple. They were roughly humanoid, but had the heads of various ferocious birds and beasts, and their bodies had all kinds of signs of beastification. These men were the generals and leaders of the forbidden clans, and they were Wuxian's greatest help in controlling the forbidden clans. But under Wuxian's horrified gaze when they walked into the temple, they dropped to their knees, kowtowed to Liu Bang, and cried out in unison, May your majesty live forever. They did not even look at Wuxian, as if Wuxian, who was badly wounded and bleeding profusely, did not exist at all. Don't be surprised, Liu Bang said coolly with a teacup in his hand. I'm not willing to be a chess piece, and I want to be a chess player. Naturally, I need to cultivate more chess pieces. As for these subordinates of yours, glory and wealth can always buy people over. Wuxian fell silent as he stared at Liu Bang in horror. This was the most inconspicuous son of the South Dipper Emperor, and he was once just an experiment subject used by Wuxian to experiment with the soul-splitting curse. Moreover, it was Liu Bang who had spent a great deal of money and gifts to make Wuxian use him as an experiment subject. The scene of Liu Bang howling, struggling, and weeping in his hands that day when he could not put up any resistance was still vivid in his mind. But how long had it been? It was probably less than 1 eon. How could Liu Bang possess such overwhelming power? The green lotus of purification and the innate divine light of separation and reunion. Wuxian branded these two names deeply in his heart. Waving his sleeve lightly, Liu Bang said coolly, I'm destined to become the human emperor, but there are still some key points. I need elite soldiers and valiant generals to fight for me. The forbidden clans will choose those who still have a human form, as well as those strange creatures you've created over the years. As long as they still have a human appearance, they will follow me into battle. With a grim laugh, Liu Bang stared at Wuxian and said, The 6 great celestial emperors have gone to a secret realm in the celestial court, where Wu Chang is imprisoned. Wuxian, you should know what this means. You and Wu Chang are good brothers who have gone through life and death together and can entrust their wives to you. Slowly rising to his feet, Liu Bang turned and walked toward the exit of the temple without saying a word. After a long silence, Wuxian finally said with a trembling voice, Your Majesty, I, Wuxian, am willing to serve you. Chapter 1069. In the boundless cloud cave, 6 great celestial emperors surrounded Wu Chang, who was roaring at the top of his voice. Just now, Ziwei Lingying was about to convince Wu Chang, but when he mentioned the emperor of the celestial court, who had imprisoned Wu Chang here many generations ago, Wu Chang suddenly broke out, shouting and cursing at the top of his voice and uttering countless vicious curses. These were not empty curses. Every curse he uttered turned into thick black smoke, condensing into fist-sized black runes that flew all over the sky. The lethality of these curses, which had materialized, was astonishing. Each curse contained boundless evil and malice. The ghostly wails and wolf howls shook the heavens and the earth, and there was also a strange, pungent smell that assaulted the nostrils. The thick smell was so strange that Xianxia almost threw up when she smelled it. Wu Qi unleashed a beam of Buddhist light that enveloped Xianxia, isolating the stench from the black runes. Ao Buzin gave Xianxia a secretive look and murmured in a low voice, This woman is really troublesome when she has a big belly. She can't eat or drink, and she vomits all day long, losing her temper and beating her husband all the time. If it were not for the fact that Lao Tzu has a strong body, he would have been tortured to death by them. Xianxia gave Ao Buzin a sidelong glance with her eyes narrowed. Immediately, Ao Buzin straightened his face and looked obediently in Wu Chang's direction, not daring to say another word. Meanwhile, Wu Qi gently rubbed Xia's head and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Both Xia and Princess Zhang Lu were pregnant, which was a big worry for Wu Qi. Suddenly, he regretted bringing Xia to this damned place. If the smell of Wu Chang's curse contained something bad and affected the child in Xia's belly, what should he do? But Xia and Wu Qi's child was born with the body of a sky fiend, so it should not be easily hurt, right? At the thought of the child in Xia's belly, Wu Qi felt a surge of anger in his heart. Why are you cursing people for no reason? It's fine if you curse a few celestial emperors, but you've provoked me. No matter what kind of immortal body you have, I'll tear you to pieces." As for the 6 great celestial emperors, they had provoked Wu Chang's anger and caused him to curse at random, which was likely to affect Wu Qi's children. They were destined to die a horrible death, and now they had to die a more painful death. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Qi's pupils shone with an evil gleam. He was about to order Nine Tails to pounce out, capture the 6 great celestial emperors, and give Wu Chang a good treatment. But at that moment, Celestial Emperor Xianxia suddenly snapped. "Don't take the opportunity to make trouble, Wu Chang. What's the use of your curse on us? You have less than 1/100th of your cultivation base now. Do you really think you are still the Wu Chang who could seriously injure the 6 great celestial emperors? Cooperate with us, and we can preserve your bloodline. Otherwise, Wu Chang's cursing stopped abruptly. He took a deep breath, inhaled the curse runes drifting in the air, and murmured in a hoarse voice, "Don't ever mention the name of that shameless man in front of me. If not for his temptation, how could I have betrayed the human race? If not for him colluding with Wuxian to plot against me and seize my immortality herb, how could I have fallen to this state?" He laughed strangely, then said in a low voice, "You said preserve my bloodline? Don't tell me I still have descendants left in this world?" The 6 great celestial emperors, who had laid out a formation to block Wu Chang's curse, exchanged a glance. Then, Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying said in a deep voice, "When you betrayed the human race, you had 3 sons and 3 daughters. 2 of them were devoured by Wu Xian, and the 3 daughters had their energy essence sucked dry and died. Only the youngest son was left. At that time, I was just an immortal on duty in Temple of Translucence, and my brothers were just ordinary immortals of the Celestial Court," said Great Celestial Emperor indifferently. "Wu Chang," said Great Celestial Emperor Dongji coolly, "I was just an immortal on duty in Temple of Translucence, and my brothers were just ordinary immortals of the Celestial Court." "Wu Chang, we should not be enemies," said Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying coolly. Wu Chang was silent for a long time. Then, the big face on his chest slowly opened its eyes and grinned strangely. "You've been scheming against me since a long time ago? If that's the case, you should have used my descendants as a bargaining chip to make a deal with me after you ascended to the throne of Great Celestial Emperor. Why did you only come to me today? It's been so many years, but you've only come to see me twice, haven't you? Why did you come to make a deal with me today?" Pondering for a short while, before the 6 emperors could answer, Wu Chang murmured to himself, "I see. You are in trouble. Do you need the power of the forbidden kind? If I can kill Wu Xian and help you with all the power of the forbidden kind, will you release me and let me get my descendants back?" Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying laughed happily. It was so easy to talk to smart people. They didn't want to borrow Wu Chang's power, and they did want to control the forbidden kind. The Zhui Lingying Great Celestial Emperor and the others knew very well that the potential and current strength of the forbidden clans were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. These so-called forbidden beings were not only the taboo of the humankind, but also the taboo of all living beings in Pan-Gu world. From the moment the forbidden kind abandoned their identities as human beings, they had violated the great Tao of Pan-Gu world and became forbidden beings that could not be tolerated by the great Tao of nature. They were like cancer cells in a normal person's body. They were extremely destructive to all other normal living tissues. Perhaps these cancer cells were still a little weak at the moment, but what if they had the full support of the 6 emperors? They were like cancer cells. If they could devour people at the level of the Tao ancestor and the Buddhist ancestor, everything would be perfect. Of course, the forbidden clans were dangerous, extremely dangerous. Therefore, the 6 great celestial emperors would carefully control them. Before Wu Chang made a sufficient oath to restrain himself, and before Wu Chang accepted the restriction the 6 great celestial emperors had placed in his body and soul, the 6 great celestial emperors would never release him. After a round of scheming and bargaining, Wu Chang, who was imprisoned here and could not move, could only yield to the various demands of the 6 great celestial emperors. He cracked his own body, exposing his internal organs and divine soul, allowing the 6 great heavenly emperors to cast complicated restrictive runes on his body and divine soul with the power of the 5 supreme treasures of Grand Mist. When everything was done, Ziwei Lingying gave Wuchang, who was locked quietly in the middle of the chain, a complicated look and pulled out a golden seal from under his sleeve, which had a few cracks on it. He injected a stream of immortal energy into the seal, and beams of golden light shot out and hit the chains that bound Wuchang. The golden chains produced a deafening rumble, then broke with a crash, sending countless broken metal pieces flying all over the sky. Wuxia and the others had enough cultivation bases, so when the chains broke, they saw a dark shadow flash across them. Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. The aura of this shadow was exactly the same as the aura of Wu Xian, whom he had met the other day. Clearly, Wu Xian had cast his own seals in the chains when Wuchang was imprisoned here. The chains were broken, and the seals were destroyed. Clearly, Wu Xian had discovered what was going on here. Interesting, this is really interesting. The Forbidden Clan. Wuqi couldn't help but be tempted. If there was a way to control the Forbidden Clan, it would be more useful than the army of heavenly ghosts in his hands. After all, the curse of the Forbidden Clan, which almost killed anyone who touched it, had left a deep impression on Wuqi. What did their curse consume? It was nothing more than treasures of heaven and earth. They used the spiritual energy contained in these treasures to construct a curse array, thereby unleashing a terrifying power that could kill people instantly. There were countless primordial divine trees in the nether realm of Wuqi and Yuanling. As long as he was willing to damage some of the primordial divine trees' vital energy, he could take 3 to 5 tree trunks and make them into curse puppets. With that, apart from those existences of the Tao integration stage, who could not kill them? But how could he wrest control of the Forbidden Clan from the hands of Wuchang and Wu Xian? Wuqi fell into deep thought. Ninetails bared his fangs and brandished his claws, wanted to pounce on 2 or 3 great celestial emperors to eat his fill. But Wuqi smashed his fist on Ninetail's head, forcibly dispelling the greedy appetite of this fellow who was a little short of brain juice. A deep laugh came from the big mouth on Wuchang's chest. Wu Chang, who was hundreds of feet tall, slowly floated down from midair and stood firmly on the top of the mountain. He stretched his body with all his might, and his joints made a crisp, crackling sound. He laughed loudly and said, "After so many years, I can finally move my hands and feet." In the midst of his strange laughter, Wu Chang's body gradually shrank to the height of an ordinary person, which was about 10 feet tall. He shook his 3 heads and 6 arms, and suddenly his figure flashed and appeared in front of the South Emperor. The South Emperor reacted very quickly. A dazzling red light burst out of his body and enveloped his whole body, and Wu Chang's fist had already smashed down like a storm. Every punch contained the vicious power of the curse, which made the South Emperor fly backward for hundreds of miles. The red light shield around him was almost shattered by Wuchang's punch. The 6 great celestial emperors roared in unison. "Wuchang, you're courting death." Ziwei Lingying roared. The 6 great celestial emperors raised their hands and were about to activate the restrictive spell that had just been sealed in Wuchang's body to kill him. Wuchang hurriedly raised his 6 thick arms and laughed. Wait, I'm just venting my anger. If the South Emperor had not schemed against me, how could Wu Xian have wrenched away the power of the Forbidden Clan? What a pity that this South Emperor is not the South Emperor I know. I'm not having a good time beating him up. With a gloomy face, the South Emperor flew back to the top of the mountain. Looking at Wuchang, he sneered and said, "Don't go too far, Wuchang. Otherwise, we can choose someone else to work with, and you don't have to be the only one who can defeat Wu Xian." The Forbidden Clan that betrayed the human race was made up of dozens of tribes, big and small, and you two are not the only leaders of these tribes with the surname Wu. Wuchang waved his arm lazily and said coolly, "Indeed, apart from me and Wu Xian, there are also Wu Feng, Wu Sa, and Wu Yao. However, I am the only one who controls an army of the undead." Rolling his eyes, Wuchang sneered and said, "I'll take you to a place. An army of the undead is something that no one in the world knows about except me. It is an army that can never be destroyed, just like me. They are all made up of the most elite warriors of the human race. You made a big profit from this deal with you." Wu Qi's eyes flickered. An army of the undead? Was that true? Chapter 1070. Wu Qi, who was about to pounce on the 6 great celestial emperors and Wu Chang, pressed his hand down. He was itching to figure out what was going on with the army of undead, and what was the origin of the elixir of immortality. Wu Qi seemed to have heard of the names of Wu Xian and Wu Chang. When he was hanging around on Earth in the mortal world, Wu Qi had read some ancient books and seen some records about them. The elixir of immortality was a divine medicine that Wu Xian and the others had concocted, which could make living beings immortal. Wu Chang already had an immortal and indestructible body, which should have a lot to do with the immortal medicine. He also had an army of undead under his command, and all the warriors in the army were the elites of the alliance of human tribes. The temptation was too great. Needless to say, the human warriors of the alliance of human tribes were definitely much stronger than to use Yuxiong army and Flying Bear army. At that time, the alliance of human tribes had fought against the heaven, the earth, demons, ghosts, and all kinds of holy spirits. They were the real elites who had survived hundreds of battles, and those who were slightly weaker had long been eliminated from battlefield. How could they be like to you now? Apart from fighting a few battles with the Shizo dynasty and the Ling dynasty, they only knew how to bully those itinerant immortals and itinerant cultivators who had built their Taoist right temples and sects on Pangda continent. When had they ever experienced a real bloody battle? He had to get his hands on such an iron-blooded army. Gently patting Ninetails on the head to temporarily soothe his strong appetite, Wu Qi squinted at Wu Chang and the 6 great celestial emperors, who were standing on the top of the mountain and laughing loudly. Sure enough, when Wu Chang said that he had an undead army under his command, the 6 great celestial emperors immediately regarded Wu Chang as their own blood brother. The two sides were very close, and there was an indescribable intimacy between them. Before long, the group of 7 rushed out of the cloud cave on clouds, heading in a direction away from the celestial court. Wu Qi pondered for a while, then hurried after them on 9 tails with Xianxia and Ao Buzin. Along the way, he informed Princess Zhang Lu with a secret magic, asking her to bring reinforcements. After all, he had never seen the army of undead. If their fighting strength was beyond Wu Qi's imagination, he would need a few more helpers. Wu Qi was not so arrogant as to think that he could do whatever he wanted in the world. Panga World was a vast world, and God knew what secrets it had. Not to mention the fact that Wu Qi was tracking the 6 great celestial emperors in the void. In the great hall of the capital city of New Wu, Dei slowly walked out of a golden light, his body glowing with a dazzling Buddhist light. He was holding a golden pestle with 9 dragons coiled around him, and wearing a faintly golden kasaya. The golden light slowly dissipated, revealing the sweat-drenched Buddha sentinel. His eyes, which had been full of vigor, were now filled with fatigue. Clearly, he had given the great overlord endless benefits through the wisdom imbuement, which was a great burden on Buddha's sentinel. Putting away the pestle, Dei put his palms together, bowed to guarding Will with a serious face, and said with a resonant voice, "I will never forget your kindness, Buddha. What you will do in the future will definitely be for the benefit of our Buddhist sect. We will definitely break those lackeys of the Buddhist sect and let them know who the true master of this world is." Nodding happily, Guarding Will smiled and said to Dei, Umitba, I am glad that you are so determined." After a brief moment of silence, Guarding Will reached out his hand and beckoned toward the void. Immediately, 18 glowing treasures appeared around him. Each of them breathed in and out the surrounding natural energy like a living creature, letting out deep and long breathing noises. A powerful pressure emanated from these treasures. Standing in the great hall, monk Xianxia and the others could not even stand straight when they saw these treasures. They could only put their palms together and bow respectfully to avoid the pressure. Dei stared at the 18 treasures with wide eyes. Each of them was a supreme treasure of primordial level, and they were spirit items with attributes that matched the cultivation techniques of Buddhism. After all, the primordial chaos world was extremely vast. All of the primordial chaos treasures were formed from the spiritual projections of the various treasures of the saints' world after they had been destroyed. As a result, there were many primordial chaos treasures. However, there were so many grand mist treasure artifacts, and among them, there might be some that leaned towards evil, cold, blazing hot, or violent. Even mighty figures like the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs could not use all supreme treasures of primordial. Perhaps each of them had collected a considerable number of supreme treasures of primordial, but not many of them matched the attributes of their cultivation techniques and could be used by them. Not only were the 18 supreme treasures of primordial, but their energy waves were also very compatible with the cultivation techniques of Buddhism. Furthermore, the 18 spirit treasures were all extremely lethal, offensive treasures. If they were to fall into the hands of someone with a high enough cultivation base, even a Tao integration stage mighty figure would have their body and consciousness damaged when they unleashed the 18 primordial supreme treasures in unison. Amipa, the E-Supremacy chanted the name of Buddha. With a shake of his kasaya, the 18 dazzling numinous treasures landed in his hands. He put his palms together at Buddha's shui and laughed. I won't stand on ceremony. I'm ashamed to accept these 18 treasures. With these treasures, if that guarding ox nose dares to glare at me, I'll flatten his Tao field and break all his bones. Buddha Shui nodded cheerfully. 18 grand mist treasures that were compatible with the Buddhism sect cultivation technique was a huge loss to the 7 Buddhist ancestors. Even the will guarding Buddha only had 4 grand mist treasures that were compatible with his cultivation technique, and he had given 2 of them to the Grand Unity Supremacy. Half of Buddha Shui's wealth had been invested in Supremacy De. This was exactly what he wanted to hear from Supremacy De. Monk Xianxia and the rest waited until Reverend he kept the 18 treasures before they straightened their backs and chanted the name of Buddha in unison. They praised the Buddhist patriarchs for their boundless kindness, praised Dei for his great fortune, praised the prosperity of Buddhism, and said that the destiny of heaven and earth would be in the hands of Buddhism. These monks were all extraordinary in chanting scriptures. With a flick of their nimble tongues, all kinds of flattery turned into golden lotus flowers and fell down. For a moment, half of the territory of New Wu was filled with heavenly flowers, as if it was a grand gathering of Buddhism on Mount Vulture. The magnificent scene was too spectacular to be described with words. When Monk Xianxia and the others finally stopped their flattery, Buddha Shui straightened his face and said to Dei with a solemn expression, "We've fallen into the trap set by the Wahuang clan in this deification plan, so we can't do anything. The various great plans of the Buddhist sect would depend on your hard work." Dei bowed and accepted the order. "I understand," he said in a deep voice. "If there is an obstacle, I'll naturally break it." Laughing complacently, Dei said triumphantly, "The 7 Buddhist patriarchs have given me a total of more than 1,000 eons worth of Buddhist power. This level of cultivation base is already a peerless expert in the realm of Tao breaking. I dare not belittle myself. With my cultivation base and my foundation, as long as the Tao-fusing saints do not strike, who in the world can withstand a full blow from me?" Shaking his thick neck, Dei said in a loud voice, "All the things in the world are illusions. The power of the Buddhist League will destroy all illusions. No matter how many magical techniques and schemes the Tao League has, I'll just take it as a blow from a Vajra pestle. What is the use of all kinds of schemes in the face of absolute power? Buddhas, just watch and see how I destroy Great Wu and kick Great Yu's emperor down from the throne." Buddha Shui grew more and more complacent. He kept nodding in approval, and the joy in his heart was indescribable. Just now, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had joined forces to infuse Dei with cultivation base. All their cultivation experience and understanding of the heavenly Tao had been gathered in his body, and each of them had infused him with a cultivation base of 200 eons worth of Buddhist power. During this process of enlightenment, Dei's fleshly body and divine soul had no secrets from the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. Putting aside the infinite dharma that Lord Dei had obtained from the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, his body, which was tempered by the essence of the Vajra dragon-taming wood, was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. At the very least, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs did some calculations. Ordinary supreme treasures of primordial chaos would not be able to harm a Dei supremacy's body, much less a 7 treasures Kasaya made from half a piece of Vajra dragon-subduing wood. A Dei supremacy's defense was so strong that it was beyond reason. It was completely beyond the level of a Tao-breaking expert. On the other hand, any random strike from him contained infinite power. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs had also calculated for a long time. A strike from Dei would be blasted into ashes, no matter what level of cultivation base one had, and what treasures one used to protect oneself, unless one was protected by a supreme artifact of primal that specialized in defense. His defense was impregnable, and his attack was invincible. Putting aside intelligence, the Buddhist League never lacked resourceful people. What lacked now was a general who could charge into the enemy lines with a murderous aura. The few Buddhist patriarchs even felt that if Emperor Wugo had not been wrongly chosen as the emperor of the Ling dynasty, but Dei, the murderous genius, had been placed on the throne, perhaps the Ling dynasty would have wiped out Dei long ago. After all, Emperor Wugo was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. He was adept at eating vegetarian food and praying to the Buddha, but if he really wanted to govern the country, only someone like Dei could do it. When he thought of all that had happened, and when he thought of Dei's formidable cultivation base, Buddha Shi could not help but smile. He nodded with a smile and said in a deep voice, "Let's put off dealing with the Tao League for now. Now, I'll give you another one." After hesitating for a moment, Buddha Shi heaved a long sigh and said, "Unfortunately, a traitor has appeared in the Buddhist League, causing 6 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, heavenly kings, and countless other disciples to be imprisoned in the Vajra Muni. Dei, go find Wuxia and exchange the Vajra Muni from him. Use whatever means you have. Just bring the Vajra Muni back." After a moment of silence, Buddha Shi narrowed his eyes and said, "Remember, do not harm their lives. The Buddhist League cannot afford such a loss. As long as that bastard Wuxia doesn't ask for too much, there's no harm in giving him some benefits." Dei looked at Buddha Shi curiously and asked, "Buddhist ancestor, how many things can this disciple promise him?" "TSK, 1 revered one is worth 3 grand mist treasure artifacts, right?" Buddha Shi nearly vomited blood when he heard Dei's greedy demand. 1 revered one was definitely more useful than 3 grand mist treasure artifacts. One was a living person, and the other was an inanimate object. There was no need to say which was more important. However, was he really going to use 3 grand mist treasure artifacts to exchange for 1 revered one? Buddha Shi's heart throbbed with pain. After a long moment of silence, Buddha Shi communicated with the other Buddhist ancestors through his divine sense. Then he nodded slowly and said, "No matter what, bring the person back first. As for that bastard Wuxia, as long as he doesn't go overboard, you can make the decision." Dei bowed respectfully with his palms clasped together. "I can make the decision? Fine, then I'll really make the decision." Chapter 1071. In the boundless outer space, a chariot decorated with golden dragons and colorful clouds was flying at high speed. The 6 great celestial emperors and Wu Chang sat in the chariot, moving as fast as a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of 1 trillion miles. Looking back, The enormous 33 heavens was just an inconspicuous in the vast starry sky. This chariot was the vehicle of great celestial Emperor Ziwei Lingying, and it was supposed to be driven by a true dragon. But after the Mount Rebellion of Ao Buzan, the mounts of the immortals of the celestial court and the animals used to pull the chariot were all gone, and even the great celestial emperors could not find enough flood dragons to pull the chariot. You can't just get a few big snakes to pull the chariot, can you? So, who was sitting in the chariot, the great celestial emperors or some demon king? Therefore, at the moment, the 6 great celestial emperors simply flew without a chariot. After all, the chariot was a rare chaos spirit treasure, and its flying speed was the fastest in the celestial court. Even if a Tao-breaking expert flew at full speed, he could not catch up with it. It was truly one of the best tools in the world for traveling and escaping. The chariot flew extremely fast, but when compared with Ninetails, a chaotic creature who had just hatched from his shell, it was nothing to boast about. The 4 pincers of the 9-tailed beast could even tear space apart. The 9 tails stretched straight behind him, and dark beams of light shot out from the sharp hooks on the 9 tails, pushing his enormous body forward at a high speed. He was more than twice as fast as the chariot. As a predator at the top of the food chain in the chaotic world, how could 9 tails prey on those chaotic creatures if he did not even have this speed? A large amount of saliva is sprayed in the void, and 9-tailed happily chased after it. Just now, Wuxia finally said that if he captured the 6 great celestial emperors alive, after Wuxia squeezed out every last bit of profit from them and gave their divine souls to Xianxia to devour, their bodies and cultivation bases would belong to 9-tails and Ao Buzan. As for how much food 9-tailed could snatch from Ao Buzan's mouth, it would depend on his own ability. Wuxia would never participate in their affairs. Even though Wuxia's words left a lot of holes, the delicious food was in sight, and the 9-tailed was full of energy to move forward. The group of people followed closely behind the 6 great celestial emperors and Wu Chang, and gradually arrived at a desolate starfield in the void of the outer domain. On the way, Princess Zhang Lu came to reinforce Wuxia with catfish, Lord Xianxia, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather. Even the weakest among them was in the realm of Tao reasoning, and they were equipped with dozens of artifacts of virtue that had just been crafted. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or magical artifacts, they were as strong as the 6 great celestial emperors. Furthermore, with the overall strength of Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, Xia, Ao Buzan, and 9-tailed, Wu Chang and his companions would never be able to escape from their hands. 9-tailed was completely unaware that there were several more people competing with him for the delicious food. He sped forward with all his might, chased after the people in front of him, and rushed into the vast, desolate starfield. The so-called barren did not mean that there were no stars in this area. On the contrary, the density of the stars in this area was extremely high. Basically, the distance between the stars barely maintained a safe balance in terms of gravity. The slightest movement of a star could destroy the balance of the stars in this area and cause a violent collision between the stars. The group of people shuttled between these stars, which were very close to each other, and found that all the stars along the way were dead and barren. Wuqi's divine sense swept through these stars and found that no matter what kind of stars they were, there was no heat inside them at all. It was as if some strange thing had devoured all the vitality of these stars. On some stars, huge mountains of bones could be seen piled up. It was clear that this was a place where life was flourishing, but for some unknown reason, it had become what it was today. The closer they went to the core of this starfield, the denser the surrounding stars became. In the end, the distance between the stars was only a few hundred feet. The huge gravitational force between the stars tore the stars apart, pulled out huge mountains, and connected the stars into one. The huge gravitational interaction on the stars caused these stars to change into all kinds of strange shapes. Wuxia always felt that this place was like a postmodern sculpture made of mud by some psychopath after getting drunk, revealing an indescribable evil and madness. The originally spacious void became a narrow corridor. After flying for a few more days along the corridor formed by the crisscrossing mountains between the stars, the front finally opened up, revealing a void filled with black gas. It was about 1,000,000 miles in circumference. Except for the black gas, there was nothing else in the void, not even a speck of dust. A scorching heat that made people's skin hurt rolled in the air. Wuxi's expression changed slightly, and with a shake of his hand, he summoned the Vajramuni to protect the group. Ninetails twisted his long tail a little uneasily, and his divine sense clearly transmitted into Wuxi's sea of consciousness. There was delicious food ahead, very delicious food. Following closely behind the 6 great celestial emperors and Wu Chang, the group of people passed through the thick layer of black gas that emitted scorching heat, and in the void ahead, a huge humanoid corpse was floating quietly. The man's whole body was dark, and there was no skin on the surface of his body. Instead, there was a thick layer of cuticle that looked like an insect's carapace, and the shiny black cuticle was densely covered with countless defensive runes. Obviously, this natural carapace had an extraordinary defensive power. The corpse was roughly humanoid, but his toes were extremely long, like the feet of an insect. His palms also showed the unique shape of a certain insect's brachiopod, and his head was like the head of a huge longhorn beetle. Apart from that, the rest of the body structure was not much different from that of a human. At a glance, Wuxi recognized that it was the corpse of a chaos fiend god who was transforming from his original insect form to a human form. The original body of this chaos fiend god should be a huge longhorn beetle, 90% of which was about to transform into a human form. But before the last step was completed, he died completely. There was a huge crack on his head, which almost split his head in half. The crack went straight through his internal organs, and some translucent things that looked like black crystals were piled up near the wound, which should be condensed from the blood of this fiend god. The strange heat was spreading from this huge body, which was millions of miles long. Only a chaos fiend god could have such a huge body. Although this chaos fiend god had fallen, and his divine soul had been destroyed, his body still retained a certain degree of activity. Blood was still flowing in most of his body, and his body tissues were still working normally. If he was given enough time, this half of his body should be able to give birth to another powerful creature. What a pity, what a pity! Wuxi let out a long sigh. He exchanged a look with A.O. Buzin, and they both sighed with a hint of sympathy. Both of them were chaos fiend gods, and they were the kind of people who had survived a disaster. If not for the help of the Wahuang clan, both of them would have died long ago, and not even a corpse would be left behind. Although this fiend god was dead, more than half of his body was still alive, which could be considered as an existence in a different sense. What made Wuxi and A.O. Buzin even more delighted was that if the thick black shell on his body could be peeled off and refined, it would be a top-grade armor no weaker than a Grand Miss Supreme artifact. If the flesh and blood on his body were used to feed A.O. Buzin's children over the years, it would definitely strengthen their bones and greatly increase their strength. Good stuff. Wuxi put his palms together and bowed. We can't let it go. After we take away the useful things from his body, I'll call a few monks to perform a Buddhist ritual to help him ascend from the dead. Zishuan, make a note of this. When everything is settled, just spend some money to hire a few obedient monks to recite some scriptures. A.O. Buzin let out a strange laugh. Just as he was about to say that Wuxi's behavior was a little hypocritical, Wu Chang and the others had already left the carriage and flew towards the fiend god's body. The fiend god's body was over 1,000,000 miles long, and the widest part was over 200,000 miles wide. It was much bigger than some of the stars in the void. If crops could be grown on his body, it could probably accommodate billions of ordinary people. Wuxi's spirit power enveloped the fiend god's body. As he expected, there was a thick layer of atmosphere on the surface of the fiend god's body, and the temperature was just right, and the oxygen content was very high, enough for people to live comfortably on it. An inexhaustible life force could be sensed from the fiend god's body. In some specific depressions on the surface of the fiend god's body, some people had planted a large number of mushroom-shaped crops. These crops were nutritious, at least more nutritious than rice. Right where Wuxi's spirit power scanned, he saw tens of sturdy men, who were over 10 feet tall and wearing ragged clothes, standing quietly on a protruding piece of shell. Their bodies were emitting a scorching heat, which had a strong corrosive power and was filled with a violent evil power. Their auras clashed and rubbed against each other in the air, causing a loud, creaking noise from time to time. The cultivation technique practiced by these men was similar to the used cultivation technique of the human race, but it was different at the same time. Their auras were as deep as the ocean and vaguely revealed an aura that was several times stronger than that of the Yu's Hongmeng Panga Heaven warriors. Their bodies were covered with a thick layer of dust, as if they had been standing there for thousands of years. Wuxi's expression flickered. There were dozens of fearsome warriors who were as strong as primordial immortals here. If they were the so-called army of the undead, and they had the characteristics of immortality like Wu Chang, it would be a very terrifying force. About 1,000 miles away from these hundreds of burly men, there was a city built with boulders, measuring about 100 miles in circumference. Surprisingly, there were hundreds of thousands of ordinary people living in the city. The city obviously retained the characteristics of a slave society. Only a few people in the city enjoyed the offerings of the other 99% of the people. The lower-class people were ordered around by the upper-class people, but no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. Laughing strangely, Wu Chang transformed into a beam of black light and plunged toward the city. The huge human face on his chest could not wait to spit out a black seal, which was about the size of a fist and shaped like a strange beast's head. A cold look flashed in Wu Chi's eyes. With a sway of his body, he came next to Wu Chang in a flash. With a wave of his hand, the seal was already in his hand. Chapter 1072. As soon as the seal was in his hand, Wu Chi knew it was a good item. It was the size of a fist and weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. If not for Wu Chi, he wouldn't have been able to lift it. Even with Wu Chi's current physique, the meridians in his palms were frozen stiff. If it were any other immortal, their immortal body would have long been frozen into pieces. As soon as the seal was in his hand, a sharp, unpleasant wail of ghosts and howl of wolves rushed into his sea of consciousness, shaking Wu Chi's soul and stirring up a hurricane in his sea of consciousness. It almost sent Wu Chi's soul flying out of his sea of consciousness. Hastily, Wu Chi performed an incantation gesture and cast 13 sealing incantation gestures onto the seal. With that, he barely managed to restrain the violent backlash from the seal. It was a treasure, a natal treasure refined by someone's blood and soul. Therefore, when it was in Wu Chi's hand, it immediately attacked Wu Chi like a madman. The seal grew heavier and heavier, and the cold air grew stronger. It was so cold that Wu Chi's palms began to form black ice flakes. The wail of ghosts that could shake one's soul shook the 13 seals Wu Chi made. Wu Chi's body trembled violently, almost revealing his true form. Gritting his teeth, Wu Chi returned to Nine Tails back in a flash. Princess Zhang Li's eyes widened. The 5-color divine light behind her transformed into 5 beautiful light curtains that poured down like peacocks. In the blink of an eye, they struck the seal tens of thousands of times. Countless ancient divine runes poured out like raindrops, forming 36 layers of restrictive light curtains on the surface of the seal. Wu Chi chanted the name of Buddha and silently exercised the supreme mystic art of the Buddhist League, the Dharmata Heart Sutra, which was cultivated by the heart-guarding Buddha and given to him by Supremacy Grade E. His divine soul radiated a vast Buddhist light, and a viscous liquid the color of molten purple gold flowed out of it, condensing into a thumb-sized purple gold relic above his head. using the mystic technique of the Scroll of Stealing to imitate the Dharmata Heart Sutra. Wuxia had condensed the supreme natal relic of the Buddhist League in a flash. An enormous wave of divine will swept out like raging waves, turning into golden torrents visible to naked eyes and shooting out his eyes. Mixed with the indestructible Yuan Ling true flame that could incinerate anything, they smashed into the fist-sized seal that looked like an evil ghost. Wrapped in the Yuan Ling true flame, the enormous divine will smashed into the seal's core, transforming into a six-headed, 24-armed golden body of the Buddha, which slammed toward an evil ghost in the seal's core. The evil ghost looked exactly the same as Wuchang, except that Wuchang had 3 heads and 6 arms, with a huge face on his chest, while this evil ghost had 2 heads and 12 arms, with a ferocious ghost face on both his chest and back. The evil ghost flew up into the sky while spewing black smoke that smelled fishy, reaching out 12 sharp claws and digging toward the golden body of the Buddha, transformed from Wu Qi's divine will. Just now, when Wu Chang saw the huge body of the celestial fiend, he was extremely excited. Without hesitation, he leaped out of the chariot and rushed toward the dozens of ragged warriors standing on top of the celestial fiend. Triumphantly, he pulled out the seal, the only extraordinary treasure that could control this army of the undead. It was called the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts, an extraordinary treasure personally crafted by a famous and powerful oracle during the era of the Alliance of Human Clans. It was said that he practiced the mystic arts of ghosts and deities with his human body, and in just over 10,000 years, he was almost able to reach the realm of Tao, fusing by relying on the mystic arts of ghosts and deities. However, the great oracle was extremely jealous of this. When the gods and deities of the world joined forces, billions of evil ghosts would devour the human race from the ground. Therefore, the great oracle used his own body as a cage to devour the million most powerful evil ghosts, then used his own body as a material to detonate his natal ghost fire, refining the million evil ghosts and his own body into the seal of 10,000 ghosts. It was known as the Myriad Ghost Seal, which had a strong restraining effect on all spirit bodies in the world. No matter how strong one was, as long as one belonged to the ghost Tao, such as Gui Tunlo, the leader of the heavenly ghost realm, he would be easily killed by the seal, which could restrain all ghosts. Once touched by the seal of 10,000 ghosts, other immortals, such as immortal souls, nascent spirits, divine souls, and Yuan Ling would be crushed to pieces. In addition to its formidable offensive power, the seal also had the power to imprison souls and command all the ghosts in them. The army of undead that Wu Chang had secretly raised came from large human clans. They were the most elite warriors of those clans, and many of them were even the descendants of clan leaders or clan leaders. They were all outstanding human warriors. Which one of them would easily listen to someone else's order? Therefore, the souls of all the soldiers were imprisoned in the seal of 10,000 ghosts, and only their fleshly bodies could walk outside. Anyone with the seal of 10,000 ghosts could command the army of undead, and once they left the seal, even Wu Chang could not order them to do anything. But as soon as Wu Chang took out the seal, a dark shadow flashed in front of him, and his hand felt lighter. The bone-chilling seal, which exuded a threatening, evil power, had disappeared without a trace. Less than 1,000 feet away from his feet were the dozens of ragged soldiers who stood motionless on the ground. They were now slowly raising their heads, staring at Wu Chang with cold, emotionless eyes that looked like puppets. Wu Chang was so frightened that his hair stood on end. "Celestial Emperor, did you steal my seal of 10,000 ghosts?" he growled hoarsely. "Bastards, are all your promises bullshit? My 10,000 ghost seal, 10,000 ghost seal. Damn it. If it wasn't you, then who stole it? There are no outsiders here. Who stole it?" Wu Chang howled furiously, pulled out 6 double-edged axes out of nowhere, and swung them at the great Celestial Emperor. Wu Chang used all of his strength in this strike. Lightning flashed on the broad axe, and black smoke and evil chi clung to the axe head. The blade of the axe was twisted and blurred, and a pungent smell of blood spread in the air. Each axe strike was imbued with 49,000 layers of curses, all kinds of evil poisons, and a mysterious power that could shake one's soul. Great Celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying's eyes flickered as a bright light shot out from between his brows. In the next moment, a mirror that matched the positions of the 12 stars emerged and hovered before him, blocking Wu Chang's frenzied hacking. Just now, he saw Wu Chang take out a seal. Before he had time to investigate what the seal was, he only saw a flash of light beside Wu Chang, and the seal in Wu Chang's hand disappeared without a trace. When Wu Chang roared so loudly, the 6 great celestial emperors suddenly realized that this seal was the artifact that Wu Chang used to control those strange burly men below. Perhaps, as long as he had this seal, he could control those so-called immortal warriors? If that was the case, the army of undead was enough. Why do they need Wu Chang? The 6 great celestial emperors quickly exchanged a glance. Then, the South Emperor cast out a red bell and rose into the sky. 99 vermilion birds were hovering over the bell, and a divine fire was burning half the sky red. The terrible heat swept down and turned into 99 fiery dragon pillars that wrapped Wu Chang up. The South Emperor yelled, "Wu Chang, don't try to blame others. What exactly is that seal of yours? Why did it suddenly disappear?" Wu Chang snorted coldly. He did not answer the South Emperor's question, but just kept hacking with his eyes red and teeth clenched. The arcs of cold light tore through the void like thunderbolts, shattering one fiery dragon pillar after another. Countless flames landed on Wu Chang's body, causing his body to sizzle. His muscles and bones were all burnt to ashes. However, new flesh and blood kept growing out of the black ashes, and soon, Wu Chang's body was restored to its original state. The 6 celestial emperors were shocked. The red bell of the South Emperor was a famous treasure of the celestial court. It contained the innate vermilion bird divine fire, which could incinerate almost everything in the world. In the hands of a Tao-breaking expert, this bell could even turn time and space into nothingness. However, the innate vermilion bird divine fire seemed to have no effect on Wu Chang. Although it could burn part of his body could constantly regenerate. Was this guy really an immortal existence? He was not a Tao-fusing expert, so he should not have such a divine power. Wu Qi, who witnessed all this, could not help but chuckle softly. Wu Chang's power showed that his so-called army of undead was not fake. If the army of undead had the same vitality as Wu Chang, Wu Qi, who had obtained the Myriad Ghost Seal, would have a terrifying army in his hands. At the core of the Myriad Ghost Seal, Wu Qi, who had transformed into the Golden Buddha, chanted a mantra, and waves of flame-like Buddhist light swept out in all directions, burning the skin and flesh of the incoming evil spirits. Thick black smoke kept gushing out of the evil spirits' bodies, and their figures kept dimming and blurring. Wu Chang roared in pain and shouted angrily, "Who is breaking my mind stigma in the Myriad Ghost Seal? Which bastard is trying to break my mind stigma? The Myriad Ghost Seal is mine. You can't take what's mine." Before his voice died away, Wu Qi chanted a mantra, and the evil spirits in the Myriad Ghost Seal suddenly turned into thick smoke and dissipated. In terms of the strength of the spirit, Wu Qi's spirit, who had cultivated the Dharamata Heart Sutra, was thousands of times stronger than Wu Chang's. All these years, Wu Chang had been imprisoned in the celestial court mystic realm, and his vitality had been greatly damaged. His spirit had not yet recovered, and the evil spirits in the Myriad Ghost Seal were just a clone of him. How could they withstand Wu Qi's attack? Not to mention Wu Chang, even the clone of the Buddha, was killed by Wu Qi. After killing Wu Chang's mind stigma, Wu Qi's eyebrows split open, and a drop of purple blood mixed with a wisp of his spirit shot out and imprinted into the Myriad Ghost Seal. A ghostly howl rang out, and a huge wave of mind power blasted into Wu Qi's mind. His spirit suddenly connected with a total of 8,000 souls that were crazily cursing and roaring. These souls seemed to be in hell, and they were crazily cursing the owner of the myriad ghost seal. At the same time, they were cursing everything in the world that they could think of. These souls had completely gone mad, and they no longer had any sanity. But through these crazy souls, Wuxi's spirit could connect with 8,000 powerful beings. Through these souls, who were imprisoned in the myriad ghost seal and could never be reincarnated, Wuxia saw the other end of the myriad ghost seal, which was connected to 8,000 fleshly bodies that shone brightly like the sun and emitted a strong aura. That's great, Wuxia thought to himself. Suddenly, thousands of figures rose into the sky from around the gigantic body of the fiend celestial god. With just a slight movement, these figures tore the void apart with their physical strength and surrounded the 6 great celestial emperors and Wuchang. The South Emperor, who was in a stalemate with Wuchang while driving the divine clock, was stunned. A figure suddenly flashed behind him and punched him in the middle of the back. With a deafening boom, the South Emperor's immortal robe was torn to shreds, revealing a large patch of white skin on his back. A 3-inch deep fist print was deeply imprinted on the South Emperor's back. The punch almost pierced through his primordial unity, golden body. A mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of internal organs, sprayed thousands of feet away. Hastily, the South Emperor summoned the divine clock to protect himself. Wuchang stopped his attack. Seeing the undead warriors attacking the South Emperor, he knew that it was not the 6 great celestial emperors who had snatched the myriad ghost seal. Wuxia smiled, nodded, and said in a low voice, "Only 30%? Then let's capture them alive." A deep black light flashed across the myriad ghost seal, and the 8,000 undead warriors moved at the same time. Chapter 1073. 8,000 men were ganging up on 7 people, and all of them were burly men between 12 feet and 15 feet tall. Their skin was so dark that it looked as if they were made of steel. Their clothes were ragged, with only dozens of cloth belts hanging on their bodies, exposing their strong muscles that looked as if they had been chopped out by knives and axes. Due to them standing motionlessly on the demon god's body for a long time, a large amount of dust had accumulated between their muscles, making them look like steel figurines that were buried in an ancient tomb. They were filled with an indescribable evil aura. The undead army soldier who had received the order to severely injure the South Emperor with 1 punch only used 30% of his strength. It was pure brute force, and he did not use any magic or divine ability. The power of the punch was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary primordial immortal. At the very least, the South Emperor's protective immortal robe, which was a primordial immortal weapon, was shattered by the punch and left a huge fist mark on his immortal body. If not for the protection of the immortal robe, the punch would have destroyed the South Emperor's immortal body. Wuxia also felt that he had gone too far when 8,000 undead army soldiers with such terrifying cultivation bases ganged up on one person. He shook his head and counted with his fingers for a while. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. He was so proud that he almost trembled. Not only did the Huahuang clan have a Dao fusing expert who did not form a faction, but the 7 Buddhas and 9 Dao sects had established the Buddhism and Taoism sections. Did they have so many powerful soldiers? Together with those hermit cultivators, the Dao sects might have 8,000 Dao reasoning realm primordial immortals. But the Buddhism sects were far less powerful than the Dao sects. All the ancient Buddhas and Buddhas, they had added up to about 3,000 to 4,000. With this power, Wuxia would have the strength to fight the Buddhism sects head-on. Wuchang had really done a good deed. The rest of the undead army soldiers hovered motionlessly in the void. Only about 100 of them threw their fists at Wuchang and the 6 great celestial emperors, who were protected by the 5 light curtains. The Big Dipper Emperor's sky-veiling flag of chaos had been snatched from Liu Bang by Wuxia, so the 6 great celestial emperors only had 5 supreme treasures of primordial chaos to protect them. With the help of the 5 supreme treasures, they could barely hold on. However, these undead warriors were indeed immortal. Their strength was boundless. In just a few breaths of time, The hundreds of warriors who besieged them had punched at least tens of thousands of times, and each of their punches had stirred up violent fluctuations on the light screen. The 5 great heavenly emperors, who were controlling their natal treasures to protect themselves, sucked in deep breaths. Every time they punched the light barrier, a portion of their magic power would be consumed. Although the Grand Mist treasure was powerful, it also consumed a lot of magic power. In just a few breaths, the 5 great celestial emperors had consumed more than 40% of their magic power. In just a few more breaths, they would run out of magic power. At that time, the power of the supreme treasures of primordial chaos would not be enough to protect them, and they might be captured alive by the undead army soldiers. Ziwei Lingying, great celestial emperor, took a deep breath and growled, "Wu Chang, can't you control these people now that you've lost the seal?" Looking at Ziwei Lingying, great celestial emperor, with an ashen face, Wu Chang slowly nodded and said, "The seal is the myriad ghost seal, a precious treasure of the human race. It was crafted by the strongest High Oracle during the era of the Human Clan Alliance with his own flesh, blood, and soul, as well as millions of evil ghosts. These warriors are the strongest of the human race. How could I control them without the myriad ghost seal?" "You fool," snapped Big Dipper Emperor in a cold voice. "How could you let them take the seal from you?" Cold sweat trickled down Wu Chang's forehead. His body trembled violently as he cursed under his breath, gnashing his teeth. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. To be able to take the seal of 10,000 ghosts from his hands without him knowing. Could it be that the Taoist ancestor or the Buddhist ancestor personally took action? What made him feel even more hopeless was how these 8,000 soldiers of the undead army had become so powerful. Years ago, when he led his people to betray the human race and was imprisoned by Wu Xian and several celestial emperors, he ordered his people to flee to this top-secret place with the 8,000 soldiers of the undead army. It was a lifeless and remote place, and no one had discovered the army of the undead army and his people hiding here for so many years. But why had these soldiers of the undead army become so powerful? Years ago, when his people fled with them, the 8,000 soldiers of the undead army had just taken the elixir of immortality. Among them, there were only 3 to 5 tribal leaders whose overall strength was comparable to a primordial immortal, while the rest were only as strong as a gold immortal. At that time, the undead army had just consumed the elixir of immortality and didn't have the characteristics of being indestructible. Moreover, they weren't as strong as the combined forces of the Heavenly Court and the Wuxia clan. That was why he asked his clansmen to bring them here to live in seclusion. But now, each of the 8,000 soldiers of the undead army had the strength to fight a Tao-reasoning primordial immortal, and there were nearly 100 of them whose cultivation base he could not figure out. Although he had been imprisoned in the celestial court for hundreds of generations of celestial emperors, without his control, these soldiers of the undead army could not cultivate on their own. So how could they have such powerful cultivation bases? Impossible. Wu Chang roared in a hoarse voice. Impossible. How could they have become so strong? Even if their bodies are immortal, their souls are in my hands, and they could not have cultivated on their own. They could not have become so strong. Wuxia had the same question. The strength of the 8,000 soldiers of the undead army was really terrifying. Their souls were imprisoned by the myriad ghost seal, and their bodies outside were just puppets that obeyed orders. They did not know how to cultivate on their own. So how could they be so strong? But who cared? The stronger the undead army's cultivation base, the better. Looking at the 6 great celestial emperors who could barely protect themselves with the help of 5 supreme treasures of primordial chaos, Wu Qi felt refreshed. If these soldiers of the undead army were equipped with powerful magical treasures and armors, they would be the perfect war machine. Be it the Buddhist League or the Tao League, Wu Qi would not be afraid of anyone, unless it was an almighty expert of the Tao fusing realm. Grinning coldly, Wu Qi revealed himself, holding Princess Zhonglu and Yixia's little hands. Ninetails rushed out of the encirclement impatiently, spitting saliva and letting out a long, shrill cry of joy. Instinctively, Ao, Buzin, and Catfish licked the corners of their mouths, and their eyes turned green. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, and Silver Feather simply transformed into their true forms of dragon pythons of fire and ice, opening their mouths and staring greedily at the 6 great celestial emperors. Their hungry eyes were fixed on the great celestial emperors, who looked like sages and emperors. They looked delicious no matter how they looked at them. Wuchang, who was covered in disgusting mucus and had 3 heads and 6 arms, had a hideous appearance. Unless there was nothing good to eat, no one would eat him, especially since this guy had a strange, undying, and indestructible body. If he couldn't digest it and got a stomachache after eating him, what should he do? Sensing the crazy appetite of Ao, Buzin, and others, the faces of the 6 great celestial emperors turned green. But when they saw Wu Qi and Princess Zhang, Zui Lingying celestial emperor suddenly breathed a deep sigh, shook his head, and said, "King of East Sea, it seems we've all underestimated you. Are you the one who took away Wu Chang's seal of myriad ghosts just now?" As Wu Qi raised his hand, 36,000 Kunwu swords shot out in streams of light, forming a colossal fiend-slaying sword formation that completely sealed off this part of the void. The heaven refinement cauldron gradually flew up with a distant and sonorous rumble, and it suppressed the core of the sword formation, causing the sword formation to be completely flawless and unable to transmit any information out. Seeing Wu Qi's behavior, the faces of the 6 great celestial emperors, who were being beaten by hundreds of undead soldiers, fell instantly. How could they not recognize the most famous ferocious formation of the human race? As for Wu Chang, he was older than Xianyuan. When he betrayed the human race, Xianyuan had not yet ascended to the throne. Naturally, he did not recognize the killing formation with which Xianyuan had dominated Panga continent and laid the foundation of the human race. In the void, the unique sword light of Kunwu swords flashed, and hundreds of surging sword energies came whistling over and injected into the bodies of the undead soldiers who were swinging their fists. These undying warriors, who were powerful to begin with, let out frenzied roars. As they swung their fists, streaks of silver sword light that were as thick as water buckets appeared. The light shields formed by the 5 primordial supreme treasures trembled violently and were nearly broken. Zui Lingying grew anxious. "How dare you, King of East Sea, commit regicide?" he snapped. Wu Qi laughed along with Princess Zhang, Xianxia, and the others around him. He shook his head and sighed. How did such a fool become a celestial emperor? Regicide? I didn't kill Emperor to you, so how is this regicide? Killing you will be a great contribution to the human race. Smiling and nodding at Zui Lingying, whose face was unsightly, Wu Qi turned to Wu Chang and said, "As for you, Wu Chang, I've long heard of your name. You are the culprit who betrayed the human race, and the leader of the forbidden clans. After killing you, your head can be exchanged for a lot of good things from you, right?" The eyes of the 6 great celestial emperors flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Wu Chang, on the other hand, sneered with a gloomy face, "Boy, I have an immortal body." Wu Qi shook his head. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "There is nothing in this world that is immortal. Even Panga world can collapse and be destroyed, and even Dao fusing experts can be killed, not to mention you, Wu Chang." Without wasting time with the 6 great celestial emperors and Wu Chang, Wu Qi raised his hand. The Vajram Muni, which had sealed the 6 revered ones of the Buddhist League, and countless ancient Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, shot out along with a fierce gust of wind. A dazzling beam of golden light smashed heavily on the 5 dimmed light shields. Amidst a deafening rumble, the South Emperor's crimson divine bell was knocked flying hundreds of miles away. The mirror shot out from between the great celestial emperor's brows with a wail as it was knocked far away, The East Great Celestial Emperor's coiling dragon pillar, glinting with a green light, was knocked spinning away, and the West Great Celestial Emperor's white sword, which glowed with a dazzling light and shook the void with an immense sword energy, was also thrown out by Vajra Muni. Only the middle extreme Emperor's thick, earthy yellow tortoise shell barely protected everyone. The faint yellow light shield was extremely heavy, and it barely withstood the full force of the Vajra Muni. Wuxia exclaimed, "Good. This treasure is perfect for protection. Xianxia, which one of you wants this tortoise shell?" Xianxia and Princess Zhang Lu twitched their lips at the same time. Which beautiful girl would be willing to use a tortoise shell to protect herself? Only Ao Buzin raised his hand excitedly and laughed out loud. Lao Tzu doesn't care. Lao Tzu has killed quite a few female tortoises. So what's the big deal about using a tortoise shell to protect myself? Amidst Ao Buzin's wild laughter, Wuxia gripped the Vajra Muni and struck it down again with all his might. Chi coughed blood as the golden beam shot out by the Vajra Muni trapped the 6 great celestial emperors. Chapter 1074. 6 great celestial emperors were captured in one fell swoop. Apart from Big Dipper Emperor, the natal treasures of the other 5 great celestial emperors gave a mournful cry and swooped down at the same time, smashing toward Wuqi's head in a desperate manner. The spirituality of these supreme treasures of primordial chaos was not weaker than that of living beings, and even the spirituality of ordinary primordial immortals was far inferior to that of these spiritual creatures born in the chaos. Seeing that their master was captured alive, and that Wuxia was the culprit, the 5 supreme treasures smashed down from above, and a violent aura was vaguely spreading out from their cores. Surprisingly, the 5 supreme treasures were going to self-detonate and fight to the death. Wuxia was taken aback by the violent supreme treasures of primordial chaos. They were going to self-detonate when their masters were captured alive? The sky-veiling flag of chaos rose whistling into the air. A black mist enveloped the surroundings, and the 5 supreme treasures immediately lost track of Wuqi's aura. A dazzling golden light split out from the Vajra Muni's body. After the light rushed out for thousands of feet, it split into 5 beams and landed on the 5 supreme treasures. The 5 supreme treasures were no longer under the control of human beings and could only act on their own spiritual nature. A misty green light burst out of the heaven refining cauldron, and the 5 supreme treasures fell into it. Yuan Ling's true flame and the heaven refining cauldron's true flame merged into one, burning the 5 supreme treasures fiercely. The 5 great celestial emperors grunted in unison as purple gold blood oozed out of their 7 orifices. The divine souls they had cast on their supreme treasures were forcibly broken by Wuqi, and their divine souls were severely injured by the backlash. Their spirits immediately became listless, and their bodies shriveled like a deflated balloon. Wuqi made a gesture to the 6 great celestial emperors. Laughing strangely, Ao Buzin immediately pounced on them and swiftly rummaged through their bodies. In just a few seconds, the 6 great celestial emperors' 12 storage rings, dozens of protective jade pendants, jade talismans, and their clothes, shoes, and socks were all taken away by Ao Buzin. If it had not been for Princess Zhang Lu and Xianxia, who wanted to save some face for the 6 great celestial emperors, Ao Buzin would have taken away all their underpants. As the masters of the celestial court, the underpants worn by the 6 great celestial emperors were made of silk threads spat out by colorful spirit silkworms, and inlaid with various fire-repelling pearls, dust-repelling pearls, and other precious treasures. The cost of each underpants was comparable to that of a primordial immortal weapon. Wuqi was not interested in the underpants worn by others, but Ao, Buzin, Gold Horn, and Silver Horn did not have so many taboos. They were whispering to each other about which great celestial emperor had the smoother skin, which had the more muscular muscles, and which one tasted better. At the same time, they were arguing about who should get the 6 primordial immortal weapons. In front of the pale-faced great celestial emperor, Buzin laughed and said, Lao Tzu is not greedy, either. Lao Tzu's toys are several times bigger than yours, so he has to take a few more underpants. Lao Tzu gets 3, and you 2 get 3. That's fair and reasonable. Goldhorn and Silverhorn flew into a rage. They angrily spat at Buzin. What did he mean by his toys are several times bigger than ours? Did he have to wear an extra pair of underpants just because his toys were bigger? This was simply preposterous. This was simply going too far. The 3 of them immediately quarreled with each other, and the topic of their argument shifted from the underpants of the 6 great celestial emperors to the bodies of the 6 great celestial emperors. Buzin suggested that the 6 great celestial emperors should divide the underpants equally, with each of them having 1 underpants. But Goldhorn and Silverhorn firmly believed that Ziwei Lingying, Great Celestial Emperor, and the East Great Celestial Emperor were at least half a foot taller than the other 4 Great Celestial Emperors, and that their flesh and blood would be about 10 to 20 kilograms more. The flesh and blood of the Great Celestial Emperors were the aggregates of natural energy, and a single drop of their blood had the effect of allowing a mortal to ascend. The difference of 10 to 20 kilograms was a huge and unacceptable number. At the suggestion of Gold Feather and Silver Feather, Goldhorn and Silverhorn requested that the 6 Great Celestial Emperors should be cut into dumpling stuffing and then made into a big pot of dumplings. Then they would share the pot of dumplings equally so that the benefits of the 6 Great Celestial Emperors could be distributed fairly. The 6 Great Celestial Emperors turned deathly pale. Trembling, they looked at Wuxia, their minds blank. Once upon a time, when they sat on the thrones of the Hall of Enlightenment and ruled the celestial court, did they ever think that they would have such a day? How could a group of cruel and tyrannical demons and monsters be thinking about how to cook them in the fairest way? They had never encountered such a thing even in their nightmares, for it was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a nightmare. Wuchang, too, stared blankly at Wuxia. Wuchang was not imprisoned by Wuxia with an artifact, but as his cultivation base was only at the early stage of Tao reasoning realm, he was not stupid enough to break through the siege of 8,000 undead soldiers. Now that Wuxia had mastered the Myriad Ghost Seal, he could perfectly mobilize the 8,000 undead soldiers. Wuchang reckoned that although he had an immortal body, he could not break through the siege of 8,000 undead soldiers whose cultivation base was stronger than his. Listening to the discussion between Buzin and Goldhorn and Silverhorn, Wuchang could not help but cry out in despair. What are you trying to do? The green eyes of Buzin and the others immediately focused on Wuchang. Catfish, who had been drooling and saying nothing just now, smacked her lips and said, "This guy is immortal? That's great. In the legends, there's a kind of meat that can be reborn after being cut and can never be eaten up. Could it be this thing? TSK, just give him to me. Today I'll cut off one of his thighs, tomorrow I'll chop off one of his arms, and when I want to eat dumplings stuffed with human liver, I'll dig out a piece of liver and chop it up to make the filling. TSK, that's better than these 6 great celestial emperor scriptures." The 6 great celestial emperors, whose faces were pale a moment ago, now had a strange flush on their faces. Catfish's description of Wu Chang's death was just too bizarre. Compared to them being chopped up into dumplings and made into dumplings, what was Wu Chang's death called? No, Wu Chang would not die at all. He would be kept as a meat storage by Catfish, and when she wanted to eat some pork trotters, she could just chop it off his body. If the 6 great celestial emperors were chopped into pieces, they would all die, but Wu Chang would be chopped into pieces and would never be reincarnated. I am Wu Chang. Wu Chang said dryly, "I am a human." Wu Qi rudely interrupted him. He casually threw out a primal purple thunderbolt and smashed it onto Wu Chang's bullhead. The shockingly powerful primal purple thunderbolt shattered his skull and sent it flying in all directions. Wu Chang gave a muffled snort and staggered a few steps back. "Shut up," said Wu Qi with a cold grin. I don't care who you are from the human race. You are just a traitor of clan. An immortal body? Hee, is there really an immortal body in the world? The so-called immortal body is nothing more than not killing enough. Laughing grimly, Wu Qi snorted coldly and said, Wu Chang, I'll give you a chance. Put your soul into the myriad ghost seal and let me control it, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, not only catfish, but all of them are very hungry for you. You will like a meat that can never be finished, yet has a strong cultivation base and is full of energy. Don't you think you will like it? Catfish, Ao, Buzen, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, and the others were drooling at the same time, and even Lord Xianxia was a little eager. Xianxia even covered her little mouth and giggled. Fiend monarch, Xianxia is not interested in meat, but if this Wu Chang is immortal, doesn't that mean his divine soul can be reborn endlessly? Hee, if Xianxia can devour a part of his divine soul every now and then, can his divine soul be reborn endlessly? I'm really curious. As Xianxia laughed, a five-colored light spread around Xianxia, and the peculiar aura unique to the fiend patriarch from outer domains enveloped the surroundings. Chi-Chi, the six great celestial emperors, widened their eyes and stared at Xianxia in horror. They knew what the aura emanating from Xianxia meant. She was the heavenly fiend from outer domains that the Tao League and Buddhist League feared the most, and the incarnation of the fiend patriarch, the strongest of the shapeless heavenly fiends from outer domains. Wu Chang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He swallowed dryly, threw his head back, and said with a wry smile, I, Wu Chang, have a bad fate. Why do I have to do this? Wu Qi impatiently cracked his knuckles, producing a series of cracking noises. Just now, Supremacy Dei had sent him a message that there was a sky-high deal waiting for him to finalize. To be able to cut the flesh and blood of a Buddhist League member was much more profitable than robbing the six great celestial emperors. He did not believe that Wu Chang was truly immortal. Ever since he saw the infinite demonic power of the Thousand Heads Breaker, Wu Qi knew that time was not immortal. It was just that the attack power was not enough. If Wu Chang was really immortal, Wu Qi would use the Heaven Refining Cauldron to refine him. If that did not work, he would capture Wu Chang alive and send him to the Huahuang clan. Then, he would use the Thousand Spirit Cauldron to return his soul to the most basic soul particles in the world. By then, he would be dead. Wu Chang opened his mouth, but he could not make up his mind to be ordered around by Wu Qi. When he was released from the secret realm of the celestial court by the six great celestial emperors, he never dreamed that his fate would change so dramatically. He was going to summon an army of the undead to fight with Wu Xian and take back control of the Forbidden Clan. How did he end up like this? Seeing that Wu Chang was just hesitating and unwilling to speak, Wu Qi could not help but feel angry. With a casual point of his finger, the six great celestial emperors were dragged into the Heaven Refining Cauldron and imprisoned, howling. Then, he waved his hand and released a stream of pure Yuan Ling, true flame, toward Wu Chang. He was ready to give it a try and see if this fellow was really immortal. Wu Chang was taken aback, and he cried out hastily, Fine, fine. I'll obey you today, but after all, Wu Chang is. Wu Chang's face turned red. Obviously, he wanted to beg Wu Qi for some preferential treatment, but because of his status, he was too embarrassed to say it. After all, he was once an influential figure of the ancient human race, a famous high-ranking official in the alliance of human clans, and the ancestor of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. Just as Wu Qi was about to scold Wu Chang, hundreds of thousands of mysterious figures suddenly flew up from the huge corpse of the fallen fiend god. Shrouded in thick black smoke, they slowly approached them. A sharp, hoarse voice rang out through the void. Who are you? Where are you taking us, ancestral gods? Hee, since you dare to come here, you will all stay here. Accompanied by the hoarse voice, countless sharp, fierce, and evil spiritual attacks rushed toward Wu Qi and the others. In just a brief contact, Catfish, Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, and Lord Xianxia coughed up blood, and their divine souls were severely injured at the same time. Chapter 1075. Something was not right. Something was very wrong. Invisible spiritual attacks kept coming at them, and all the people on Wuxia's side whose cultivation bases were below the realm of Tao breaking were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their divine souls were severely injured. Gold Feather and Silver Feather, the 2 sisters with the weakest cultivation bases, were struggling and twisting in the void in pain. They were forced to reveal their true forms. Their beautiful, translucent gold and silver scales were cracked with countless eye-catching cracks, from which blood was gushing out like a fountain. Wuqi's eyes shone with an eerie purple light as he turned to look at the hundreds of thousands of figures. Something was not right. Something was really not right. They were all clad in robes made of some kind of very fine wood fiber, and their bodies were shrouded in black smoke. But under Wuqi's primordial magical eyes, he could see their faces clearly. The men all had rugged faces. They could not be considered handsome, but they gave off a rough and heavy feeling like a mountain or a boulder. The woman, on the other hand, was like a clear spring stream. She was beautiful beyond compare, but the corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows carried a trace of dark, evil aura. She looked ferocious, but also strangely seductive. Any one of them could be called a peerless enchantress in the outside world, the kind of woman who could make men's blood boil and who would fight to the death for them. Their looks might not be as good as Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia, but their strange, hellish seduction had added a lot to their beauty. They were a group of stunners who could make the opposite sex shed their blood essence and even turn into human jerky. But be it men or women, the strongest few among them were only at the level of the sun oracles of the Yu, roughly equal to the overall strength of a gold immortal. What they practiced was to use magispriest magic, which gathered the mental power of hundreds of thousands of people and turned it into invisible spiritual waves to attack the enemy. Unlike the ever-changing divine abilities and mystic arts of the Yu's oracles, these people's magic was crude and primitive. They attacked the enemy directly with their mental power and did not have many variations. Although it was an attack without any technique, it had severely wounded the divine souls of Catfish, Lord Xianxia, and the others, nearly killing them on the spot. Wuqi anxiously and angrily took out the Vajramuni, and a ball of golden light enveloped everyone's body. At the same time, he began to recite the Heart Sutra, using the supreme divine ability of the Buddhist League to extract a great amount of divine soul energy from his natal relic and injected it into the spiritual ocean of Catfish Flood Dragon and the others, repairing their damaged divine souls. There were hundreds of thousands of Sun-class oracles, and only a little more than 10 of them were Sun-class oracles. 90% of the others were Star-class oracles, which was equivalent to the power of the Yu's apprentice oracles, which was equivalent to the power of ordinary cultivators below the Yuan divinity realm. Even if the divine souls of millions of them were added together, they would not be as strong as the divine soul of a Tao reasoning realm primordial immortal. So, how could their divine sense attack hurt Catfish Flood Dragon and the others? With a cold snort, a beam of bright purple light shot out from between Wuqi's brows. The natal relic he had just formed with the mystic art of Dharamata Heart Sutra transformed into a blinding little sun and shot out. Rings of divine sense visible to naked eyes turned into bright purple ripples that spread out in all directions, greeting the invisible mental attack coming at them. The hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out once again. Where did you come from? Why did you invade the land of the immortal divine kingdom? Hand over the 8,000 immortal ancestral gods of my clan at once, or I'll definitely kill all of you today. As the hoarse voice rang out, millions of tiny, fragmented mental attacks smashed onto Wuqi's divine sense like needles. Wuqi felt a severe pain in his divine soul, as the powerful and fierce mental attacks shattered the divine sense unleashed by his natal relic and smashed right onto it. Before the natal relic, which was formed hastily with a mystic art, could fully solidify, a few hair-thin cracks suddenly appeared on its purple-gold surface. Wuxia gave a muffled snort as if his divine soul was struck by a thunderbolt, and at the same time, a large amount of sticky purple blood sprayed out from his 7 apertures. He stared in horror at the people of the immortal divine kingdom, who were shrouded in dark smoke. Clenching his teeth, he laughed strangely and said, "I see. No wonder you have such a powerful mental attack despite having such a weak cultivation base. You can actually hurt my divine soul." Following the mental attacks unleashed by these people, Wuqi's divine sense found the source of their power. This mental attack, which was far beyond their actual cultivation base, came from the depths of the enormous celestial fiend's body. Inside the celestial fiend's body, countless naked human figures were wrapped in countless translucent membranes amidst the enormous blood vessels and meridians. These human figures were connected to the celestial fiend's body through umbilical cords, constantly extracting the inexhaustible life force from the celestial fiend's body to nourish themselves. These human figures had shriveled and small bodies, with only one head, which was extremely developed. Their heads occupied 2/3 of their bodies, and their huge heads were the size of water tanks. These huge heads were covered by a thin layer of transparent shell, and their enormous brains were squirming and wriggling at high speed. Each of these heads contained a mental power that was equivalent to the combined divine sense of 100 peak stage heaven immortals. The souls of these human figures had been annihilated by someone using a mystic art, and what was left in the celestial fiend's body were these strange, lifeless bodies. Each of these bodies had a monstrous brain, and each of them possessed an enormous divine sense that was equivalent to 100 peak stage heaven immortals. Using a mystic technique, these members of the deathless divine kingdom extracted the enormous mental energy from their bodies, compressed and released it with their own bodies, and turned it into a devastating mental attack that could attack the divine soul of a primordial immortal in the realm of Tao reasoning. Perhaps only a forbidden clan that had betrayed the human race could do such a cruel and inhumane thing. Wuqi put away the damaged natal relic, unleashed the Vajra Muni to protect everyone, and transmitted everything he had seen to Princess Zhang Lu and the others through his divine sense. Everyone was taken aback, and even Ao Buzin, who was the most unruly of them all, could not help but show a hint of anger. There were more than 1 trillion bodies hiding in the membranes inside the enormous celestial fiend's body. How many sins had these people of the immortal divine nation committed? With a long roar, Ao Buzin thrust the soul-splitting spear into the void, unleashing an invisible force that swept across the surroundings. An invisible mental barrier emerged around the people of the immortal divine nation, which easily blocked the full-force attack unleashed by Ao Buzin with a chaotic spirit artifact. However, in Wuqi's divine sense, at least tens of thousands of human figures in the membranes inside the celestial fiend's body had been blown to pieces. Surrounded by the undead army, Wuchang suddenly cried out, "Are you the descendants of the Wuchang clan?" "I am Wuchang." Raising his 6 arms, Wuchang roared, "I am Wuchang, the leader of the Wuchang clan." At the hoarse, deep voice that was filled with endless evil sneered, "Wuchang? A long, long time ago, he was the leader of my clan. But now, the immortal divine nation has nothing to do with the Wuchang clan. You deserve to die for invading this place." All of a sudden, Wuchang's 3 heads exploded, and a powerful mental attack struck him, causing his head to explode. Wuchang's body wriggled, and his 3 heads regrew in the blink of an eye. But just as he was about to roar, another wave of mental attack landed on his head, and Wuchang's head exploded again. Although his divine soul and physical body were immortal, In the face of the bizarre attacks from the people of the immortal divine nation, Wuchang could only guarantee that he would not die, but could not guarantee that his body would be safe. Again and again, his head was reborn, and again, his head was smashed by the mental attack. Wuchang and the people of the immortal divine nation fell into a strange cycle. When Wuchang's head was smashed for the 100th time, Wu Qi waved his hand, and the Vajramuni protected Wuchang's body. At the same time, the heaven-refining cauldron emitted a beam of light, pulling Wuchang's body into it, and imprisoned him together with the 6 great celestial emperors. The people of the immortal divine nation swarmed over from all directions, and at this moment, there were close to 3 million people surrounding Wu Qi and the others. Wu Qi's divine sense swept over the huge body of the Fiend Celestial. This was almost all the high-level people of the immortal divine nation. There were also close to 10 billion people on the Fiend Celestial's body, but they were all slaves of the immortal divine nation. The high-level people of the immortal divine nation were all gathered here. Nearly 3 million people had formed a formation that looked like some kind of strange cauldron, wrapping Wu Qi and the others tightly in it. Huge mental power flowed among them, turning into visible black, translucent waves that lingered in the void. The huge mental power fluctuations shocked even Wu Qi. Perhaps the entire divine sense of a Tao integration stage mighty figure was no more than this, right? But how could the body of a mere, fallen, fiend celestial nourish such a huge mental power? There must be other secrets. The immortal divine nation alone could not have the power to nurture so many big-headed people in the egg membrane. What surprised Wu Qi the most was that, if the immortal divine nation had such strength, why had they been so unknown? They had been hiding in the void, unless they had been following Wuchang's will and hiding here. But, judging from their attitude toward Wuchang and the big-headed people they had nurtured, all signs indicated that the immortal divine nation was not the kind of existence that followed the rules. With a deep black curtain in front of him, the more Wu Qi thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem with the immortal divine nation. With a thought in his mind, the Kunwu swords hiding in the void around him split from 36,000 to 108,000, each corresponding to a law of heavenly Tao in the kaleidoscopic star core. They formed the Fiend's slaying sword formation and sealed off the whole void. At the same time, he gave the 5 supreme treasures of primal he had looted from the 5 great celestial emperors to Princess Zhonglu, Yixia, Buzan, Catfish, and Lord Xianxia, and asked them to quickly refine them, which would at least give them more power to protect themselves. Just as Wu Qi was doing all this, a hearty laugh came from near the broken head of the Fiend Celestial God. I was wondering who had come here by mistake. It turns out that the King of East Sea is here. Wu Qi, it seems fate has brought us together. A chariot pulled by 3 skeletal dragons rushed toward them, shrouded in black smoke and an evil aura. Near the chariot were 30,000 burly soldiers in heavy armor, who looked lifeless. There was no sign of life in these soldiers, and they were as inconspicuous as rocks. Even Wu Qi did not notice them when he scanned them with his divine sense just now. Now that they were in front of him, Wu Qi was shocked to find that the strength of their fleshly bodies was comparable to that of a peak-level gold immortal who had cultivated a body-tempering technique. Their armors and weapons were of excellent quality, comparable to superior-grade gold immortal artifacts. These 30,000 soldiers were so elite that they were not weaker than to use Yuxiong army. And the man sitting in the chariot was someone Wu Qi could never imagine, even in his wildest dreams. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.